Every night, this dude prayed to every god in the world that when he woke up the next day, he'd be living in a fantasy world. And then one day, his prayer got answered. But in a way totally different from what he wanted. He woke up and turned into a man. Overwhelmed by being reincarnated into a fantasy world, he started exploring the magical land he'd always dreamed of, learning new languages and the locals' knowledge to fit in. But with his terrifying appearance and nearly overwhelming strength, he kept getting mistaken for a monster. Maybe he still didn't realize it himself, thinking he just did something good and everyone would love him. True to the saying, rough on the outside but good at heart. Alright, let's get to the main story. At the center of the world, in a vast white desert, there's a monster, a white python swallowing glaciers, a gray bear shaking the planet, a disgusting rat polluting the ocean. But an emperor who once survived and returned from the white desert said, "The most dangerous thing there is the monsters." At that moment in the white desert, tremors kept erupting. A girl in bare feet took down a beast amid a blizzard. Not far away, a massive explosion shook the earth. The man's strong hand gripped the monster's claw. He let out a sharp, fierce yell, asserting his power. Just then, someone slowly approached. The monster trembled in fear the moment it saw him. He clenched a sharp weapon tightly. With swift, decisive strikes, the monster got a one-way ticket to the altar. Then he stood with the two guys from before only the man tribe would dare to brag about their stupidity like that. He walked over to the clueless girl and asked, "How much longer do I have to hang around with these rude idiots?" She stared at him, wide-eyed like a toddler. "Idiots? What's that? Can you eat it?" Hearing that, he sighed helplessly and walked away. Meanwhile, the bald dude and the naive girl chilled, enjoying the monster meat. Just then, Kent stepped up to them. "I told you not to eat that stuff. It'll kill you." His whole body radiated a fierce aura. "It's been less than a week and you've already eaten it all." The girl sat there awkwardly, speechless. Then these two put on the fakest act ever, like it was some noble challenge. "And you say that's something to be proud of?" Before he could finish, Greta's pupils contracted. Her face turned pale, like she just had a bad stomach cramp. She trembled in pain, foaming at the mouth. Greta collapsed, and the girl panicked. "Greta, what's wrong? Snap out of it." "Over here," Kent just exhaled. "I told you guys, but you didn't listen." He turned and walked away, leaving the girl to slap Greta's face repeatedly. "Wake up, Greta. Come on, get up." Kent still had his back turned, standing in the snowstorm, softly muttering, "This isn't what I wanted." Thus began men's inner monologue. In a world full of magic and wonder, in a magical, mystical world, I quit my job and set off on an adventure. I climbed the highest mountain on Earth. I reached the planet's core. I even made it to the southernmost point of the globe. But of course, nothing happened. Reality was way different from what I imagined. Every night I prayed that when I woke up, I'd be caught between a dream and reality. And one day, that prayer came true. Cut to somewhere not far off, a horse carriage and a group of people trudged through falling snow. Damn, it's freezing to the bone. A guy with blonde hair looked at the person next to him. "Then wrap yourself up tight, unless you want to freeze to death." The young man shielded his face, struggling to reply, I'm already wrapped up, sir." Next to him, another guy hurriedly spoke. "Captain, no matter how big the reward, this is still dumb. Crossing the white desert? You're here already." But the captain just gave a firm look and said, "Quiet, didn't everyone agree already?" He avoided the gaze, looking elsewhere. "But we had no idea it'd be like this." Inside the carriage, the old butler heard this and grunted in annoyance. "Damn, it's cold." He lightly coughed, then cautiously looked at the person in front of him. "Miss, are you all right?" The girl with blue hair smiled brightly. "Yes, her name is Milena from the Akasa family." She happily replied to the butler, "I'm fine." Outside, people kept complaining, "Damn, I'm gonna freeze here." The butler couldn't stand it anymore, glaring outside and shouting, "That's so rude." Still, Milena was sympathetic. "Don't be too harsh. They're the only ones escorting us across the white desert." Her expression flickered with worry. "But shouldn't we let them inside? They look like they're about to freeze to death." Outside, the blizzard grew stronger, everyone shielding their faces. The butler awkwardly looked at her. "No, you know what lives in the white desert." Hearing that, Milena lowered her head. "Monsters, right?" Long ago, an emperor with ambitions to rule the world set his sights on conquering the white desert. He led countless soldiers and officials and himself ventured into the white desert. Years later, when the empire had fallen and faded into oblivion, that emperor returned. He lost all his troops, came back alone, battered and broken. He looked decades older and spoke like a madman. He said there were monsters in the white desert, but the real danger wasn't the monsters, it was the man tribe. They were there, a familiar silhouette appeared, maybe Kent. The old butler kept guessing, probably just a legend. Milena disagreed, but the emperor's words weren't baseless. Many of the monsters he described were later confirmed real. The butler smiled to reassure her, but no one had ever seen a man tribe member. Eventually, she accepted it. That's true, countless stories passed down, but none mentioned the man tribe. Outside the carriage, suddenly the captain shouted, "Everyone stop." He clenched his teeth, staring ahead. There's something up ahead. What is it? The captain squinted to see what was coming. Finally, because of thick snow, he said, "I can't see clearly." A second later, his face turned horrified. "I've got good news and bad news." The team urged him, "Spit it out." The captain froze in place. "Damn, the good news is, it's pretty small, but the bad news is." Kent's figure slowly appeared through the snow, heading toward us. Everyone shared the same expression. The old butler's eyes went wide as he looked out. The captain immediately raised his guard. He gripped the sword hilt at his side, his face full of fear and alertness. The figure became clearer. A man with gray-white hair appeared, showing off six-pack abs and big scars. Kent strode confidently toward the group, his eyes flashing purple. One team member raised an axe. Kent recognized him as a man-tribe member. Kent's gaze was sharp as a blade, slowly scanning everyone there. Then he spoke first. "I went for a walk because I was bored of looking at other man-tribe idiots. And what do I find? Outsiders in the snow? Lucky me." A sly smile crept across his lips. Kent looked super excited. "Didn't expect to meet anyone here. Nice to meet you." Then he glanced at the carriage. "You're merchants," they confirmed immediately. "Yeah," Kent kept questioning. "And you guys are mercenaries hired to escort, right?" "Right." The captain honestly confessed. "Yes." Suddenly, Kent rubbed his chin and said, "I advise you to turn back, though I guess you'll come here anyway." The captain's face showed a hint of fear. Suddenly, Kent realized something. Someone was inside the carriage. Right? Inside, Milena immediately startled. The captain of the group trembled uncontrollably, waiting for his next words. Yet Kent smiled and said something unexpected. "I want to be hired too." Instantly, everyone raised their guard against him. "What?" But Kent remained confident, hands on hips. "Didn't I make myself clear? I'm offering to help you cross this desert." Hearing that, the captain thought silently. A legendary barbarian asking to join them? Could that really be all he wanted? Then he cautiously replied, "So, you don't mean to attack us?" Kent crossed his arms coldly. "If I did, you'd all be dead by now." As soon as he finished, everyone's eyes went wide as if they'd just woken up. The stylish young man suddenly turned to look at him, the captain, who slowly raised his hand. "Did you hear that?" Milena inside remained silent. Then she immediately turned her face outside. The butler, confused, wondered what the hell was going on. The captain continued to report to her. He said he wants to be hired as a mercenary. "What do you want to do?" Once again, Milena fell into deep thought and then raised a question. "What if we fight him?" The captain hesitated, looking at the fierce killing aura radiating from Kent, and replied, "Personally, I don't recommend that." Hearing this, she bowed her head, momentarily speechless. Then Milena glanced out the window and ordered them. "Got it. Tell him we accept." Receiving the order, the captain nodded in agreement. "All right." Then he took a step forward. Thus, Kent's request was approved. She agreed, and upon hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction. Though he looked happy, his appearance was terrifying enough to scare anyone. Good news. The two people saw this and immediately went weak in the knees. Kent stepped closer to the captain, who asked confusedly, "What?" Then Kent smirked to reassure him. "Calm down, you're just the hired help. I need to meet the person in charge directly." Instantly, the captain's eyes flashed a warning. "If you dare pull any tricks." Before he could finish, Kent interrupted. "You'll regret it." The captain let him walk toward the carriage. Seeing this, the stylish young man looked at him bewildered. "Captain, is it really okay to let him meet her?" The employer already gave permission. The guy beside him was also a bit cautious. "Even so, we're the mercenaries. Somehow, we should stop him, right?" The captain replied. "Stop him." Kent's deadly aura was still in his sight. "Seriously, don't be stupid." Inside, the butler was extremely alarmed. "Miss, what are you doing?" Milena gently reassured him. "Calm down." Suddenly, a voice startled her. "May I come in?" The butler next to her was even more shocked, dropping his glasses. Then Milena hesitated but agreed. "Yeah, come in." Hearing this, Kent smirked like a hunting demon. The butler shrank back awkwardly while Kent expanded his territory. Kent closed his eyes, calmly and coldly advising, "Please stay calm. I don't intend to harm either of you." His large frame sitting inside the carriage almost crushed the butler like a pancake. The butler turned pale, screaming inside, "Don't come any closer. That monster." Milena across from him looked a bit dazed, overwhelmed by his figure. The legendary barbarian was standing right in front of her. She shyly spoke first. "It's an honor to meet you," Kent politely replied. "I'm glad to meet you too." Then, turning to admire the snowy scene outside the window, he lightly remarked, "It's pretty warm in here, huh?" Even inside the carriage in the vast snowy plains, it was hard to keep warm like this. Milena was a bit surprised but explained, "Oh, that's thanks to magic." He cheerfully said, "So it really is magic?" "You know." This world's random, incomplete sentences left her confused. Kent looked outside and said, As you both know, this place is extremely dangerous. Even with mercenaries escorting you, the chance of passing safely is slim. That's why I'll guarantee your safety. However, I have one request. His sudden words made Milena and the butler freeze, staring at him. Milena hesitated. One request? You want treatment? Kent smirked, the knowledge from outside the snowfield shining in his eyes. He smiled faintly and frankly continued. The information you hold is exactly what I want. She was puzzled. Knowledge from outside the frozen plains? Kent nodded firmly. Yes, he even tried to persuade them. You won't lose anything. Milena pressed her lips, hesitant, worried inside. From the start, we never had a choice. With no other way, Milena had to agree. I understand. The butler beside her was stunned, mouth agape, frozen solid. Kent smiled warmly. Good. What's your name? Milena placed her hand on her chest and answered solemnly. I'm Milena. Milena, from the Akasa clan. He was amused and generously introduced himself. I'm Kent, pleased to cooperate with you. In my past life, I longed for a magical world. Right on my desk were open-world game discs, hands holding a PlayStation. One day, I woke up and found myself turned into a barbarian in the frozen plains. My figure was a bit unsteady, couldn't believe looking at my own hands. No time to figure out why. The only things here were lightning strikes and countless powerful monsters. I led a tribe in the wilderness, hunting to survive, gritting my teeth day by day. I don't know how long time passed, how many years I endured, constantly trying to escape this terrifying frozen wasteland, but my hands slammed against the wall and countless system messages kept popping up. Mission incomplete. You can leave the frozen plains when you complete the mission. An invisible force blocked me from leaving. Just when I was about to give up, a cavalry figure suddenly appeared in the snowstorm. I didn't understand why someone voluntarily came to this harsh place, but sometimes people from the outside world showed up, and I recognized Kent. I was a bit stunned. The outside world beyond the frozen plains was exactly the magical and mystical world I had always dreamed of. The sky was clear, eyes warm. The green grasslands stretched endlessly. Villages or towns appeared here and there with beautiful ancient architecture. That was the magical world. From then on, I really acted not just to survive. I slaughtered monsters. Mission 295. Kill the lizards within the time limit. I massacred monsters and completed assigned missions to escape the frozen plains. One killing blow, blood splattered everywhere. Mission 295 completed. The next mission will be provided with the hope that one day I'll escape this place. I thought since I couldn't leave this damn snowy plain, the info from outsiders was extremely valuable. But Kent recalled most people he met so far either panicked and drew their swords or were half crazy. He crossed his arms calmly. This time, finally someone was willing to talk to him. How long had it been since he talked to a civilized person? I only dealt with uneducated barbarians, so talking to a civilized person was like a sedative. Suddenly, his tone slowed. You're transporting weapons, right? Milena startled and replied, yes. How do you know? He glanced outside. I replied that I heard the clanging of metal from the carts. Hard not to notice. She limped a bit, looking troubled. I get it. Kent asked again. Is there a war going on outside? Milena looked sad, softly. Ah, yes. The Empire and the Kingdom are at war. He brightened up. I see. The outside world isn't exactly peaceful either. She immediately objected. No way. Milena pictured two forces separated by a tiny pile of wreckage. She explained the Empire had the upper hand in numbers and power, but the Kingdom wasn't easy to crush. Swordsmen and heroes were guarding the borders. Kent was curious. Heroes, swordsmen. What kind of powers do they use? Milena tilted her head, confused. Haven't you heard of mystic arts? Kent honestly answered, I've never left this place. She thought for a moment, I don't know the details either, but there's a power called mystic arts in this world. Only a few can sense or use it, like spiritual energy or mana gathering in a core, and they're granted one of 5 power ranks. The first is rank 3, where magic is light and can be summoned, visible in the palm. This is only for those who can sense mystic power. Next is rank 2, combining magic and swordsmanship. From rank 2 up, they can use mystic power. Then rank 1, they can transform mystic energy into divine aura or magic force, but these are usually mages, knights, or spirits. Beyond that, classifications don't matter, because those beings are beyond human understanding. But if you had to name it, it's called the transcendent level. These creatures can freely control mystic arts, powerful enough to move heaven and earth. Swordsmen in this group are the heroes. They're monsters far beyond controlling mystic power, influencing the whole world. Each hero is a living legend. Milena pondered that the fact their powers are named and ranked proves their might. Even rank 3 is considered a master in a small region. Kent wished, I want to meet them. She paused, suspicious. Huh? Kent didn't answer, still staring at the distant sky. He whispered, I don't remember how long I've been stuck here. I just try to survive in despair. All I know is this frozen wasteland lies in a mystical world I can't escape. He stood on a sharp cliff, the wind and snow belonging only to this place. Beyond was the mystical world. Kent lowered his head. I really crave to get out of here. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Kent contradicted himself, his face determined, his heart sure he must get out. Time passed quickly. Atop the cart roof, they kept moving forward. Mylena suddenly asked, Kent, you really have something, right? Kent calmly said, you could say that. Judging by your expression, it seems you've heard about me, she admitted. Yeah, you're a legend. Hearing that made him stunned. Kent was shocked. A legend about me? Then she was surprised. Ah, you didn't know? Mylena told him everything. Later, Kent laughed excitedly, remembering, casually saying, so that's it. The Emperor? That guy is the Emperor? I thought he was just crazy. She was shocked. Yeah. Kent relaxed. Don't worry about it. That legend is true. It happened a long time ago. Mylena stammered. Really? He thought. Curious. All right. Looking at the convoy. You're carrying a lot of weapons. Huh. Why do you have to cross this frozen wasteland? She blanked out. Her lips moved. We need a lot of money. Mylena gloomily lowered her head. He was surprised by the reason. Mylena said sadly, our family business has lasted generations. We accumulated quite some wealth, but rivals jealous of us sabotaged everything, so now we're drowning in debt. This trip is to save the family from collapse. Ken stroked his chin, guessing. A journey to settle debts. That's right. So you plan to sell weapons to the kingdom fighting the Empire. I get it. She was surprised. Yes, how do you know? He leisurely explained. You said the Empire has overwhelming numbers, which means they don't lack weapons. If not the Empire, then the kingdom must be the buyer. When supply is scarce and demand high, prices skyrocket. I don't know the market value out there, but with that quantity, it's definitely huge. Enough to risk crossing the frozen wasteland. Mylena was stunned. Kent continued. Looks like you had a tough time crossing here. There's no other way to your kingdom's territory bordering the Empire, right? She stared wide-eyed, confirming exactly. Mylena's mind darkened, couldn't believe it. No way, I heard the legendary barbarians are just savage trash. She hoarsely warned. Who are you? Her heart panicked. Are you really Mania? Suddenly a huge shock hit, making Mylena snap awake, startled. The wagon wheels rattled fast. The steward panicked, stammering. What's that? Then a piercing scream echoed inside the cart. He shrank in fear, pale as death. In contrast, Kent calmly glanced outside, his tone indifferent. Looks like we have some uninvited guests. Outside, snow fell lightly, dust swirling. A monster like a pile of living slime rose up, its eyes glowing blood red with a murderous glare. The mercenaries escorting the convoy froze in terror. What is that? Mylena was horrified, her face pale, voice shocked. And Halim? Kent rested his chin, pondering, is that what it's called? She shivered, confirming, yeah, it's recorded in the archives. He was curious. What's the archives? Mylena explained. Many skilled adventurers have tried crossing this land over the years. Only a few lucky ones returned alive, but the evil ones left notes about creatures they met. Among them, H. Slim appears the most. Then she seriously asked, Hey, Kent, do you know anything about it? He cheerfully replied, Of course, it's tough but tasty. The flavor's pretty good. Mylena was horrified, spraying spray. Wait, you actually ate one? Kent sincerely shared. Want to try? I'll catch a few for you. She shivered, goosebumps all over, coldly refusing. No, thanks. Bang. A loud crash came, Mylena startled. Outside, the disgusting limb screamed. The captain froze, unable to calm down. She quickly sensed something was wrong, calling out anxiously, Kent. Kent still silently watched outside, no reply. Mylena called again, Kent, you. He slowly said, I made a pact with you. Kent closed his eyes, calmly continued, I swear to protect your lives, so I won't act unless it's truly dangerous. She was wide-eyed, shocked. Huh, what do you mean? His voice was casual. That thing? I can handle it as easy as eating porridge. Kent smiled, resting his chin, continuing to play the role of a spectator. More importantly, I want to assess this team's strength myself. The chaotic screams of the hack Slim finally snapped the group back to reality. The captain hurriedly gave orders, raising shields. The underlings immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Just as they raised their shields, the limb charged straight at one of them. His legs pushed back on the snow, struggling to hold on. But it didn't last long. It threw him backward flying. Another guy saw this, quickly jumped high. He swung his axe, shouting to boost morale. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. He was thrown flying, hitting something, coughing up blood. The axe slipped from his hand, falling on the snow, purple smoke rising around it. A terrified voice questioned, What the hell is this? The limb went crazier, standing tall, opening its mouth wide, roaring. The captain frowned, ordering, "Limb can only move in straight lines, spread out and combine forces." The mercenaries quickly responded, "Understood. Got it." They leapt forward. The blue-cloaked guy charged straight at the limb. He jumped, thrusting his spear back, then swung hard, sweeping right past the face of that hack's limb. It snarled angrily, mouth wide open, spewing slime everywhere. Then suddenly, bright blue sparks gathered on someone's hand, soaking into a spear, and that person launched forward with fierce power, slicing through the wind and cutting the snow, instantly piercing through the massive hack's limb before the stunned eyes of the team. It howled in pain, its slimy body punctured with a huge hole, trying to seal itself back together. At that moment, the captain of the main mercenary team channeled mystic energy into his sword, holding it steady as he charged forward, also giving orders. "Don't stop. Keep pushing." Slash through with that deep blue sword intent. He was tense, quickly saying, "Normal attacks won't work. Aim for the core magic crystal hidden inside its body." Time passed as dozens of slashes and stabs nearly formed a continuous chain. Finally, the captain raised his sword high and then drove it down with force. Mystic power radiated out, cracking the red magic crystal. A faint, drawn-out cry echoed. The slimy substance quickly melted away, leaving shattered crystal fragments on the white snow. They all held their breath, then immediately burst into excited cheers. "All right, we did it." Milena was thrilled too. They were genuinely victorious. Kent watched silently, then they moved on. After a while, they encountered a giant snow wolf. "Wait, there's another monster." They aimed at its neck, some slashing, some stabbing, others blocking. Every position was covered. Finally, through the group's effort, hot blood spurted from the beast, its life force severed, a heavy thud fell. They surrounded it, still shaken. So this was the Icefield Snow Wolf? Not impressive at all, Sir Captain. Maybe the rumors were exaggerated. He turned angrily, sternly warning, "Don't get careless. We're not even halfway yet." Then one guy noticed Batsby glancing ahead at the carriage, his expression clear as he said, "But is that savage really as strong as they say? I mean, isn't he just some legendary figure?" They looked at Kent, whispering their judgments. "He's supposed to be the top predator in the ice field, yet he's tagging along with us for protection? Shouldn't we test his strength?" The captain frowned at this, slightly shaken. Like making a decision, they stepped forward. Milena noticed the doubt, and he silently watched. Standing outside in the snowy wind, the guy leading this whole thing spoke up. "Miss, I have something to discuss with you." "Curious? Confirm what?" The guy answered firmly. "We risked our lives for this mission. As the main mercenaries, we signed a contract with you. That's our job." Milena stood opposite them, sincere. "Yeah, and I truly appreciate you taking on this request. I always value your help," she thought to herself. An escort mission through the ice field. Everyone else ran when they heard the details. "Without you guys, I probably couldn't have started this journey," the guy suddenly said. "Still, there's something that bothers us." Milena was startled. He asked seriously, "That savage hasn't fought yet, right?" She hesitated, unable to finish explaining. The guy solemnly said, "So we want to check if what he's got is really worth the special treatment he's receiving." Maya heard this and hesitated a bit, avoiding eye contact as she quietly asked, "How do you plan to check?" She awkwardly looked at the captain. The captain was helpless, troubled as he replied, "I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen." Kent understood clearly, chuckling quietly. "So you want to test my strength? Fine." He stepped down casually and continued, "But now's not the time." They looked confused. "Ah." Kent coldly looked up and said, "There's an uninvited guest ahead." Those guys were even more baffled. What nonsense is he spouting now? Suddenly, a deep voice echoed behind the main mercenary group. It was dark and filled with murderous madness. "Ah, weak mortals from the outer continent have arrived. It's been a long time since I've had a soul feast." The group was visibly terrified, quickly turning around. In front of them, a massive serpent opened its jaws, revealing razor-sharp teeth. It had sensed danger early, hoarsely commanding the group, "Hand over your lives, pathetic mortals." White X mocked loudly, "Struggle all you want, it only makes my meal tastier." Milena screamed and covered her ears. The guy next to her did the same. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop right there." Kent's face turned serious as he sternly said, "You two are my clients. Step back." White X heard this and appeared before him. "You, why are you here? Have you forgotten the rules of the ice field? When someone leaves their tribe's territory?" Kent's face showed clear annoyance and frustration as he cut in. "That's none of your business." White Serpent replied, "How ridiculous." The battle erupted fiercely again. It was White Serpent, that savage. It started yelling, "How dare you order me around? I am the one granted eternal favor." Kent began winding up to throw a punch. "You want to taste a knockout?" The punch flew straight at White Serpent. It immediately countered with extreme fear. Whirlwinds from the fight appeared, scaring everyone. The guy gritted his teeth, enduring with all his might, growing stronger by the moment. Mylena had to use her hands to block. Miss, White Serpent's getting more ferocious. You're the type who only listens after getting whipped. She collapsed suddenly, hesitating. Kent's sharp gaze flared up. I'll wrap this up fast. His strong footsteps were ready. No dragging this out. Kent dashed toward White Serpent. His fists gradually appeared, the battle's sparks, surprising everyone around. Afterward, Kent returned. I committed a grave offense. Please forgive me. In front of many witnesses, Kent replied, It's okay. Trusting strangers isn't easy. Outside, the horse carriage moved through the snow, the cold and snow making the steward cough. That caught Kent's attention. He met Mylena and casually asked, Now that I think about it, I have a question. She looked at him. What is it? He crossed his arms, tense, eyeing her outfit and weapon. She didn't seem like some ordinary tribe member, so why was she risking this dangerous journey alone? Hearing this, she quickly answered, I'm the eldest daughter of Velika, a concubine of Lord Kasaka. Kent raised a question. A concubine? So you're the child of a lesser wife? She replied, Yes. Then Mylena began telling her past. She came here for a political marriage but was discarded, a pitiful mother with no real power. Kent sympathized with her sad situation. I understand. Mylena clenched her fists and continued, My mother and I only have family titles but actually mean nothing. We're treated like servants. She was confident but then bowed her head. I didn't plan to say this much. Not long after, Mylena spoke clearly again. I volunteered for this expedition. Kent crossed his arms facing her. Really? She said, even though this journey is full of risks. She didn't dare look him in the eye, stammering. But someone has to set an example. Kent smiled slightly. Got it. You're pretty sharp. Mylena was surprised, losing confidence again. She silently listened to him and still had big ambitions. She was ambitious. She sweated nervously. Both Kent and Mylena looked out the window. We're here, right? The captain of the main mercenaries was surprised by the beautiful scenery. That was the steward bowing politely, thanking him a lot. Kent asked Han Mila, How do you plan to return? She replied, We'll go through the Empire. He mocked. Since she sold weapons, she no longer had contraband. Crossing borders won't be too hard. Kent stared at her. Suddenly, Mylena added, You said I'm sharp and ambitious. What does that mean? The butler and Mylena glanced at him. Like Lichoy said, she was smart and super ambitious. Kent raised both hands forward to analyze. Her family used to be highly respected, but now Licham was in crisis because of Khan Kiat. Even though Licha was the child of a concubine, if she personally opened Lichoy to save the family on the brink of collapse, she stood silently for a while. When a pitiful face appeared, she thought about who the subordinates would trust and follow. Her goal was to seize real power in the clan, right? Kent lowered his voice and softly said, Am I wrong? Hearing that, she immediately thought of a perfect reply. Her answer was no. Her thoughts grew denser, a precise response. Yeah, it's just the usual story of a concubine's child having to face dangerous trials to inherit the family. Mylena focused on him, thinking this savage guy was really sharp. He wasn't like those arrogant brutes who crushed the white snake without a second thought. If this strong Li Chuang belonged to our side, then she spoke up loudly. Kent, if you plan to leave Snow Ice Plain. Kent froze when she asked, Why not come with me? Kent politely replied, At this moment, I refuse. I still have things to finish. Mylena lowered her head and smiled softly. I understand. She clenched her fist. Then immediately, she handed over a necklace. Will you accept it? Mylena smiled brightly. If you ever go out and visit the Akasa family, show them this piece. Not wanting to disappoint her, he responded with a bright smile. If this is a gift, I gladly accept. The butler accompanying them also expressed respect and sincere thanks. Kent spoke while looking at the necklace with regret. One day, I hope to meet again. She quickly replied, Definitely. Then Kent watched the carriage depart, his heart heavy with sorrow. A long time passed. A year later, Snow Ice Plain. Finally, all conditions were met. The system board appeared, mission 784 completed, rewards given, conditions fulfilled, you can leave Snow Ice Plain. Kent walked forward courageously, finally taking my first step. A bright smile revealed itself into the fantasy world he had always longed for. Kent closed his eyes to enjoy the scent of fresh grass, the smell of wild animals, the scent of rivers, none of which existed in the White Snow region. Kent smiled softly, his face full of enjoyment. Great, really awesome. Opening his eyes, he admired this place with pride. Before, he stood in front of the snow and shouted, Damn Snow region, hope I never see you again. But here, the scenery was fresh and pleasant. This was the magical world. It was lush green, the sunlight gentle. The world I once dreamed of, the place I thought I'd never reach, a world full of wonders and the unknown. Even though I started in the worst way, I survived. He thought, if so, then I'll enjoy this world. Magic and swordsmanship, dragons and elf clans, everything a fantasy world could offer. He stood frozen on the lush green grass. Without that desire, maybe I would have died long ago. The white snow region was hell where just the will to survive wasn't enough. Looking far ahead, he noticed something strange. He suddenly thought, there's a place ahead where I feel a lot of life energy. Kent smiled brightly as if he discovered something. Surely that's a village. Could it be I finally get to see a real settlement in this world? Kent recalled a man and a little girl covered in snow. Back in the white snow region, I tried explaining to some dumb savages the importance of having proper shelter, but they just dug holes in the snow to sleep and stared at me like I was speaking alien. I really miss human villages, sturdy and orderly. He closed his eyes tightly again. What should I say when I introduce myself? Should I greet politely or go old school? What world is this? Kent looked at the mountains, then the lush green trees. No matter what, I'll approach politely. The ancient trees here were well cared for, so very vibrant. Then, an elf clan elder's arm pointed forward, loudly declaring, "Elf villagers, from now on this will be our new home." Hearing this, the villagers from old to young were overjoyed, their faces bright. Standing on high ground, he shouted, "All right, quickly unload the luggage," while the villagers below were extremely excited, cheering nonstop. Suddenly, a young blonde guy stepped up to him and said, Chief of the elf clan." The chief responded with a cold and slightly annoyed face. "What's the matter?" The guy stammered. "Are you sure? This place is really safe." The chief closed his eyes, looking tired. Safe. Other villagers busily packed their stuff happily and joyfully. Then the guy explained this was an extremely remote wilderness. Humans couldn't come here. The chief hesitated. "Yeah, I know that, but isn't the white snow region right next door?" The elf clan elder rolled his eyes at the guy, making him more nervous. "You're worried monsters from the white snow region might come here, right?" The guy scratched his head, hesitated, then said, "It's really close. Too close." The chief's face turned serious. "No problem at all. Nothing has emerged from the white snow region for thousands of years. Besides, to be sure, I built a barrier. The beautiful scenery, a barrier that hides our aura, making this place look like a normal forest, took months to set up. It's ancient elf clan technology that we painstakingly rebuilt. As long as this barrier exists, no one can reach us. And even if monsters from the white snow region appear, we're still fine." Then he thought of a beautiful woman. Because we have a queen, the elf clan chief quickly regained confidence and honor. Even the monsters from the white snow region can't touch our queen. CA, deep in the forest, suddenly thought, sounds like something's torn. Did I mess something up? Slow steps from being unfamiliar here grew weary. Really, how much farther do I have to go? He was then noticed by a little girl. The small girl seemed lost in the forest. He was surprised by this scene. An elf, a real elf, one of the first races people think of when mentioning the fantasy world. A perfect elf woman appeared in his mind. He smiled with excitement. Didn't expect to meet one so soon. Luck really is smiling on me. I'm glad I survived it all. As for the little girl, she was so scared, she burst into tears in the forest. I'm so scared. I don't know where I am. What should I do? I must have gone too far. Sitting down to rest, thinking the shade of trees would cool her, but no. The girl panicked at this figure. Kent, with his large body and scary face, suddenly smiled at the small girl. Hi. Because he was huge, like a real monster, she froze for a few seconds, then collapsed. The beautiful scenery and birds flying by. Kent didn't know what to do with this girl, so he just stood there, dumbfounded. The girl collapsed. He squinted. I haven't even said a word, and she's already out cold. Maybe I should take this kid back to the village. Kent walked while thinking of beautiful scenes. According to legends, the elf clan was a gentle and organized race. If I bring back a fainted kid, maybe they'll see me as a good guy. I wonder how hospitable the elves are. A smile always on his lips. Honestly, I'm kinda excited. His big hand could gently carry the girl. He suddenly panicked when villagers saw them and shouted in alarm. No way, a human. Even here? No, everyone's cautious. Kent, you're holding a sharp object. You're crying. Who are you? How did you get past the barrier? Kent lost interest. This isn't going according to plan at all. The mother cried, demanding her child. The fake clan was also shocked. No way, this place shouldn't have any humans. So why is he here? There must be a crack in the barrier. The villagers around stammered loudly. The chief shook his head. No way. Where is the queen right now? The villagers were all freaking out, and His Majesty was scouting the area nearby. Kent raised his hand to explain but couldn't stop the locals. I'm not your enemy. The mother was worried about the little girl. If you don't give her back, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Then he collapsed to the ground. I've been exposed. This barrier was built with ancient elf magic. No ordinary person could get close. If it's broken, it means humans planned this in advance. He just stared blankly. They think I'm a kidnapper. Looking down at the girl, I have to explain this clearly. Because the noise woke her up, her eyes opened. Cow immediately put her down. Hey, go back, return to your people. Stepping down, the girl looked up at Cow's scary face and burst into tears, running fast toward her parents. Am I really that terrifying? He stood frozen for a moment. Back in the snowy lands, I thought my face was pretty normal. Facing the villagers, at least I returned the kid. You elves, as you see, I'm not your enemy. He shouted loudly, ordering the hostage released. Then everyone started shooting arrows, attacking. Cao didn't even get to explain. No one could say a word. What the hell? Cao's face suddenly darkened. Elves are wilder than I thought, based on the legends about them. Then he thought of those beautiful scenes, a noble, peaceful race who loved nature and sought harmony. But real-life elves are brutal and savage. Well, elves do live in the wild. The image of beasts tearing each other apart appeared. Wild means survival of the fittest, no peace at all. From that perspective, their cruelty makes sense. Kale rested his chin on his hand, pondering the arrows flying at him. So that's the reality. Seeing this strange magic energy he used, it must have limits, keep attacking. But Kale remained calm, preparing his hands to cast spells. Stay calm. The magic gradually revealed itself. Hands clasped together, eyes glowing purple. An explosion of the whirlwind erupted, making everyone panic and dodge his defensive spells. Kale's magic sent people flying high. This fight echoed far and wide. The elf village elders' hands trembled, eyes purple and hesitant at the scene. What the hell is this? Kale messed up big time, standing tall facing the villagers. I'm not your enemy. Hands clasped, thinking. Damn, did I underestimate my own power? Before he could finish, the elves. Suddenly, a missile flew over Kale's head, exploding loudly. The village elder was stunned. Long hair, blue doll slippers, standing above none other than the elf queen, Maria Hajian Carusia. She stood holding a weapon, clearly asking the villagers, what happened here? He held a staff, a human attacker. Then she bowed her head slightly. So, the time has come. Then she gently raised her head. Even this place isn't safe. Amid the smoke she left behind, Kale spoke up. Wait, Kale froze. I want you to hear me out first, he said, and Maria was shocked. He wasn't the only one. No way. He took a direct hit from the queen and is still intact. From above, she kept her composure. Are you also a strong enemy who's come to harm us? Her eyes narrowed. Humans really are a pathetic species. Her bow slowly aimed at him. I am the queen of the leaf clan. The leaves change color with the weather. Then she glanced at Kale. Human, the bow is ready. You will pay for daring to desire us. Kale's mind raced with thoughts. Can't even talk? I'm speaking the common tongue. So she's deliberately ignoring me? Or is the relationship between humans and elves that bad? In a flash, Kale quickly imagined his moves. No other choice. His gaze shifted. A lesson learned from Snow Eye's plane. If they won't listen, just keep hitting until they do. Maria's bow appeared. A fierce beast charged at him. Cow threw a punch to defend, the fist flying forward. Cow's strength pushed further, surprising her. Suddenly, Kale regretted hitting so hard. Maria collapsed to the ground. Kale scratched his face, eyes changing color. Maybe I should ease up a bit. She widened her eyes in terror, feeling suffocated and uneasy. Just a little fight and I realized this. The opponent is extremely strong, at least superhuman level. Why would such a powerful being appear here? Maria showed extreme exhaustion. Everyone immediately left this place, all panicked and hesitant. Her Highness was annoyed, shouting, Go now. Everyone run. The villagers obeyed quickly. Yeah, everyone ran fast. Maria's anger peaked. Humans, I admit your ability, but you will never achieve your goal. Kale was frustrated. No one let him explain. No, I just want to talk. Why is everything such a mess? Then she muttered some spells under her breath. You who hold the essence of pure origin, you who burn the deep night, appear. O sharp-horned spirit embracing the purest flame. Her fierce eyes flared. Magic appeared from her hands. A bowl materialized. He should be scared, but Kale was actually thrilled. Summoning creatures in Snow Eye's plane were all weird and grotesque. Kale thought of animals he often saw. Some looked like mythological beings, but they were disgusting. He looked at the creature, which to Kale was cute, a milk cow with blazing horns. Kale's eyes lit up like he found treasure, truly a spirit, full of mystery. Maria ordered her creature. Figo, destroy the enemy before us. Unexpectedly, the creature sighed. Summoning by contract is always troublesome, always brings problems. She snapped, shut up. Looking at Figo, she thought the stronger the spirit, the more arrogant and older. Usually, I can't summon this level, but with help from another clan, I barely made the contract. Didn't expect to summon it now. Fulfill the contract. Figo. Maria frowned, showing worry and seriousness. So the condition is to kill the human before us. Figo hesitated before this formidable opponent. This one. A fiery bull appeared, powerful. Kent looked at the beast with admiring eyes. Awesome. A true summoned spirit beast. Now this is a fantasy world. Maria's words echoed, freezing him. A human has invaded our home. Figo was displeased. Pathetic humans dare to dream of the race of nature? I've decided. I'll burn you, leaving not even dust. Kent stood stunned at the current scene. Figo's eyes flashed, starting to use mana flow around it, shifting. Its hind legs powered up, tail swinging. Figo charged at Kent with overwhelming force. Kent stared blankly at the fiery bull rushing at him. A huge impact exploded, rocks flying everywhere. Maria stood far but was affected by the blast, quickly shielding herself. She looked at the battle with astonished eyes. Through the dust, a hand reached out and grabbed Figo's horn. The dust cleared. Figo couldn't believe what was happening. Kent smirked. Actually, a beast is better. He grabbed the horn with one hand, the other clenched into a fist behind him. Through the dusty haze, an arm reached out and grabbed Figo's horn. As the dust settled, Figo couldn't believe what was unfolding before him. Kent smirked. Actually, being a beast was better. He clenched the horn tightly with one hand and formed a fist with the other behind him. I'm not scared to smash it to death with my bare hands. Kent threw a thunderous punch straight to Figo's head. A massive energy burst exploded, sending a shockwave so huge it blew through the entire forest. The blast was so intense it shook an entire continent. At the heart of the battle, terrifying explosions kept erupting. Mararia struggled under the shockwaves. Kent kept throwing punches at the enemy. After a while, when the fight finally stopped, Mararia couldn't help but kneel down, breathing a sigh of relief. What? She stared at the devastated scene and the figure standing in the middle of the clearing. No way. Mararia was speechless, looking toward the man approaching. She bowed her head in fear. Please, her words made Kent hesitate. Spare my tribe. Kent looked down at the trembling figure kneeling before him. I'm not your enemy. Mararia was shocked by his words, her eyes filled with doubt. What? Kent explained everything amid Mararia's disbelief. After a long debate, we finally accepted that he really wasn't the enemy. Mararia bowed apologetically. Sorry, humans, we judged too quickly. She recalled his expression earlier, realizing how rude it was to mistake the one who saved her tribe's child for a kidnapper. Kent crossed his arms and gave a helpless smile. It's okay, I get it. You said your tribe was hunted by humans, right? Still, it's a bit sad you never tried to hear me out. Mararia was still skeptical. You're really not one of those hunting us? Kent calmly answered. This is the first time I've met an elf. The White Snow region has no elves. Mararia's eyes widened in surprise. What? The White Snow region? Her words surprised him too. The Manji call that gray snow by a name outsiders gave us. Mararia remained doubtful. No way, we always thought no human could survive there. Suddenly, she grew worried. If you can leave the White Snow region, does that mean others can escape too? Kent shrugged. Who knows? But I don't think so. Not everyone can leave like that. He thought about the giant snake and the strange quest board. The White Snow region has its own rules. Even powerful creatures like that snake can't break them. For some reason, I was granted an escape route through what's called a quest. Kent revealed a passionate gleam in his eyes. I'm probably an extremely rare exception. Mararia sighed in relief. Well, that's lucky then. Kent asked, by the way, is your spirit beast okay? He awkwardly scratched his face. That fire cow? I sliced it in half. Mararia stood up and reassured Kent. Don't worry, spirit beasts are creatures of nature. When defeated, they just return to the spirit realm. Spirit beasts? She looked at him seriously. Sorry for the trouble I caused. If there's anything you want, as long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help. Kent was still thinking about her words. He asked about spirit beasts. So could a non-elf make a pact with one? Maria seemed uncertain. That's almost impossible, I think. She continued analyzing. Of course, if a human is deeply connected to nature, maybe they could form a pact with a spirit beast, but the chances are very slim. Maria fell silent at his sharp words. She then proposed, if you really want to make a pact with a spirit beast, try going to Elfor Sagrado. Elfor Sagrado made Maria think of a lush, vibrant land. It's where the elf gods reside, the most sacred sanctuary of the elf tribe. The elf sanctuary, that's where you might have a chance. Kent happily pointed to himself. Someone like me, a human, can enter. Maria explained, normally no, but with my recommendation, you can. I'll give you a map, but keep it secret. While thinking about that land, she summoned a fireball. The elf sanctuary Elfor Sagrado is the dream of every elf scholar. She thought of savage warriors, but for elves, humans approaching that place is extremely dangerous. To protect that place more precious than life itself, elves never reveal its location to outsiders. A red crystal appeared in Maria's hand. Still, I want to trust you. She handed it to Kent. Take this. He accepted the crystal. I accept. Thank you. Maria thought of a guardian deity. Of course, even if you reach it, our gods will surely test you. She smiled at him, but with you, I don't think that will be a problem. I wish you luck. Thanks. Maria cheerfully introduced herself. I'm the queen of the Leaf tribe, the ones who turn brown in autumn. Maria Haitian Karushia and your name. Kent smiled too. I'm Kent, Manji of the White Snow region. A powerful foot stomp shattered the ground. Kent gathered energy and launched himself forward, landing then bouncing again. The sound echoed through the trees. Northern Han border, Jin Kingdom. A guard panicked. What the hell? What's going on? I don't know what's coming. The Northern Han Guard captain looked tense, rang the bell, and ordered all guards to assemble immediately. Explosions kept happening around, heading toward the city. Familiar shoes appeared through the dust. As the smoke cleared, a figure appeared, and the guards trembled in fear. You! Kent smiled warmly. You guys are guards? Nice to meet you. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. The guards looked stressed, bodies shaking. Was that loud noise caused by this guy? They stared at Kent, standing there, ash-gray hair. The Northern Han Guard captain couldn't hide his fear, a scar on his chest. Impossible. He thought of a man standing tall in the snowy sky, the mangy gray. Kent approached the group. The guards raised weapons cautiously. Stop right there. One more step and we attack. Kent calmly explained. I'd appreciate it if you calm down. I'm not your enemy. The Northern Han Guard captain questioned. What do you want from us? Kent slowly raised a finger, said nothing, just pointed in one direction. The captain startled and looked that way, clearly surprised. The fortress, Kent answered seriously with a blank face. I want to enter your territory. The guards looked confused. After a moment, a voice echoed from inside. You want to enter our territory? Just passing through? Kent rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If possible, I want to stay for a while. I'm not sure how long. The Northern Han Guard captain interrogated, so you plan to stay for a while. What's your name? I'm Kent. The captain pressed on. Do you have a guarantor or ID? I don't have any of that. His eyes suddenly changed. He thought of Milena, smiling and handing him something. Thank you, Kent. If you leave later, please bring this token if you want to find House Akasa. Kent grabbed the token from his pocket, placed it on the table. How about using this as identification? The Northern Han Guard captain was a bit surprised. What's that? Kent sat cross-legged. The crest of House Akasa. I got it from someone with blood ties to that house. The Northern Han Guard captain examined the token. House Akasa is a merchant family from the Daniel Kingdom, right? The captain held the token. The family visited the White Snow region a few years ago. Kent was a bit surprised. You know them? The captain didn't hide it. Recently, that family's been rising fast. Since the new head took over a few years ago, they've expanded rapidly. Kent asked, so can I use this as ID? The Northern Han Guard captain looked conflicted. It didn't seem fake, but it was still hard to verify, so Licha doesn't belong to this kingdom. This is Licha, the Chen Kingdom. The Northern Han Guard captain put the item down on the table. Even if it couldn't be verified, it was still useful. All right, you can enter, but there are conditions. Kent was surprised. Conditions? The Northern Han Guard captain looked at him seriously. We need to verify. We have to make sure you're not dangerous. Kent's voice echoed in Lichin with some suspicion. A whole team? The Northern Han Guard captain explained that currently, 3 others were also asking to enter Lichan territory, and the condition was that Licha had to team up with them to clear out a dungeon near Lichin territory. Kent rubbed his chin. Teaming up was a condition, so it was easier than he thought. Kent smiled happily. All right, I accept. But there's one more condition. The Northern Han Guard captain looked at him seriously. After clearing the dungeon, we want you to report every detail of what happened inside. Kent smiled slyly. I get it. Looks like you don't really know their identities either, so you want to observe each other and use this chance to weed out the suspicious ones. Not a bad plan, actually pretty smart. The Northern Han Guard captain stared at him in amazement. Not only that, are you really a savage? Kent nodded. Yeah, I'm a savage. The Northern Han Guard captain was secretly terrified. I always thought savages were dumb creatures, but you're the first savage to make me rethink. The Northern Han Guard captain stood up. All right, that's enough talk. Let's go. A man with a mustache sighed. Even though it's the law, I have to go into a dungeon with a bunch of pickpockets like sewer rats. The man, who called himself Paladin Alexander Tyrannus, looked annoyed, really a pain. The thief Cass in Black also seemed fed up. What's your problem? Old man wants to pick a fight with me because he lost all his money to a thief? Alexander got angry. You little punk dare insult a paladin. Cassin sneered at him. Paladin my ass. Paladins these days wear armor like that. If you were really a paladin, you wouldn't have shown your face here. You're just a self-proclaimed paladin wannabe, right? His words made the man uneasy. You're just a worthless scumbag like me. Alexander gripped his sword as Cassin kept mocking him. Tyrannus, that's my name. Where'd you dig that up? He angrily drew his sword, ready to mess up. Cassin casually swung his mace. Want to test your strength? Think that ragged armor can withstand my blows. Cassin's blade started oozing some strange blue liquid. Alexander also tightened his grip on his sword. Metal clashed, shining with brilliant platinum light. A voice rang out. I really hope you two stop this. A female priest appeared, sighing as she looked at the two men fighting. Prince H of Calotia sat in the corner, sighing. Do I really have to clear a dungeon with this bunch? Is this going to be okay? She tried to analyze the situation. Hey, the dungeon requires at least 4 people. Someone else will come. H looked worried about the current situation. A sound startled her. The Northern Con Guard captain pushed the door open. The last member has arrived. Kassan looked excited. I hope this time it's a real normal person. See for yourself. A carefully armored figure stepped in. Kent entered the room with a powerful aura. Everyone in the room looked shocked when they saw him. Kent smiled. Is that you guys? The ones teaming up with me? Alexander thought silently. He's huge. H couldn't hide her surprise. Is he really human? Kassan also looked scared. What kind of pressure is this? Kent waved enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. The Northern Con Guard captain instructed the group. All right, introduce yourselves. I'm recording. Kent looked at the group. Let's start the introductions. I'm Kent Mange. He glanced at Kassan confused. What about you? I'm Kassan Black. I'm a thief. A thief? Alexander cleared his throat, cutting off the two. I'm a paladin. Alexander Tyrannus. A paladin. Can you use holy magic? He looked embarrassed. Usually yes, but I'm a special case. Actually, I can't use it. Kent looked puzzled. H spoke up. I worship the god of deception and illusion. I'm H, a priest of Calotia. You're a priest. Nice to meet you. Kent was a bit surprised. Even a priest and your identity still unclear? H looked shy. My god is Kozia, god of tricks and illusions. My god doesn't have a good reputation. I see. The Northern Con Guard captain pushed the door open while the group was talking. He spoke. If you're ready, let's go. Kent and Alexander showed no emotion, while H and Kassan looked a bit uneasy. A moment later, the Northern Con Guard captain said to the group, We've arrived. Kent was a bit surprised by the surroundings. The Northern Con Guard captain stood before a cave, introducing the group. This is the dungeon entrance. He explained the dungeon as the group showed mixed expressions. The dungeon has 3 levels. We'll face immortal monsters. Kent smiled confidently at the captain's words. Clear the dungeon and bring back the badge. Kent started the conversation. Now let's make a plan. Can you explain it? The thief Kassan Black was scared. Cold sweat started dripping. He stammered, Mr. Kent. Kent replied kindly, no need for formalities. We're teammates, right? The thief scratched his head awkwardly and forced a smile. He began to look serious. So he seriously laid out the plan for everyone. Kent and the knight would charge first, forming the front line. I'll handle trap detection. The priest will stay behind to support with magic during the fight. How's that? Kent's eyes lit up with excitement. Ah, I got it, making Kassan smile sheepishly. The 4 formed a strong and passionate team. Let's get going. Scene changed tonight. The 4 looked worried and alert as they were still on the way. They were close to the battle site, but it was very dark. H was scared. Oh man, I can't see anything. Kassan Black was sweating, cold and worried inside. No guards or traps anywhere. Everything looked too normal. Suddenly, the sharp eyes of Thief Kassan spotted something unusual. He stepped toward Kent, glanced sideways, patted his shoulder, and said, Wait, stop, there's a monster. Kent looked confused. I don't see anything, but Kassan pointed at bones on the ground and said, Do you see those scattered bone fragments on the floor? Those are skeleton soldiers. If we take one more step, they'll come back to life and attack us. Kassan's cold, sharp eyes thought, just as expected, that sneaky guard captain already knows everything. This dungeon isn't a training challenge. It's a trap to weed out outsiders from the start. Kent pondered Kassan's words. Skeleton soldiers? Kassan continued, explaining and warning everyone. Skeleton soldiers aren't easy monsters. Even if their bodies are damaged or limbs cut off, they still move normally. Plus, since they're made of bones, their defense is super tough. This dungeon's difficulty is way beyond what I expected. Kassan arrogantly started assigning tasks. Hey priest, get your magic ready. Kassan, get your shield ready. Kent, you have to be ready too. I'll focus on finding their weak spots during the fight. Even if their bodies are destroyed, they still move, so aim for the neck. Also, because they're so tough, you have to hit the same spot multiple times to take them down. Kent praised. Great defense, I got it. Then Kassan Black stepped toward the skeleton soldier on the ground and said. Kent opened his eyes wide, looking at the skeleton soldier. Whoa. The skeleton soldier is standing up, getting ready to fight. Alexander prepared his shield firmly. H clasped her hands, chanting spells, and Kassan was ready, focusing on the tense battle ahead. The fight began. Kent swung his fist at the skeleton soldier, shattering it instantly. The time it took to kill the skeleton soldier was so fast and easy that even Kent and everyone there were stunned. Meanwhile, Kassan H was ready, fully focused on this intense battle. The fight had begun. Kent swung his fist at the skeleton soldier, shattering it instantly. The speed and ease with which Kent destroyed the skeleton shocked both himself and everyone watching. Kent grinned brightly and said, "Oh, Kassen, you're spot on. Just smash the head, and they'll stop moving." Kassen forced a smile, totally shocked by Kent's boldness. But inside, Kassen thought, "That's not what I meant. Bone soldiers are creatures made of bones, and their bones are as hard as steel, tough to break. Even a seasoned swordsman, without using aura, can barely chop through their bones in one swing. Plus, these bone soldiers are enhanced by dungeon magic. The only way to take them down is to focus attacks on their necks. Like chopping down a big tree, you gotta break their cervical vertebrae. It's unbelievable to blow their heads off and crush them to dust like that." Kassan was sweating cold drops, eyes tense as hell. Deep down, he was still trying to figure Kent out. "From the start, I knew he was strong, but damn, not this strong. Is he really human?" The three teammates were still stunned from the fight with the bone soldier, thinking it would be tough, but it got wiped out with just one punch from Kent. Kent tiptoed happily and said, "Yeah, let's move forward." H ran up and shouted, "Yeah, I see that, Kent, no need to rush so much." Kassan quickly replied, "Yeah, Alexandra and H are freaking out. I don't want us to die here." After a few steps, Kent stopped and started sensing something weird. At his feet, a bone soldier's head appeared. The others behind called out to Kent, confused, but he just froze. The scene ahead showed many bone soldiers scattered on the ground. H panicked and screamed. Kassan's bone soldier also noticed the oddity. This time it was real, they were charging. Suddenly, Kent shouted, "Can I ask you guys for a favor?" The other three asked back, confused. "What?" Kent said coldly and arrogantly. "Let me handle these damn bones myself. I want to test a few things." Hearing that, Kassan was like a fish in water, quickly agreeing. "Ah, yeah, do as you please." H's face lit up like he'd found gold. "I'm in too." Kent's eyes suddenly glowed purple, a mysterious smile spreading on his lips. "Thanks a lot." The battle was about to begin. Bone soldiers holding weapons slowly stood up. The other three wondered what Kent was planning. Kent was carefree and confident. He wondered, "What's this structure like? Pretty weird." The bone soldiers started using their skills, swinging weapons at Kent, but Kent easily caught the sword with 2 fingers. Now Kent raised 2 fingers in front of him, closed them, and his eyes shone purple as he began casting a skill. "What are you going to do now?" A strange jade green light radiated around the bone soldier. It raised its sword, ready to fight. A golden light flashed on a log. The battle started. The bone soldier swung its sword at Kent, but Kent tilted his head and dodged the slash effortlessly. He grabbed the bone soldier's hand tightly and grinned smugly. Suddenly, the bone soldier's hand dropped to the ground along with the sword. Kent stared at the lingering light on his hand. The bone soldier looked stunned and confused, face all twisted and pathetic. Its eyes flashed jade green with rage. The bone soldier used a skill to summon the sword back into its hand, ready to fight again. Kent laughed. "Haha, so you can switch hands too?" The bone soldier angrily charged at Kent. Suddenly, Kent grabbed the other hand and snapped it. Strange light appeared at the bone soldier's feet. The bone soldier attacked Kent fiercely again. But Kent easily held it back, even smirking, enjoying the fight style. Kent praised it, even able to switch positions mid-fight. "Damn, you're no joke, huh?" Turning to his 3 teammates, he saw H trembling with worry, cold sweat pouring. Kassan and Alexandra watched the fight, sweating cold sweat all over their faces in panic. Kassan saw Kent grab the bone soldier's head, his whole body glowing with intense purple light, and exclaimed, "This guy's a maniac." Kent smiled and waved. Kassan immediately shivered in fear. In a flash, a skull dropped to the ground. Kent stood above, sneering down at the skull. He kicked it coldly and said, "So they can still move with just their heads?" The skull shattered. He chuckled softly. "Interesting." After a moment, Kent dusted off his hands. He smiled at everyone and said, "Did you guys wait long? Sorry for making you wait." Kassan immediately said loudly, "No, do whatever you want." Kent said softly, "Thanks." Kent stepped forward, smiling. "All right then, let's keep going." Kassan, H, and Alexandra immediately replied loudly, "Yes." After walking a bit, Kent stopped. He looked down, and Kassan said, "These are stairs appearing before us." Kassan continued, "Second floor." Kent's group quietly descended. Alexandra and H stayed alert, scanning around. After a while, Kassan took off his face mask and sighed. He said softly, Maybe we should rest a bit." Kent turned to look at everyone, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then said, "You're right, a short break sounds good." Kassan knelt down, bowing deeply and said loudly, "Thanks." Kent crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. The other 3 sat down too, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Kent spoke up, "I have some questions about this dungeon." Kassan looked at him and asked, "What?" Alexandro opened his eyes to look at him. Kent smiled gently and said, "Honestly, I don't know much." Casson panicked, realizing he might have offended Kent, stammering, "No. Wanting to learn is admirable. I don't know much either, but hearing you say that, thanks." Casson widened his eyes. Curious, "What are you wondering about?" Kent looked at the happy townsfolk walking the street and said, "This dungeon is pretty close to the territory." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So, there's no problem with the dungeon and the monsters?" Casson explained. "Basically, monsters from the dungeon can't spill out. Of course, there are exceptions, but those cases are controlled and dealt with beforehand." Casson rubbed his chin and cleared his throat. He recalled scenes inside the dungeon and said, "Dungeons are natural phenomena, sometimes caves, sometimes towers. They usually appear near populated areas." Kent seemed to get it and said softly, "That's why this dungeon is here." Casson looked at him and said, "When a dungeon appears, the territory assesses its danger level. Then we, the outsiders, mercenaries or guards, step in." Kent smirked like he heard something interesting and asked, "So there are no dungeons inside the territory?" Casson shook his head. "No, dungeons only appear at a certain distance, away from residential zones." Kent nodded. "Got it." His face lit up instantly, happily saying, "If it's a dungeon, there must be rewards after clearing it, right?" Casson imagined gold and jewels in his head and said, "Exactly. There's a boss on the last floor. If you defeat the boss, you get all kinds of rewards. With a dungeon like this, the rewards won't be bad." Kent smirked. "Sounds like playing a game." Casson was curious. "What's a game?" Kent replied, just muttering. He looked at her and said, "I have one more question." Casson hesitated. "Yeah, ask away." He asked seriously, "Who created this dungeon?" Casson froze, question marks popping above her head. She said in shock, "What?" She looked at him suspiciously. "Dungeons form naturally, no one creates them." Kent imagined a hand controlling the townsfolk and shared his thought, though it sounded unbelievable. "First off, they always show up near places where people live, like someone's setting it up, so we're forced to check it out." The image of a snake coiled tight around an apple popped into his head, and he thought, "They appear near crowds, tempting us with juicy rewards." Kent crossed his arms coldly and said, "I think this looks more like a setup than some natural thing." She heard that and got startled, realizing, "Yeah, that actually makes sense." She propped her chin and thought, "I never saw it from this angle before, because I always assumed it was just normal." Casson Hack also bowed his head, deep in thought. "Honestly, I never really thought about it. No, I never even tried. It's a clear rule, an undeniable truth. Could this savage really dare to question such an obvious fact?" He wiped some sweat while thinking. Savages have always been dumb and brutal. Casson Hack remembered Kent in the blizzard, standing on a corpse, looking terrifying. He thought, cold-hearted and careless bastards. That truth never changes. Kent's bright eyes shining in the dangerous snow flashed in his mind. Casson Hack wondered, if what I know is right, is this savage really just a normal savage? Suddenly, a voice cut through Casson Hack's thoughts. Kent chuckled softly. "This is interesting." He stood up smiling. "Everyone done resting?" The group jumped up and said in unison, "Yeah, we are." Kent turned and started walking, waving his hand with a grin. "Then let's keep going." Casson Hack immediately replied, "Yes." After a while, Kent's group moved forward, everyone on edge, scanning around. Kent calmly went ahead, ignoring the nervous vibes behind him. Then suddenly he noticed something and stared. A golden locked treasure chest appeared right in front of him. Kent curiously said, "What's this?" Casson Hack looked at the chest and said, "That's a treasure chest. One of the maze's rewards. If you open it, the treasure is yours." Casson Hack imagined those who'd opened chests full of gold, thinking, easy to say, but opening a high-level chest like this needs a skilled thief, at least someone good at lockpicking. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, thinking, but if you're that good, why risk the dungeon? Too bad. We gotta skip this one. Suddenly, a voice cut off his thoughts. Kent looked at him and said, "Casson, open it." Casson panicked hard, thinking, what the hell? Kent looked at the chest and said, "It's a treasure chest." Then he looked at Casson and said, "You're a thief, right? This is your job." Casson's face turned pale and he hesitated. Yeah, that's right." But Kent's face lit up with excitement. "A treasure chest is a thief's thing. That's why I told you to try. I want to see a thief's skills up close." Casson frowned, annoyed, thinking, "Oh man, that's true, but there's a problem." On the outside, Casson smiled. But inside he was helpless, hands on his head, thinking, if I could do it, I wouldn't be here. He opened his mouth in shock, frozen, thinking, a lousy thief, not recognized by any guild. Where the hell does he get lockpicking skills? He worried, but couldn't tell them the truth. Casson looked at Kent, who was staring at him full of hope, thinking, that look is full of expectations. If I fail, it'll turn into pure disappointment. He imagined Kent's cold, commanding gaze, saying, "You call yourself a thief and can't do this? Pathetic." He remembered Kent stomping on a skull, terrified. Inside, He screamed in pain, but outside he scratched his head and smiled. Haha, all right, I'll try. After a bit, Kent admired Kasan opening the chest. He said, "Oh, you're using that tool to pick the lock? Nice." Kasan felt the pressure, worried. Kent was staring at him from behind. If I fail, I'm dead. He nervously recalled watching a thief pick a lock before, thinking hard, remembering the skills he'd seen while tagging along as a porter. Kasan studied the lock, feeling massive pressure behind him, sweating like crazy. He thought, betting my life on this. Thief Kasan, the scream from your soul. Suddenly, the thief Kasan's eyes widened, looking shocked and amazed. He started trembling. Kent was curious, realizing Kasan had used his talent to open the treasure chest. He was so happy he teared up, shouting, "Yo, it's open." H standing nearby was thrilled, excited. "Oh, really? I heard only top thieves can open these treasure chests. Didn't expect to see one open it right here. Sick." Kent happily gave a thumbs up. "Is that so? Good job, Kasan." Despite the praise, Kasan's expression wasn't happy at all. He was dumbfounded, thinking, "I wasn't supposed to open it. How did this happen?" Just by looking, it opened. This skill is insane. Kasan always prided himself on survival skills, but now he doubted life's meaning for the first time. He was still stunned, standing still. Did I really try my best? And just like that, Kasan lost his pride. Kent then walked up to the chest and asked, "So, how much is this treasure worth?" H also stepped forward, saying, With this amount, a family could live luxuriously for a whole month." Kasan was still stuck in his existential doubts. Kent smiled and replied, "I see, got it." Then he turned to Kasan and said, "Kasan, you handle dividing the loot." Kasan snapped out of it hearing Kent's call, scared. "Yes." Kasan approached the chest and gently lifted a cup. He stared blankly at the sparkling cup, zoning out for a while. Suddenly, someone called him in a spooky voice, "Kasan." Kasan got scared and yelled loudly, "Oh, it was just Kent calling." Kent said, "Need any help?" Kasan was breathing hard from the scare. Kent saw this and asked, "Are you hurt or something?" Kasan panicked like he'd been caught red-handed. He shouted, "No, I didn't do anything." The three people there were super confused. After a while, the group grabbed everything from the chest and left. While walking, Kent suddenly spotted something ahead and stopped, saying, "Wait, bone soldiers." Ahead lay a pile of bones firmly embedded in the ground. Kent's group stopped and watched as Kent counted skulls, exclaiming, "Looks like there are 4. I'll take care of 3. Behind him, Kasan, H, and Alexandra were startled. Kent smiled creepily at the bones and said, "You guys handle the last one." Kasan replied, "Got it, but thought, this is going to be a real fight, tough one." Handro nodded too. "Yeah." Kent quickly moved forward. Suddenly, the bones on the ground glowed with a blue light. Kasan broke into a cold sweat, thinking, no matter how many times I see bones reassembling themselves, it still freaks me out. Then the bones seemed to have a soul, piecing themselves together and standing up. The group stepped back in fear. Only Kent stood firm. Then the 4 bone soldiers charged at them. Kent shouted, "Everyone, get ready." Kasan, H, and Alexandro raised their hands and chanted a holy magic spell, a golden light appearing and surrounding them. "Let's go." Kasan bravely charged forward. He threw a punch at one of the skeleton soldiers. The other 3 skeleton soldiers angrily tried to rush forward, but suddenly, all 3 were grabbed tightly by the neck, leaving them shocked and stunned. Kent, using his muscular arms, easily subdued the 3 skeleton soldiers. Seeing the brave thief Kasan, he exclaimed, "This is rare, don't mess it up. I got your backs." The remaining skeleton soldier was now swinging his sword fiercely at Alexandro. Alexandro quickly used his shield to block the skeleton soldier's strike. His eyes hardened with determination like never before. At that moment, Kasan suddenly leapt into the air, aiming to attack the skeleton soldier from behind. He raised his sword high. The skeleton soldier seemed to sense the danger behind him and glanced back. But Kasan was too fast. The skeleton soldier couldn't dodge and was cut down by Kasan. That's when H started to act, her eyes blazing as she raised her hand and loudly called out the dark cloak technique. Instantly, it was like Alexandra was empowered, dashing forward at lightning speed. He delivered a surprise slash to the skeleton soldier. The soldier collapsed, its neck bones cracking, but it didn't die and screamed in rage. Kent stood aside watching his teammates and smiled happily. Haha. Holding 2 big stones in his hands, he cheerfully said, "Never thought I'd see such a perfect squad in action." Kent smiled with a hint of anger and said, "Truly a rare find." Then Kent suddenly crushed one of the big stones in his hand into dust. Smiling, he said, "Now that the trouble's handled, time to enjoy." Saying that, Kent swiftly swung a knife at the remaining skeleton soldiers. After a while, Kasan, H, and Alexandra had cornered a skeleton soldier and seemed to share the same thought. Thief Kassan thought there was no doubt left. Sweating cold, he wondered, what kind of savage is this? Alexandro thought it was a challenge to them. The skeleton soldier's eyes widened as it looked at the three with a guilty face. It sat silently in a corner, looking pitiful. Kassan, H, and Alexandro's eyes all lit up angrily as they stared at the dazed skeleton soldier, thinking, if we show weakness, we're done for. Then they unleashed a flurry of slashes on the poor skeleton soldier. After a while, the skeleton soldier's head finally fell off. Alexandro, exhausted, stuck his sword into the ground and slumped down. Not just Alexandro, but Kassan and H also looked extremely tired after taking down the skeleton soldier. The three were very tired, but only Kent remained strong after single-handedly defeating 3 skeleton soldiers. He crossed his arms, reflecting on the past. No more doubts, the people of Snow Ice Plains are pretty decent. Kent thought, the third-floor monsters are also skeleton soldiers, and their numbers are increasing, but thanks to Kent leading us, we got through easily. Finally, H and Alexandro looked at Kent worriedly as he pondered. Kassan was also anxious. The group had now reached the deepest room in the dungeon's center. A skeleton knight was sitting there. He sat motionless on a throne. H's eyes widened, trembling in shock. A skeleton knight? What the hell is something like this doing here? Kent, still unsure, asked. Is it different from the others? H replied, yeah, it's super strong. Her expression was terrified. She thought, a skeleton knight swinging a great sword easily and powerfully. If you're not at knight level, there's no chance to face it. This isn't a monster we can handle. Kent continued to wonder, what if we don't defeat it and go back? H awkwardly answered, there will be an investigation by the guild. If they find a reasonable explanation, we won't get into trouble. Suddenly hearing this, Kent smiled, then confidently stepped forward with a grin and said, sounds fair. The group gasped. The skeleton knight stood majestically, radiating great power. He smiled dangerously and stared at his opponent, yet Kent showed no fear. A skeleton soldier that can keep its form while fighting, that's interesting. Immediately, the skeleton knight took an attacking stance. H's face showed astonishment, but she reacted quickly, instantly creating a protective barrier. It was dangerous. 2 powerful magical forces clashing, but H looked like she was losing, and soon the barrier shattered. Luckily, Alexandro quickly used his shield to block the blow, then fell to the ground. This move made Kent glance over in admiration. Alexandro was shocked. Was that attack really that strong? The skeleton knight's strike truly amazed him. Way too strong. Not stopping there, the skeleton's eyes flashed again. This time, the attack was even stronger than before, but Kent remained calm. He stood his ground as the skeleton knight closed in. Unexpectedly, before the skeleton knight could act, Kent punched him and sent him flying. The skeleton vanished in a surprising way. Kassan gaped in disbelief. Alexandro was equally shocked. After that, Kent casually brushed off his hands, even looking down on it. Is that all? Then he turned to the others. Suddenly his eyes froze as if he just noticed something. He called Kassan's name. Surprised to be called, Kassan looked confused. Yeah, there's a treasure chest glowing over there. Kent wants to know if you can open it. Kassan jumped and shouted, no way, it's protected by a high-level lock. With my skills, I can't open it. Hearing this, Kent pretended to be disappointed. Really? Damn it. Kassan also looked down, feeling it was a shame but gave up. It seemed that way until Kent swung his hand and smashed the chest himself, scaring Kassan again, and finally the chest shattered to pieces. Alexandro and H looked at him like he was some kind of alien, but Kent didn't care. The reward looked huge at first glance. Kassan, you clean up. He immediately ordered. Kassan approached, still stunned, thinking, this is the first time I've seen someone break a chest like that. It made him wonder, but if Kent could break it, why call me to unlock it? After finishing the task, they all went outside. The sky was sunny and bright, with birds chirping, and something caught Kent's attention. The cave the group had just entered suddenly exploded. Kassan explained the situation. After clearing the dungeon, it disappears. So this time, there's probably no secret room. Kent was curious. Secret rooms really exist here? Kassan confirmed that despite the danger, they do exist. Hearing this, Kent smirked excitedly. Sounds pretty interesting. His attitude made Kassan puzzled. The guard captain overheard something, his face showing surprise. What? All done already? Meanwhile, outside the city, the guard captain asked about the dungeon's status. Kent joked back, it was fun in there. The captain sighed in relief. I see. Then he ordered, everyone, follow me. Sitting in a room, H softly said, there's no big problem. So the captain pointed out, so do you think that Manji guy can stay in the territory? H hesitated, I think it's probably fine. The captain noticed something. When talking about Manji, she was vague. He closed his eyes tensely. Conquering the dungeon isn't the issue, it's how it's done. The real goal is to find dangerous people. Kassan added that Manji isn't the type to cause trouble. But the captain knew clearly that although he's as strong as a beast, he doesn't harm anyone. Very different from the usual Manji. Now Kent started praising everyone. Cassin did great as a thief, disabling traps and trying to open the chest. Alexandra was also a strong frontline warrior. Her prayer helped us a lot. The captain got suspicious upon hearing that. Weird. Usually, when a stranger is forced into a team to conquer a dungeon, they don't praise others this enthusiastically. In the end, he had to agree. All right, you're allowed in. Before that, there was a warning. Even though you're allowed, if you cause trouble, you'll be kicked out. Be careful. Kent spoke up firmly. Yes. Then he handed over a bag. This is the reward for the purge. Everyone can split it themselves. According to the captain, sometimes the guards just take the rewards for themselves. Kent didn't think much and cheerfully took it. Thanks a lot. The captain guessed, but this time they probably wouldn't touch it. Kent suggested, let's split it evenly then. Did that leave them dumbfounded? H quickly refused. Ah, no need. Not even Alexandra dares to take it. Me neither. But Kent kept persuading. Since the whole team worked together, the rewards must be shared equally. No refusals allowed. Hearing that, Ka-san said, all right, maybe Kent's just trying to sweet-talk us. Let's go celebrate. Let's find a tavern nearby. The group didn't expect this situation. Huh. What? In the end, they reluctantly agreed. Celebrate. Yeah. But deep down, they were crying inside. I want to go home. While the others were sulking, Kent was super pumped. The captain looked on, fed up. A savage dude punched and killed a night skeleton beast as strong as a monster. He shifted to a scrutinizing gaze, at least as strong as a knight, definitely not an ordinary Manji. And the captain could guarantee that a legendary Mani was no ordinary person. Then he seriously assigned the mission. I'll report to the Lord. You guys guard the gate. The subordinates immediately acknowledged the order. Night had fallen, and in the vast royal palace, low flames flickered, creating a solemn atmosphere. The emperor sat inside, his deep voice commanding, enter. Captain, salute and report. The Lord of Bakken Kingdom John at Bakken replied, what's the matter? The captain immediately revealed the situation. Captain of the 1st Security Squad reports, a barbarian has entered the territory. That night, in the waiting hall outside the mansion, a voice rose from inside the room. You gave him permission? The Northern Han Guard captain lowered his head. Yes, sir, but it's not really a problem. The man on the golden throne looked down suspiciously. Then what's the real problem? He nervously reported, he's too strong, so strong that he's a problem. The Lord raised his head, curious. How strong is he? The room fell silent except for the Northern Hand Guard captain's voice and the surprise in the Lord's eyes. They said he defeated a night skeleton with a single blow. His eyes widened in shock. A night skeleton? His mind pictured the monster Kent wielding a sword surrounded by dark energy. A night skeleton, a monster that's tough to handle if it doesn't reach knight rank. And he defeated it with just one punch. Then he bowed his head, lost in thought about those huge men standing in the blizzard. Barbarians who only use brute strength, simple-minded with no education. Then hesitantly, so he must be 1st rank, right? The Northern Han Guard captain guessed. Probably. The Lord wondered. And he might be even stronger? The captain's face tensed, unable to confirm for sure. Hearing this, the Lord fell silent. A warrior of that caliber, but a barbarian race who believes strength is everything. This is going to be a big problem. For now, summon him to meet me. The Northern Hand Guard captain broke into a sweat, a bit worried. Are you sure you'll be okay? The Lord judged that just letting such a strong guy roam the territory was already dangerous. Meeting him face to face and seeing how he behaves would be reassuring. The Northern Hand Guard captain objected. But it could be dangerous, sir. The knight beside stepped forward with a serious face. The Northern Han Guard captain sitting on the golden throne reminded, I have knights guarding me personally. Seeing that, the knight was startled and looked up, then glanced at the knight beside him. What do you think? He gripped the sword at his side. He's strong, but just a savage, a big musclehead with no brains. Then he remembered his stern master and asserted, compared to my swordsmanship taught directly by the sword saint, he's not on the same level, so you don't need to fear him. The Lord nodded silently in agreement, then loudly announced, summon that barbarian here. I'll talk to him face to face. Meanwhile, at a table full of food and beer, Kent bit into meat and chewed noisily. The three at the table silently watched him eat like a starving man. Their faces turned pale in the cold atmosphere. Kent raised his beer, his face friendly as he took a gulp and set it down, smiling at the group. This dish is awesome, and I really like the quiet vibe here. It's on me today, so feel free to eat and drink. Hearing that, the group forced smiles at Kent. Ha ha, suddenly you turn around, are you a holy knight? Alexandra was startled. Yes. His face showed curiosity as he looked at him. What kind of holy power do you use? I didn't see you use it during the dungeon attack. Hearing that, Kent scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I'm still training, so my holy power hasn't activated yet. Kent's eyes widened with regret. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alexandro cleared his throat shyly. Then he turned to H, sitting quietly beside him. You said the god you serve is named Calicia, right? Is there a temple for that god nearby? She glanced away nervously and explained. No, I don't think so. He's not a widely worshipped god. She recalled the cold demeanor of that god, surrounded by a snake, the god of deceit and trickery. Corrosia was shunned and rejected by people. H clenched her skirt. Kent, he replied. What's up? She pressed. How strong are you? Seeing that, Alexandro and Cassan also looked at him in surprise, while Kent kept chewing, confused by their reaction. Then Kent touched his chin, recalling the rank system. I'm not really sure. I left Snow Ice Plain not long ago, so I'm wondering how strong I am, how strong the night skeleton I defeated was. Hearing that, H widened her eyes and explained based on her knowledge. At least second rank is needed to handle him. If it's first rank, they can defeat him like you did, Kent, he concluded. Then I'm probably second rank. Suddenly, a man appeared before them, hands sweating profusely. Sorry. The shop owner bowed, trembling. Our shop is about to close. Seeing that, Kent just smiled while the man got even more scared. My bad, let's go. The group stepped out of the shop. Do you guys have any plans or schedules coming up? At his question, both Alexandro and H shouted in unison. Yes, we already do. Then Cassan urgently shouted, yes, I'm super busy. He looked at them, both shy and regretful. I see, that's too bad. Then I guess we part ways here. See you all another day. The three thought of the princess's farewell image and felt secretly happy. No need to meet again. That night, Kent lay back on the bed, legs crossed. He closed his eyes comfortably and sighed. Phew, so comfy. First time I've been able to lie on a bed since coming to this world. Earlier at the encounter, the owner drooled into a cup looking at him. Kent thought to himself he was glad to stay at the inn thanks to the dungeon reward and didn't face too much trouble. Now sunlight streamed through the window. He sat cross-legged on the bed, humming excitedly. Compared to Snow Ice Plain, this place was truly paradise. He recalled when he was still in Snow Ice Plain, facing countless confusing system frames, and it took quite some time from when he woke up there until discovering a civilization like this place. So what do I do next? I want to explore more, experience more in this world. Kent raised his palm, spread his fingers, silently wishing for an epic adventure, in his mind setting the destination to the elf tribe's holy land. His eyes blurred, the magic tower and the kingdom's dazzling capital fading. Then he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, sunlight poured through the window. He groggily woke up. Kent sat up, wiped drool from the corner of his mouth as he heard a knock outside. He stepped out to see who it was. Behind the door, the captain of the Northern Khan Guard hesitated. Oh, did I wake you? Sorry about that. Kent looked at him confused. The guard captain, what's going on? The Northern Khan Guard captain cleared his throat, then formally announced, the Lord wants to see you in person. Kent smirked. Oh, the Lord? Huh? Then he imagined the Lord's wealth and luxury. The Lord rules this land, master of the entire territory. A guy like that wants to meet me? Kent's face was full of bewilderment. All right then. Kent looked at the Northern Khan Guard captain and said, can I go now? Let me change clothes and I'll follow you. The captain froze right there in the cave. Am I really going to the right place? Why is he inviting me so easily? Later, in the bustling market streets, Kent thought to himself that when he first entered this territory, it was pitch dark, so he only caught a glimpse. His eyes sparkled as he followed the Northern Khan Guard captain, looking around, but seeing it in daylight was seriously mind-blowing. He smiled, admiration all over his face, giving a thumbs up to the captain. If this is what a fantasy world looks like, I'm totally down for all the surprises. The captain's face drained of blood, looking utterly confused. What's wrong with that guy? He furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, time's running out. Better get back as soon as possible. Then an announcement came, Lord, I brought the barbarian here to meet you. Hearing that, the Lord turned and ordered, let him in. The grand hall doors opened quickly. Kent looked inside, the Lord's hand extended warmly. Glad to meet you, barbarian. Standing by the window, one hand behind his back, the other politely extended forward. I am Lichuk Bakin, Lord of this land. He introduced himself again, Lichuk Bakin, Lord of the Bakin territory in the Genhen Kingdom. Kent shook his hand. Honored to meet you, the legitimate Lord of Bakin, then bowed with eyes closed. I am Kent, a barbarian. The Lord's eyes widened at Kent's polite handshake, looking shocked. Kent kept shaking his hand, gripping his wrist and bowing respectfully. The Lord was suspicious. A barbarian shaking hands? He imagined Kent's coldness but calmed down a bit. Barbarians probably never shook hands before. For them, strength is everything, no exceptions. Looks like I've lived long enough to see this. The Lord cleared his throat to regain composure. You seem to know some basic etiquette. Sit down. The Lord sat on his throne, while Kent sat opposite at the tea table. The space was silent yet elegant. Kent glanced around. So this is what a lord's castle looks like. His eyes lit up. Even in a fantasy world, it's still just like the medieval times. In front of him stood a knight, arms behind his back, standing solemnly. Is that the Lord's bodyguard knight? Kent's eyes filled with curiosity and awe, his hand clenched on the table, excited like a kid staring. When I was little, I loved playing knight roleplay. Never thought I'd see a real knight one day. He looked so majestic, so awesome. Just like I dreamed. The knight noticed Kent's gaze. His face twitched in surprise. Hostility? He clenched his teeth angrily. That's real hostility, no mistaking it. How dare he radiate such a strong killing aura right in front of the Lord? To him, Kent was like a walking death threat. Then the knight grabbed his sword at his side. Fool, you won't leave here alive. Suddenly he spoke. The reason I invited you here is simple. He paused, eyes full of scrutiny. I just want to verify a few things about you. Kent calmly crossed his arms, looking at the Lord. Your call. What do you want to verify about me? Then the Lord questioned. Where are you from? Kent closed his eyes, recalling the snow-covered mountains. So that's what he's curious about. I come from the coldest place on this continent, a land buried in eternal snow. Both men were shocked. Perpetual ice and snow. The Lord stared at him, while Kent kept his arms crossed, eyes closed in thought. He really is the legendary barbarian warrior, and now he's standing right in front of me. Then looking down. What you say is hard to believe. Kent sighed, arms crossed. It's a harsh place. Believe it or not, up to you. The Lord's voice echoed in the room again. Then let me ask another question. His eyes sharp, probing Kent. How strong are you? Imagining Kent's wild domination, is his strength really as terrifying as rumored? Hearing this, Kent fired back. Your question is wrong. I don't know what your strength standards are, so I can't answer. The Lord replied, I see. Then glanced at the knight beside him, who nodded in silent agreement and suggested, Do you want to spar with one of my knights? If you accept, I guarantee you'll get a worthy reward. Kent thought. A sparring match with the Injuet family? Then the Lord added, Of course, it won't be a life or death fight. I trust you'll control your power. Hearing that, Kent smiled. I'm interested. His excited laugh startled the others. A duel with a Lord's knight. In his mind, Kent pictured knights from fairy tales, not just ordinary knights but fantasy world knights, wielding magic and glory. A chance to see his true combat skills. Kent put his hand on his chin, smiling with joy. I'm really pumped for this. The Lord clenched his fists on the chair, looking at Kent, who was radiating pure hostility. He thought barbarians are still barbarians. No matter how polite and refined he is, his wild nature, thirst for battle, and passion for war never change. Kent's excitement made the two others jump in surprise. At the arena above, sitting in the observation chair, below were the knight and Kent. The knight stared at him. Kent smiled excitedly back. The Lord reminded them, Let's start. Hope no one bleeds here. The bell rang quickly. The knight drew his sword, carefully watching Kent. Consider it your privilege to witness my swordsmanship. His name was Magia. Kent just smiled back. I'm really looking forward to this fight. The knight gritted his teeth in anger. How dare he be so relaxed against me? The knight's leg bent, ready to charge. I'll show you. His eyes blazing with rage, sword aura swirling as he turned. The difference in skill between you and me. Kent stayed calm, watching him charge. The knight thought, let's see what you can do against me. The barbarian in front of him, the sword split into three at lightning speed. Kent's eyes went wide. The strike confused him. The sword split into three. He thought, what kind of illusion is this? Three sword tips swung at him. Kent widened his eyes and dodged lightly. No, this wasn't an illusion at all. The knight kept wildly slashing. He dodged the first strike. All three swords were real. Was this his sword technique? Then he observed carefully and confirmed. Yeah, that knight beside you is gritting his teeth with pride. You'll have to struggle a lot to dodge my sword strikes. Making it this far against me is already impressive. The sword strikes came faster and more relentless, but this fight didn't need to drag on. Suddenly, Kent raised a hand and flicked his fingers, shattering the sword into pieces. The knight beside him widened his eyes in confusion. What the hell was that? Kent placed his hand on the knight's chest, and the armor and sword shattered to bits. He grabbed the armor hard, deforming it, then threw the guy backward. The knight was tossed unconscious. The others above shouted in panic. What the hell was that? The knight's hand dropped limply to the ground. He lay against the wall, a long slide mark on the floor, staring in fear and shock. Just one punch. One punch took down a first-class knight. What kind of terrifying power is this? Elsewhere, Kent turned and smiled, asking the Lord, so the battle's over, right? The Lord above looked like a ghost, suddenly standing up and staring. He squinted. That's right. In his mind, he replayed how Kent casually threw the knight and fell into thought. A savage who can beat a first-class knight with a single punch. That's monster-level strength. At least, he must be superhuman level. But that was just the minimum power he showed. His deeper strength remained hidden and hard to measure. The Lord sat back down. A savage with that kind of power could shake this entire continent. Then he thought of the hero and his dragon. If so, I should inform that guy, one of the rare few on this vast continent who holds the title of Holy Sword. Bowing his head, he muttered, "It's time for him to step up. I wonder if he'll be excited to hear about a savage like this." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Are you talking about me?" Startled, he looked up. The window was wide open with a gust of wind. A figure behind the curtain stood calmly with arms crossed. Seeing this, he sighed and rolled his eyes. His tastes are still as weird as ever. Ken clenched his fist teasingly. "Quiet, huh? Everyone needs some fun and games, right?" Then the Lord crossed his arms, serious and urging. "Then why don't you share that interesting story with me?" This was Holy Sword. Ken standing up, bowing respectfully to the Lord. "It's an honor to see you here, even if I'm delivering this news rather suddenly. I present to you the great Holy Sword, Lord Ken." The Lord smiled, eyes sharp, still bowing respectfully, with closed eyes. Meanwhile, in the knight's room, the guy lay on the bed, hand on his forehead. The door opened. The Lord entered and asked, startling him, "Has your body recovered yet?" Then he jumped up in alarm. "In a few days, I'll be fully healed. Please forgive me, my lord." Ken stepped forward behind him. "You should be the one apologizing to me." He put his hands behind his back. "My foolish disciple lost to an unknown savage." The knight looked shocked at his master. The Lord's eyes caught the torn patch on the knight's chest armor, but there wasn't a single scratch on his body, which made him even more eager about Kent. "Before coming here, I saw that kid's armor shattered. Judging by the armor's condition, it wouldn't be surprising if he died. Yet his clothes were only torn in a few places, and his body was unscathed. Could that savage have gone easy on him?" Ken folded his arms and assessed the situation. This wasn't some dumb savage. He was someone who could control his power and strike with precision. The knight stammered, "I understand now." The Lord's eyes were sharp, and he was far beyond the knight's level, able to fight and hold back like it was a joke. He had to be at least superhuman level. Hearing this, the Lord and the knight were both amazed. The Lord muttered, then looked at Ken suspiciously. "Forgive my rudeness, but how does he compare to you, Lord Ken?" The Lord turned to confirm. "He's strong, but I am the Holy Sword. Even if he has superhuman strength, he can't reach me." The knight looked a bit embarrassed, "So that's how it is." The Lord was still deep in thought. But I don't see him using any aura when fighting, yet his power is already at this level," he added, making the knight surprised. "That's impossible if you think in the usual way. Is this the power of a savage from the snow-ice plains?" Hearing this, the Lord bowed his head, thinking about Ken's time in the snow-ice plains. "At first, I didn't believe it, but it seems he really came from the snow-ice plains." Suddenly, Ken looked up. A savage from the snow-ice plains. The Lord thought coldly of Kent living in the blizzard, the legend of a survivor from the frozen plains. Is he even human? Or he cautiously stroked his beard, maybe a mutant? Images of fierce snakes and polar bears flashed in his mind, but then the Lord denied it. No, which confused the knight beside him. Then he thought of the fierce demons and white snakes and concluded, if he really was a mutant, he wouldn't have been so merciful to you. The Lord doubted Kent's appearance. "I was wrong, but he's from the snow-ice plains. Why there? And why now?" Ken fell into doubt, the knight confused. "Is something wrong? Holy Sword?" The Lord looked up. "Nothing. We'll talk about that later." The Emperor was the same. Then he thought of when the main army entered the snowy mountains, always demanding the strangest things. Ken looked away. "No need to worry about that now." The knight awkward. "I understand." Then the Lord pressed. "Is that savage still in this land?" The knight answered quickly. "Yes, he said he'll stay here for a while, so definitely." Hearing that, the Lord turned and left, face serious and curious. "I have to see his strength for myself." The next morning, sunlight shone on a white castle. The Northern Con Guard captain asked Kent, "What are you planning for the next step?" Then he stared at Kent, waiting. Kent hesitated. "Yeah, probably a bag of gold was placed on the table earlier. This was the reward for the recent battle," and the captain interrupted, then closed his eyes and announced, "From now on, I won't interfere with your actions in this territory." Kent stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I don't have a clear plan yet, but it'd be better if I could confirm my identity here. Having to conquer dungeons every time I enter a new territory is really a pain." The Northern Con Guard captain looked at him and suggested, "If you're worried about that, there's a way to find someone with high status to vouch for your identity." Or he interrupted, making Kent curious. "What?" He continued, "You could become a mercenary." He closed his eyes, thinking of the mercenary explanation. "If you accumulate enough achievements and get recognized by the mercenary guild, your identity will be accepted." The Northern Con Guard captain had his own calculations. Still, mercenaries are just tough workers, and unless they reach a certain rank, it's hard to get their identity confirmed. With Manji's power, finding a sponsor is the easiest choice right now. Kent muttered, mercenary, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Is there really a way like that? In his mind, the image of a badass mercenary fighting flashed by as he drifted into daydreams. Mercenaries are those who specialize in monster hunting and escorting trade caravans. This is the symbol of a romantic, mystical world. If that's the case, Kent smiled excitedly. Where do I go to become a mercenary? The captain of the Northern Hand Guard looked up at him in surprise. Well, there's a guild in the city. His face lit up with excitement, eyes sparkling. Take me there. His face froze as he stared at him. All right, let me explain about the mercenary skeletons. Mercenary skeletons are wanderers who roam around completing assigned missions. Some see them as symbols of romantic freedom. But in reality, mercenary skeletons are the lowest class in society, made up of those without recognized identities. They get attacked by monsters in dungeons, and even the strong mercenary skeletons often die in unexplored dungeons or are just sacrificed for dark jobs. That's why lowly mercenary skeletons are usually crude, filthy, and noisy. Right now, the guy in green angrily punches the guy in brown. You bastard, how dare you touch me? This is the Mercenary Skeleton Guild. The brown-shirted guy falls face first onto the table. Then he jumps up cursing. Want to start something? The green-shirted guy yells back. Come at me if you dare. The others around cheer. Hey, right guy, I'm betting on you. Try to win? I'm betting on the left guy. They rush at each other, grabbing hair and throwing punches. Nearby, the pink-haired girl adjusts some papers while glancing sideways. Ra, the newbie. How's it looking this time? Ra sighs, annoyed. Nothing good. Just a bunch of weirdos. This is Ra, the receptionist of the Mercenary Skeleton Guild. She thinks of Alexandro, some crazy guy calling himself the Holy Knight, then remembers Casson, and also a talented thief. Lastly, H. The priestess was a total mess, and the god she worshipped wasn't trustworthy at all. Pink Hair hesitates seeing Rosa like this. Oh, really? That's too bad. She lowers her head, feeling troubled inside. No soulbinders show up, and these uneducated mercenary skeletons just fight all day. Her mind drifts to the handsome blonde prince with open arms. If only a prince on a white horse would show up, stand by me, and help with this receptionist job, that'd be awesome. Someone enters through the door. Rosa looks up, eyes wide in shock when she sees him. Kent walks in smiling, looking around. So this is the Mercenary Skeleton Guild. The two fighting guys stop and stare in disbelief. No way. A savage? The others gape at him too, feeling uneasy under their stares. Then he folds his arms and sits at the table, smiling. I'm here because I want to become a mercenary skeleton. Opposite, Rosa nervously holds the papers. You really want to be a mercenary skeleton? Can I ask your purpose? He calmly probes. There are many reasons, but I heard being a mercenary skeleton can help get recognized identity in this kingdom. She explains awkwardly. That's true, but to get recognized through the mercenary skeleton path, you'll need to rack up quite a few achievements. Is that okay? Kent confirms. No problem. She pulls out a typewriter to register him. Then I'll sign you up as a mercenary skeleton for a fee of 5 silver coins. Can you tell me your name and age? He places the money on the table too. I'm CA2, and I'm not sure about my age. Her fingers type skillfully. I'll put down an approximate number then. Finally, she hands him a card from a wooden box. Done. Your mercenary skeleton registration is complete. This is your mercenary skeleton badge. It's the mark of a mercenary skeleton. Don't lose it. He stares at it, then happily picks up the card. I got accepted. Then he looks up at Rosa with an innocent expression. Are there any missions right now? I want to start immediately. She stammers. Missions? Yeah. She pushes a paper toward Kent. These are the missions you can take currently. Then he grabs the file on the table. Wait, only these low-level missions? The mission board lists mission level F, gathering herbs, cleaning the basement, sewer sanitation, street sweeping, night patrol. Rosa sweats nervously, forcing a smile. Because he's just a force-level mercenary skeleton, these are the missions suitable for him. She's terrified inside. Mercenaries are usually proud. What if he suddenly gets angry? Should I call for backup? She closes her eyes tight, awkwardly explaining. If you complete simple missions and accumulate achievements, you'll get harder missions later. He replies, I choose this mission. She opens her eyes, calming down, looking down as he points to the first mission on the board. She looks up hesitantly. Are you sure? He folds his arms, asking back, this is work that needs doing, right? She hesitates. Yes, I understand. Then Kent smiles and asks, so where do I find the herbs to gather? Rosa shows a photo with the plant's shape. You have to go outside the village into the forest. They look like this. He grabs the photo excitedly and leaves. Got it. I'll be back soon. She's flustered. Okay, okay. Kent turns and walks away, eyes still fixed on the photo behind him. Rosa looks confused. Why does he look so calm? Then he steps out the door and leaves. Behind, pink hair is trembling. Rosa is frozen in shock. At night in some forest, on the ground is the flower Kent needs. He compares the photo with the flower. He comments. Herbs that heal wounds? They look pretty strange. Then he takes off his jacket and throws it on the ground. Kent puts on his hat, smiling as he clenches his arm. I'm ready with UV protection gear. Let's start the first mercenary skeleton mission. UV rays are harmful even in other worlds. A little-known fact from Kental. About an hour later, at the Mercenary Skeleton Guild, a sack of herbs is dumped on the table, shocking Ra. He looks at her innocently. Is this enough? She stammers. That's way too much. Confused. Is he trying to wreck the whole herb patch or what? Her eyes widen, but then she looks at the herbs in the sack. The herb quality is very good. Most mercenary skeletons just yank them roughly, ruining their value. Kent shyly sniffs. Don't look at me like that. I'm pretty meticulous when picking them. She hesitates. Right. Then she hands over a silver coin. Thanks for being careful. Ka, 2. Here's your reward for the mission. 1 silver coin. Barely enough for the cheapest meal. Still, it's the first money he's earned from honest work. Kent recalls seriously gathering herbs, smiling quietly, feeling touched. Then he eagerly picks up the coin and stands. I'm very satisfied with this. Can I get the next mission now? Rosa is stunned. Huh? She blinks, confused. What? He's happy with this reward, this savage? Kent looks happy and treasures the coin in his hand. It's still daylight, so I want to do as much as possible. She's puzzled inside. Why is he so cheerful? Tears well up as she screams silently. God, this mercenary skeleton is as weird as anyone. Kent points to the warehouse cleaning mission on the forced level mission list and says, pick this one next. Rosa is confused, thinking after the herb gathering this is already the 3rd cleaning mission. Seeing Kent still excitedly looking up, she feels suspicious. Could the berserker actually like cleaning? Rosa's tone is stiff. Well then, assign the mission to you. Kent's footsteps appear. Hearing the steps, a blue-eyed woman glances at Kent's bear-like large frame and says, I'm here to clean the warehouse. The brown-haired ponytail woman freezes. Kent asks friendly, Are you the owner of this warehouse? She snaps back to reality. Yes, yes. Thinking inside, savage. Warehouse cleaning is simple. Moving stuff inside is no problem. With his great strength, he easily carries a big pile of stuff to move, shocking the brown-haired woman. The next mission is street sweeping. He picks up a broom and starts sweeping. At first, it's hard to control his strength, but he manages it well. Back then, Kent swept up all the dust, filling the air with a smoky haze. Someone watching Kent at work saw him acting normal, making Kent shout, What the hell? Why is he like that? Kent thought to himself, clearly this guy should at least be a mid-tier mercenary with enough determination to influence an entire kingdom. Just showing off his power would earn respect wherever he went. Yet this savage who always solved problems with brute force was now sweeping the floor. Watching how seriously he swept, not just half-assing it, Kent suspected maybe Kent actually enjoyed the work and wondered what the hell he was doing. Sunlight poured in, highlighting the lush green leaves and sparrows. Kent just woke up, stretching with a satisfying sound. He stepped onto the wooden floor. Kent glanced at the bedside cabinet, spotted a money pouch, and exclaimed, Ah! Staring at that pouch brought back memories. The coin pouch was placed in a tray and pushed toward him. Rosa said, You've worked hard since your first day as a mercenary. Kent, this is your reward for completing 15 missions. His silver-white eyes and face lit up with excitement and joy. Rosa reluctantly added it was 15 silver coins. Still, Kent wasn't disappointed at all and remained pumped. Thanks. I'll be back tomorrow. Ending the flashback, Kent smiled unconsciously and muttered to himself, Let's start day 2 in this civilized world. A cute brown-haired girl clung to a woman crying nonstop. The other adults stared up in shock. Kent calmly walked on, catching everyone's gaze. Suddenly, he stopped. Kent wondered, what's going on here? He looked at a large 2-story building with curiosity. A library. The door slid open, and a small brass bell jingled. The librarian had her hair neatly tied up, polite as ever. Welcome. But halfway through, she screamed in horror at Kent's imposing presence. He politely asked, Can I read some books? That embarrassing moment passed, and Kent successfully borrowed a book. He eagerly held up a book the size of his hand and read intently. The librarian with her tidy bun was speechless, watching this. Can, hiding outside, found it unbelievable and thought, a demon reading books. Though he couldn't see clearly, his gut told him for sure. He thought, a mangy guy known as dumb and savage reading books? Could mangy from this snowy land be totally different from the usual barbarians? Seeing Kent's enthusiasm, he wondered if this guy was special. Kent closed the history book softly. He whispered that the Empire had finally won. He recalled a blue-haired girl from years ago, Mylena, who came to the snowy region saying she'd go to the kingdom at war with the Empire to sell weapons. Kent figured the war ended with the Empire's victory. He thought the Empire now seemed overwhelmingly powerful. The Three-Can Kingdom was almost a vassal. The Empire had swallowed half the human world and kept expanding aggressively. Kent thought to himself, "It's like they're swallowing the entire world." He muttered, "World conquest. Huh." Then he pushed that thought aside and got pumped again. "All right, enough about humanity for now. Now what I really want to learn about." He looked at another book about non-human races. Kent happily thought, a book recording non-human species, mythical races that actually exist in this world. The world's greatest cave, where rare minerals scatter like jewels, Mantomia, the dwarves' ore mine, Biseraphia, the tiny fairy village, Rakiperia, the flying city of the celestial race, and the sacred forbidden sanctuary no one can touch, Elfor Sagredo, the holy sacred land of the elves. No one knows its exact location. Many have tried to find it but failed. Kent said, so I hold the rare right to enter the elf's sanctuary." Suddenly, he was a bit shocked and exclaimed, "Huh." Then Kent raised the book and said, "What? There's another place like Snow White Plain. The demon realm forbids humans from entering. It's full of twisted, insane, and deformed creatures. The demon realm isn't rare, but exactly 5 huge and special demon realms exist in this world. Among them is the Silent Forest, a place of quiet and endless fear, the Abyss, which drags the world into the pit of evil, the Deep Sea, where souls still breathe and live, the Void, where nothing exists, and finally, Snow White Plain in the demon realm, home to terrifying creatures called aberrations. However, the demon realm can't spill over into the human world." After reading, Kent wondered how vast this world really is. He thought, just Snow White Plain alone is huge, and there are many more places like it. He stood up and said, "For now, this data is probably all there is." His action startled the librarian. Kent told her, "Thanks to you, I verified enough. Thanks." The librarian shivered and replied, "Yes, sir." Kent happily opened the door and left. He went back to the mercenary guild and asked if there were any missions today. She was startled and said, "Kent, you're here." Rosa handed him a list, saying, "Here's the mission board." Kent's face lit up like a squirrel that just found food. Ken, hiding nearby, was stunned. This was really weird. Finally, he decided, looks like I have to meet this guy in person. After secretly watching for a long time, Sword Saint Ken made a move. The moon was high in the sky, and the streets were deserted. Kent walked down the street, smiling with satisfaction. He handled over 10 commissions today, even the small ones, and earned a decent income. At this rate, getting recognized as a legit mercenary wouldn't be far off. He whistled a tune while walking when someone hiding behind a wall watched him. Seeing Kent approach, the person stepped out, shocking Kent. It was none other than Sword Saint Ken. They stood facing each other for a while. Kent spoke first. "You're the one who's been tailing me all day." Ken was stunned inside. "What?" Kent crossed his arms and asked, "What do you want?" Ken still couldn't believe it. "You noticed? I use magic to hide my aura. No matter how sharp your instincts are, recognizing my aura should be impossible." Suddenly, Ken's hands moved quickly, searching his money pouch, then warned cautiously, "Could you be a thief?" Ken felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Ken's sharp eyes confirmed it without a word. "Looks like I guessed right. Even with good security, there's still a pickpocket around." Ken's white eyes tried to explain. "No, I was just wondering if I said I'm the Sword Saint, would he believe me?" Kent shot back like a killer blow. "An old geezer like you has to resort to thievery. Looks like the economy really sucks." Ken felt unfairly accused. Kent pondered, "What?" Then his face brightened up. Maybe this is a good opportunity. Ken was still stunned, not understanding what was going on. After a while, Ken saw Kent's dumbfounded expression and thought, he's mistaking me for a thief. The best way to understand someone's strength and identity is to fight them directly. "Let me see the power of a legendary savage." Then he rolled up his sleeves. Kill quickly stepped forward. Ken's expression wary. Kent was silent, then suddenly vanished from his sight. Ken exclaimed, he disappeared. "What the hell?" Kent suddenly reappeared in front of him, a hand reaching out, feet moving. Kill quickly stepped forward. Ken looked on alert. Kent was silent, then suddenly vanished from his sight. Ken exclaimed, "Gone already? What the hell?" Kent suddenly reappeared right in front of him, one hand reaching out, his feet moving. Ken was dodging and thinking at the same time. If he just stood still like this, his neck would get snapped for sure. Kent suddenly let out a shout and smirked. "Pretty fast, huh?" he said, then started moving again. Ken panicked. "No way. I almost got caught. If my reflexes were just a bit slower, I'd be done for." But what's even crazier is that I can't feel any trace of his magic flames at all. Kent crossed his arms and laughed. "This is interesting." Ken was still stunned inside. Just a pure human body moving that fast. This isn't some experiment anymore. I'm going all out with my attack. Thinking that, he charged forward. Ken's expression turned dark, then suddenly vanished right in front of Kan. He appeared behind him with glowing eyes, grabbing Kan's wrist. Kan was sweating bullets. What the hell? I clearly expanded my senses, but still couldn't react in time. Kent twisted his wrist backwards. It wasn't just the feeling of being caught, his arm felt pinned to stone. His whole body pulled upward by some force. Ken gritted his teeth in pain. Damn, what kind of freak power is this? Even pure strength is completely unstoppable. Then he went all out, unleashing his power, a surge of energy bursting from him. Kent was briefly shocked. Yeah, a blue light radiated from Kan. He stared at the scene for a moment, then suddenly there was an explosion. Ken slid free from Kent's grip. Kent looked down at his hand, and Ken stared right back at him. Unexpectedly, Kent said, "Man, even these petty thieves have some skills." Ken felt speechless inside. Why won't he just call me a thief already? Then Ken seriously assessed. This was a rare form of magic materialization. Only those who reached a certain realm could do it, yet he wrapped it all around his body. So how does someone like that end up doing petty thievery? But it seems he truly believes it's a thief's skill. Ken fell into thought, then continued thinking. Reflexively, he materialized magic. The magic took form, even capable of shredding steel. A human body touched by that should have been crushed beyond recognition, yet there wasn't a single scratch on him. What kind of freakish body is this, daring to withstand fully materialized magic with just bare skin? While he was thinking, Kent chuckled. Though it really looked like he was using some weird technique. Guess it's time to end this. Ken reached for the sword hilt at his side. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Ken appeared out of nowhere, touching the sword hilt with a smile. He made a move that looked casual but with a dumbfounded expression that made Ken jump, eyes about to pop out, mouth wide open. Then Ken gritted his teeth, trying his hardest to pull the sword out, but his hand just trembled. Suddenly, Ken was shocked again. Ken's eyes glowed like he'd spotted prey. Ken screamed inside like a maniac. Is this the end? A huge hand reached out, but Ken suddenly exhaled. So this is what fantasy world thieves are like, he said as he casually lifted the unconscious Ken a few times. The North Hand Guard captain panicked and froze at the sight. Oh man, what the hell is going on? Kent was gently carrying Ken, which made him think hard. What strange thing is happening here? Why is Sword Saint Ken here? Ken was neatly tucked in a bag, and the captain felt terrified. Don't tell me that Savage dared to attack Lord Kan. What do we do now? Suddenly, Ken spoke up. I just caught a thief. Hearing that, the captain's eyes went wide. A thief? Ken smiled brightly while carrying him. If I hand him over to the main guard, it'll count as a mercenary achievement for me, right? The North Han Guard captain stood frozen, dumbfounded for a long moment. Regaining his composure, he gently asked, what exactly is going on here? Someone who reached the peak of superhuman skill. Sword Saint Kan and that great man were captured by a savage in a humiliating position. He quietly said, that person isn't a thief. Ken's face changed color, getting serious again. You know him? So they're partners? The North Han Guard captain stood with legs apart, then saluted Kan respectfully and formally. The only Sword Saint of the Genhensher Kingdom. I offer my respects to Sword Saint Kan. Kan looked down at him after hearing that. What? Kan was stunned, looking at the man he'd been carrying. That high and mighty sword, Saint title, and they call him a thief? Kan growled. No way, that old man really is a thief. He attacked me to steal some coins. He stared straight into Kale's eyes to argue. No, he really is the Sword Saint. I can't mistake that face. Unbelievable, Kalo quickly replied. Maybe he's a mage using magic? He felt annoyed, closing his eyes tight to explain more. If he was that powerful a mage, he'd be honored as a Sword Saint already. Kent couldn't accept the truth. Or maybe Sword Saint is just a fancy name for thieves. He was helpless. What nonsense am I spouting? The back and forth continued. So he really is the Sword Saint? Yeah. Kan was still dazed looking at him. I'm reporting this to the Lord. A moment later, banging the table angrily, shouting, what? Lord Kan disappeared. Cao bowed down to show respect to the locals. I'm sorry, I should have let him explain. Facing Kale, he replied, no, I'm also at fault for not saying anything. The two sat silently, one big, one small, entering the room shocked by the scene before them. What the hell is going on? I thought Lord Kan would challenge that savage, but I never expected him to lose. Kan's face was thoughtful. Lord Kan was defeated by the savage. I don't know the details, but that's the truth. He looked toward Kent, then suddenly had a thought, meaning that Savage is stronger than the Sword Saint. Then he turned back to Kan. Of course, even among superhumans, there are different ranks. Lord Kan only recently achieved the Sword Saint title, so maybe he's at a lower level. But still, the Sword Saint is someone who reached the noble rank of Sword Master, and that Savage defeated someone like him. He looked at Kent, imagining a more terrifying form, making him a completely uncontrollable beast. Terrified to the point sweat poured down his face, my head hurt so much. Then when giving advice, it seemed there was a misunderstanding here. So I'll take my leave. You two should talk it out clearly. After saying that, he left the room. So the two sat in silence again. Kent looked at Ken like he wanted to say something. Ken trembled, sipping tea and thinking. So embarrassing. Still, I can't deny it. That was a total loss. My pride isn't just hurt, it's shattered completely. Setting down the tea, Ken placed his hand on his chest and lifted his head. Let me officially introduce myself. I am Sword Saint Ken. He asked, is Sword Saint your last name? He replied softly. Once you reach the Sword Saint realm, your human name becomes meaningless. Ken asked further, I see. So what you just showed is the skill of a Sword Saint, right? His eyes suddenly seemed to remember something. Then he released magic from his hand, glowing green. You mean this? Ken's eyes were wide, clearly fascinated by this unique magic. Oh, then he thought back to the scene when he cast that magic. At first, I thought it was just a thief's trick, so I didn't care much. But now knowing it's a Sword Saint's skill, I'm starting to get interested. Ken immediately explained more clearly. This is a manifestation called aura. Xiao was surprised. Aura, huh? His eyes filled with pride for that magic, and Lichen's cheeks suddenly flushed pink. So that was Lich's aura. Unable to hide his excitement, Kale stood up, his eyes shining brightly. How can I learn it? He looked down at his palm, where his innate magic was glowing. Basically, you have to control your mana and manifest it outward. Kale asked. Is it like mana? He began explaining with admiration. Mana is just the essence of magic. When you use it as aura, you're a swordsman. When you use it as mana, you're a mage. Kao smiled. So swordsmen and mages both use the same energy called mana. Do you already have the skills to teach me? He stood up straight, embarrassed to admit it. But I'm still learning and not really proficient with this technique yet. Kathel's scary face appeared. I beg you, please teach me. He hesitated. All right then. Then Ken got serious. But do you really need my guidance? Aren't you stronger than me? He sat down, arms crossed. I don't know anything about swordsmanship. The truth is, I just swing my sword randomly. He asked in surprise. Really? He thought about the image of himself explaining and Sao admiring him. That's right, I'm a sword saint. I might have lost, but I haven't even drawn my sword yet. Fine, I'll teach him swordsmanship and show him its greatness, and I'll regain my pride. Shaking off his thoughts, he quickly agreed. All right, I'm a sword saint, a swordsman. Without a sword, I'm just a half-assed guy. Suddenly, things weren't as he expected. I thought so. No wonder you're so weak, because you don't use a sword. Kale crossed his arms, meaning, how can someone called a sword saint be that weak? I thought something was off. He got angry. This kid. He added, if you use a sword, maybe you would have won. He was dissatisfied. Can I win him just by using a sword? Kale got excited again. I'm really hyped. Look sad. My pride. I'll get it back, right? I feel like I'm gonna get crushed even worse. Before the regression, I trained sword techniques, Ken thought. But this is the real mystical sword technique, a magical sword art that uses mysterious aura. This is the mystical sword technique. In the training yard, Sword Saint can look serious, holding the sword with one hand, standing sideways as he instructed. The highlight of my sword technique is the blend of illusion and reality. When you face my disciple, what did you see? That knight was your disciple. Kent recalled the knight beside the Lord, thought a bit, then answered honestly. His sword technique split into 3, and all 3 were real strikes. Kent quickly realized, oh, so that's what you meant by combination. He suddenly asked, is that technique more skill-based than strength-based? Ken confirmed exactly that. He explained, sword technique is the art of mixing swordsmanship with mystical arts, and those who reach the pinnacle of this path become sword saints. Then he swung his sword, from the hilt releasing waves of vibrant green vitality. It looked like sunlight, vivid and intense, covering and dancing on the blade. Kent admired, his eyes sparkling as he looked at him. His tone was excited. Oh, so that's aura. Sword Saint Ken stiffened and forced out. Yes. He closed his eyes, feeling a bit uneasy, thinking. I still can't believe this is happening. Ken cleared his throat. He raised his other hand to grip the lower hilt, saying, I think talking about blending illusion and reality sounds a bit abstract. Inside, I'm actually teaching sword technique to a savage. Outside, he keeps his calm and inscrutable look, drawing his sword forward under his shoulder, voice serious. So I'll let you experience it firsthand. After finishing, his eyes suddenly sharpened and became piercing. He slashed down, the sword's energy bending marvelously, the tip striking hard enough to crack the floor deeply. From the sword tip, aura split directly into 5 streams carrying sword intent, rushing fiercely. Kent was shocked, the master's sword technique. Seeing the sword intent clearly split into 5 paths, all converging on one target, he marveled in disbelief. splitting into 5 parts. Dust from the impact quickly cleared, revealing a deep crater on the wall. Sword Saint's voice was calm. Many techniques create illusions with aura. Ken looked sharply at him, but only my sword technique can turn those illusions into reality. Kent was stunned. Before he could finish speaking, the master was bursting with pride. Yeah, that's a mystical secret technique. What do you think? Ken bluntly replied, I think I can do it too. Ken was shocked by this naive sarcasm. Sword Saint snorted and asked sharply, What are you talking about? He was upset. I've devoted my whole life to swordsmanship, combining innate talent with relentless training. It was tough to reach this level. How can a savage learn it just by watching? I'll show you. Kent was confident. Kale looked at him, startled. That's an axe? He laughed crazily. Carrying a huge axe on his shoulder, Kent took a wide step, lowered his body, swung the axe back, then unleashed dozens of axe swings in 1 second. Kent stared at him, swinging wildly, mouth agape in shock. He only used brute strength and power to move fast. On the last strike, Kent immediately gathered killing intent, splitting it into 5 branches, all charging forward, focusing on one spot. Boom! The wall exploded in flames. Sword Saint was shocked and surprised. The axe struck near his feet, emitting faint smoke. Kent casually carried the axe, smiling brightly as he looked for feedback. Done. How was that? Kent rolled his eyes, recalling, it looked like a blend of illusion and reality when he struck simultaneously, but it was really just overwhelming strength and speed. Even I almost got fooled for a moment. He sternly commented, You just swing wildly relying on brute force. No technique at all, but Kent countered that logic. But the result's the same. Sword techniques are for real combat. He asked bluntly, as long as the result's the same, right? Sword Saint didn't know how to answer, stammering. Calm on the outside but inside, tears were like an ocean, a tear of sympathy trickled from his eye. He wasn't wrong, but he hurt my pride too much. Ken cleared his throat. Fine, how about this? Then he swung his sword again. This time his figure split into illusions, all wildly attacking, his body wrapped in deep, endless aura, countless slashes flying out. Kent was amazed. Your body split? Sword intent flew and gathered, growing bigger and bigger, forming a massive magical orb. Then it seemed like no more sword intent could fit. That orb exploded violently, shaking the ground and scattering rocks everywhere. After the dust settled, where Sword Saint stood was just a huge crater, at least 6 meters radius all around. Ken panted, speaking coldly. This is a clone technique achieved through the ultimate mastery of aura. He wiped sweat under his chin, carefully looking at him and asked, Can you imitate it? Kent turned and quietly walked aside. His face serious, he casually draped an arm over his shoulder. Kent's gaze calm. Repeating the old move, he used his extremely fast speed advantage to wildly slash out countless sword intents. Ken's eyes widened heavily. Kent still held the axe steadily, each killing intent combining into a towering tornado. And it really was like that. The killing intent swirling around the center was himself. To put it simply, the noble tornado was dyed with dark purple killing intent, a chaotic storm. Time passed quickly. Kent's clear voice spoke. What do you think? He smirked arrogantly as he stepped forward. Ken straight up collapses, dropping to his knees on the cracked ground. He trembles, crying silently. My life's work. Amid the battlefield's scarred history, 2 people face each other. Kent smirks, confused by Ken's gaunt, suffering look. His mind screams, my sword technique. Honestly, the writer has no words. Dude's totally bullying an old man, and the young guy's being way too harsh. Back to the story, our sword saint painfully freezes, mumbling, no way, before breaking down pitifully. Kent crosses his arms and sighs, casually dropping. Your psyche's weaker than I thought. He steps forward slowly, adding, Your sword technique is truly amazing, and crying now even falters. He looks down at him and bluntly exposes the truth. I just swung my wand fast. That wasn't the original sword technique. The move you just used isn't just an illusion. It's a sword technique skill. Ken listens, stunned. Kent stammers, I can't reach the true realm of mystic arts. Ken presses his lips tight, arrogantly thinking, yeah, my sword technique still holds value, blending illusion and reality into a definite entity. Only I can do that in this world. Ken ignites with blazing determination, clenching his fists, thinking, right, my technique is perfect. That savage is just a lunatic. Ken glares straight at him, like what kind of crazy person can move so fast or just a blur in the air without using aura? That's not humanly possible. Suddenly, Ken asks, Can you teach me the true meaning of this sword technique? The sword saint freezes for a moment. He quickly regains composure. Sorry. I let my emotions get the best of me. Hope you understand. I get it. Ken calms down and clears his throat. Silence. Then he begins explaining how to develop the true technique. First, you have to master aura control. Ken spreads his hand. There's a deep flame of aura on it. He looks at it and continues. But to control aura, you must first understand mystic arts. Can stresses that whether you're a mage, swordsman, or wizard, no one can reach a higher realm without awakening mystic arts. Only those who believe in gods are exceptions. Kent, sharp and curious, asks, so divine power is something different? The Sword Saint replies, their miracles come directly from the gods they worship, unrelated to personal ability. He explains to Can that the traditional teaching of mystic arts is exactly that. It's a hidden power deep inside every person. How one uses that power decides everything. Kent looks at the aura rising from his hand, summarizing his thoughts. So to use aura to absorb magic or control spirits, the foundation of all mystical power comes from understanding mystic arts. Mystic arts have 5 different stages. Can holds up one finger to represent this, his face serious. The most basic is sensing mystic arts. That's the realm of awareness, discovery, and feeling mystic arts. Honestly, not everyone can sense mystic arts, right? Ken says that's obvious. Without talent, you can't feel it. He continues, those who can sense mystic arts are called third rank. Thinking further, Ken clearly explains. The ability to use mystic arts is divided into 5 levels. Third rank is the first. Ken suddenly recalls when Mylena seriously explained to him, she said, usually, we classify into third rank, second rank, first rank, transcendent, and hero. That matches up, those are the 5 main ranks of mystic arts. Kent smirks a bit, thinking, oh, so that's how it is. Ken keeps going. Actually, it's just a classification for easier understanding. Even within the same rank, there's a big gap and blurry boundaries. Just grasping this concept is enough. He's serious, I get your point. Ken is indifferent. Then let's start. Ken is straightforward. The first step of mystic arts is sensing mystic arts. Feel everything around you. Ken closes his eyes. He guides Kent to close his eyes and feel. Absorbing the technique means awakening a new awareness never before present in him. Expand your senses to the fullest. In Kent's mind, he hears the grass and trees outside through Ken's voice, feeling the wind brushing past him, absorbing warmth from the earth, sensing every movement vibrating in the air. Even the sunlight in the sky and between them seek a special presence. Kent meditates, trying to feel everything around. Suddenly, he opens his eyes. The connection is broken. I don't feel anything. Hearing this, Ken looks confused at him. The atmosphere becomes awkward, they sit facing each other. He's embarrassed. Really? Seriously? I thought with your power you'd feel it right away. Then he thinks about those with good power easily gathering energy. It's not always the rule, but strong people lacking magic often absorb techniques easier. Maybe you're the exception. Hey, wild one. Seeing this, he reaches out to touch his head, looking bewildered. That's because of the white gold mutation. In his mind, he recalls people from his countryside. I don't know. No one around me has ever felt what's called mystic arts. People from the wilderness are like that. Seeing this, he tries to explain, actually, most people don't easily absorb mystic arts. Let me try transferring energy directly into you to open the path to mystic arts. Facing Kent with confusion, he widens his eyes in admiration and excitement. You're going to transfer your internal energy. He looks at him seriously like that, his face full of excitement, pointing to himself with solemnity. All right, I'm ready. He also looks confused. Ready. Can stands up, then spins behind him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He reminds him, rolling up his sleeves, now relax your whole body, focus inward, and channel all your senses into your body. His hand touches Kent's back. Now receive the magic energy I'm transferring to you. His expression darkens in shock. This body gasps, arms stiffen in confusion. Is he really human? He imagines his body like a solid rock. How tightly compressed are these muscles? Is he really a normal person? He's confused since he feels nothing. Then he suddenly pulls back his hand, startled. Ah, sorry, my mind just drifted off. Then he announces to start. His hand begins to emit energy, eyes closed confidently. I will activate the flow of internal energy. The key is to awaken the path to mystic arts inside you. Finding it is the goal, which isn't too hard. Meanwhile, Kent seriously feels. Can freezes. He widens his eyes in confusion. What's wrong? His body freezes, while Ken hugs his knees, smiling excitedly waiting. I can't find the path to mystic arts inside his body. No, to be exact. His face full of disbelief screams inside. While Kent waits, I can't reach it. Then he imagines himself sinking into water. No matter how much internal energy he expands, it doesn't connect to anything, sees nothing. Like swimming in an abyss, or being crushed by bottom pressure, finally closing his eyes in defeat. This isn't good. Ken grits his teeth, making Kent's eyes widen in worry. Kent's face looks like he got struck by lightning. What do you mean not good? Are you saying I have no talent? Ken tries to explain. No, not that. Just transferring internal energy into you isn't enough. To find mystic arts. He thinks about the energy trapped inside him. You have to find the internal path yourself and awaken the sleeping power. Kent sits on the ground looking at him. I get it. But Ken bluntly says, I can't find the path to mystic arts in you. He widens his eyes in confusion, his face full of disbelief. Are you saying I can't absorb mystic arts? He stands before him, reaching out his hand. No, not exactly. I can't even confirm if it exists. Kent looks up. What do you mean? It's clear your body is injured. Kent jerked his head up in surprise. He calmly added, to discover the internal energy technique, it has to penetrate deeply, but your physique is too dense. My internal energy can't seep deeply enough into you. Then he thought about the energy flow that couldn't move, a rock stuck beneath the ocean's surface. I'd never seen anything like this. Pure physique actually blocks internal energy. Kent also fell into thought, closing his eyes helplessly. Even a sword saint is powerless. Huh, you look sad, he asked. So I'll never be able to learn the technique? Ken replied. It's hard to say. I can't confirm either way. Then he suggested two paths for Kent. I'm not even sure if the pathway exists within you. You should find a sword saint who understands internal energy better or go to the mage tower. Then he sincerely placed his hand on his chest and bowed. Anyway, I apologize. Kent looked at him. No, it's fine. Kent touched his chin, lost in thought, still hopeful. That's enough for today. Then he pushed off his knees and stood up, still smiling optimistically. I've learned a lot these past days. I appreciate it. Ken looked at him speechless. Then he recalled those terrifying savages from before. Every wild person he'd met was aggressive and uncontrollable. They looted, drank, and lived by violence. That's why society abandoned them. But this guy was different. Ken stared at him. Have you ever thought about joining this kingdom? Kent looked puzzled. What do you mean? Ken reached out to explain. I mean swearing loyalty to the kingdom and receiving a title. Then he placed his hand on his chest sincerely. With this power, you'll rise high. I'm even willing to sponsor you. Kent clenched his fist. Interesting offer. But then he bowed his head. I refuse. I don't want to be tied down. On the other side, Ken was scheming to confront the Empire. If they had him, maybe they could escape the Empire's control. Ken looked at Kent confused. Still, isn't having a title kinda cool for you? Is it money enough? Ken's face turned serious. Then he crossed his arms and smiled, sharing his idea with Ken. I choose to enjoy my own freedom. Ken was startled, then awkwardly looked up at him. Is that so? I understand. Kent looked at him puzzled. Then Kent smiled and extended his hand warmly. Anyway, thanks. I won't forget this favor. Ken's eyes lowered as he walked alone. He sank into shameful thought. I'm so stupid. Then he remembered Kent's figure, thinking he could control him, even briefly, but that was impossible. That wild guy only acted on his own ideals. Collaborating with outsiders was possible, but only to a point. Inside, he had his own ideas. Then Ken recalled Kent's refreshing answer. Impossible to guess what he was thinking, maybe making him harder to read than any savage tribe. A guy from the demon lands, the wilderness of White Desert. Ken remembered the savages he met in the blizzard. Ken whispered, the Emperor. Ken looked up at the moonlight, wanting to invade the demon realm. What schemes are you plotting? In his room, he sat at an empty table, confused. Really? The Emperor actually wants to invade the demon world? Ken crossed his arms, displeased. People were sacrificing for reconnaissance, but he still doubted the confirmation. Are you serious? He sighed deeply. Of course, maybe he thinks he's the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, but that's a story for later. His face was serious as he crossed his arms. We haven't fully controlled the human territories yet. He looked down, realizing it's just a matter of time. Then Ken seriously looked up. Yes, this land belongs to the Empire. We could be summoned anytime. Better be ready. He replied. Thank you. He leaned back tiredly. Times were already chaotic. Now the Emperor was half crazy, really a headache. Hearing this, he was startled, his gaze sharp and cold. Could the rumors be true? He calmly confirmed. Yes, the demons have started mobilizing their armies. His eyes widened in shock, then he remembered the monsters. The hell eruptions were abnormal. It couldn't be confirmed yet, but some reported the demon realm's breaches were probing. Then he mentioned the demons and white snakes. Things were unfolding, and no matter what, this was a disaster for humanity. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. On second thought, maybe the strangest thing is already among us. He bowed his head. Exactly. The other side is probing. What do you think? He was doubtful. I don't know. Then he thought more optimistically. At least he wasn't an opponent. But then he recalled Kent's crazy image. Other than that, I can't say more. The next morning, the sun shone over the city walls. Kent strolled happily. Suddenly, he looked somewhere. A woman and a child clung to each other, staring at him fearfully, confusing him. Then he turned and saw a man hiding against a wall, avoiding him. He was puzzled. Then he touched his chin, lost in thought. Were they scared of me because of my clothes? He recalled meeting a couple while standing by a tree showing off his new shirt. concluding maybe it was because he didn't wear proper animal fur. A leather jacket was okay, but didn't look like a gentleman. They probably thought he was crazy and didn't want to get involved, but he was way off. Then he frowned with determination. All right. Kent clenched his fists, excitedly, shouting, "Time to buy some decent clothes." At the shop, clothes hung on racks, fabrics neatly folded. The door opened with a bell. The shop owner, measuring a mannequin, turned to look. "Hello." His face went pale with fear. Kent stared at him, unconsciously radiating killing intent. "I need to buy clothes." The owner panicked inside. "A savage," the shopkeeper stammered, tears falling in fear. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid nothing fits your build." Hearing this, Kent crossed his arms, annoyed. Annoying. "So there's no way?" The man bowed and suggested, "If you wait, we can make custom orders." Kent smiled excitedly and agreed. "Oh, really? Then do it." The owner looked up, confused. Yes, we'll notify you when it's ready." Inside, he imagined Kent's angry face if the clothes didn't fit. If he disliked the finished outfit, Kent would grab the collar, glaring, shouting, "Is this even clothes?" His expression darkened, lost in the past. "Can I survive this?" While Kent was on his way to the guild, he suddenly noticed something. What's this? At his feet was a blue gem. Kent bent down and picked it up, then held it up to the sun curiously. A gem? The gem sparkled inside, his eyes narrowed in awe. Whoa. Then he put the gem in his hip pouch. All right, I'll ask the guild about this. At the trade guild, he asked, "Do you know what this is?" She looked confused. This was Rosa, the guild attendant. Then she reached out to take the gem from him. "I found this when I arrived." Kent sat opposite, arms crossed. It didn't look like an ordinary orb. Rosa stammered, I see." She carefully examined the gem, but it wasn't a jewel. The surface was extremely smooth, as if someone had polished it. She stared at the sparkling blue gem in her hand, her eyes gradually clouding with confusion, no insignia or name. "What?" She looked at it blankly, whispering, "Why does it feel valuable?" Suddenly, a snap brought her back to reality. Rosa startled awake, looking up dazed. Kent withdrew his hand and asked Han, "Are you okay?" She looked up, totally confused. What do you mean, Kent?" Kent explained. She looked like she was hypnotized by the orb. Even after hearing that, she was still dazed. Kent. Just forget it, never mind." Then Kent awkwardly glanced at the orb again. Still, this orb was seriously weird. I felt a strange energy radiating from it. "Do you want me to get an expert to examine it?" He smiled excitedly and declined. "Thanks, but I'll figure it out myself. That's where the fun is." Then Kent changed the subject, folding his arms with a grin. "By the way, got any plans today?" She quickly caught on. Yeah, just wait a sec, I'll grab the mission board." Rosa placed the mission board down and pushed it toward him. The tasks were tough. Street cleaning, unclogging drains, weeding, digging sweet potatoes by hand. Kent's face lit up as he grabbed the board. That day, a bag of money was placed on the table. Kent lay back, resting his head on his hand, laughing happily. Another glorious day. Then he pulled out a green gem to take a look. But seriously, what the hell is it? He recalled Rosa's expression, like she was hypnotized by the gem. She looked like she was about to lose her mind over it. His face showed some suspicion. Could it actually have some power? His eyes widened. A voice echoed in his mind, making him jump up. The gem also emitted a strange aura. "Find me, Kent," it said. Why did I just hear a voice from the orb? Then, curious, he followed the gem into the night. It kept repeating, "Find me, find me, find me," making him just as confused. Where was it trying to lead him? He closed his eyes, thinking of the guiding arrows that appeared in his head, and now it was showing a map in his mind, a kind of control magic. Kent stared at the gem glowing in his palm. It urged, "Find me." Then he calmed down, snorted, and turned back to the room. Looking out the window, he smiled excitedly. "All right, let's go." At a bush, Kent pushed it aside, the voice still echoing. "Find me," he sighed. "I'm coming. Shut up." He stood before a path, then looked up. There's a cave ahead. He sniffed. "Is this the place?" Kent smiled. Inside, a skeleton opened its glowing blue eyes, the voice still echoing, "Find me." He wasn't scared to step into the cave. "I'm here." The voice behind was fierce. Chains rattled nearby, energy tracking his image, and another sacrificial figure stepped in. This time it was a dumb savage, at least big and strong. The gem on the staff blazed brightly, the beast baring its teeth proudly, its body glowing blue. So that's enough life force. He sat in a magic circle, one hand holding the staff, the other channeling energy. Behind him was his sacrificial altar. He was suspicious, thinking it must be an illusion. Could resurrection really work? Back in the chaotic past when kingdoms fell, behind it all was an evil sorcerer who manipulated and stirred up emotions. He controlled countless kings' minds, causing wars and ruling kingdoms. But his ultimate evil was exposed, and heroes defeated him. However, just before defeat, he transferred his soul into a vessel of life, becoming a lich. In the form of a ghostly sorcerer, a lich, an immortal entity with a soul inside a living vessel, immortal until destroyed. He laughed savagely, raising his bony hand to manipulate. So this evil wizard who once conquered the world became a lich and began plotting his resurrection. His dark magic roamed alleys, and the resurrection ritual required a huge amount of life force. He settled near a remote estate, breaking enchanted orbs, collecting sacrifices bit by bit. The orbs acted as mana cores necessary for the resurrection spell. That stone emitted a radiant light amidst deadly, eerie energies. With his immense power, he planned to conquer the world again. Arrogant and ambitious, that goal was almost achieved. His deep voice suddenly spoke. Why is a savage here? The peaceful countryside held abundant life. This was a remote territory, and he chose it because he needed to gather power. A hidden place unnoticed by the public, he said heavily. That's why a savage showing up here was unusual. His blurry figure was projected. The ups and downs sorcerer watched the demonic flame tracking Kent, calculating. Creatures from the north had come far. Based on your size, you'll make a perfect sacrifice. I placed a special effect on the orb. It only enchants those unaware of the secrets. His bony hand dropped the magic orb into the cave, so anyone enchanted here wouldn't understand the secrets. The sorcerer saw Kent's indifferent smile and concluded this savage was just a simpleton, clueless about the mysteries. Since he didn't seem enchanted, it must be an illusion. He gleefully said, "Come here, savage, become the stepping stone for my glorious resurrection magic." Time passed, scene changed. Kent stood before a huge wooden door, probably twice his height. He slowly pushed it open and stepped inside. Kent's eyes widened in surprise, his eye sockets glowing faintly, his bony hand gripping the staff tightly. The sorcerer leisurely stood on a high platform waiting for him. Kent stared dumbfounded, speechless, amazed it was a real lich. In his imagination, a lich in black robes holding a scepter looked like a priest of an ancient civilization, the pinnacle state a top sorcerer could reach, an entity always appearing in fantasy stories as a villain. He never thought he'd meet a real lich. The sorcerer saw him standing there like an idiot, suspiciously asking, "Who are you? Don't tell me you're not enchanted by the orb." Kent snapped back to reality, laughing out loud. "So that's how you lure everyone here. There are skeletons scattered underground." The sorcerer was silent, confused by this situation, pondering, what's going on? I don't sense any secrets from him, meaning he's just a normal savage. If so, his voice turned sarcastic and hoarse. You must be carrying a mind-protecting artifact, a high-level one I can't detect. He was trying to assess, I don't know how a savage like you got something like that, but the sorcerer mocked, looks like you got lucky and found it somewhere. Kent denied, I don't have anything like that. But the sorcerer didn't believe him. You think you can fool me? Then he channeled magic. The stone on his staff's tip glowed with twisting white lights. They descended onto the skeletal corpses. He continued, if you just let my god's magic enchant you, you'd have died peacefully. The sorcerer's voice was firm, but now I will annihilate you. Then the white bones on the floor suddenly rose, his voice cruel. Advance, my skeleton soldiers. After the command, a skeletal warrior charged fiercely. Kent thought to himself, a dungeon hiding an evil lich. Ha! A smirk curled his lips mockingly. I roughly understand what's going on here. The brave skeleton leapt forward, its cold eyes ready to swing its sword. But before it could, and without Kent ever making a move, Kent's face turned cold as he punched it straight in the head. The sorcerer flinched. The skeleton immediately collapsed, its skull shattered into 3 pieces, then crumbled into dust and vanished. Kent waved his hand coldly, judging. You're more shallow than I thought. The sorcerer momentarily clenched his teeth, then quickly regained composure, arrogantly saying, let's see if your mouth still runs after your limbs are cut off. After finishing, he raised his hand, magic flowing like water, once again raising the skeleton soldiers in front of him. His voice was hoarse. As long as you're alive, that's enough. Take him down, the sorcerer ordered, and all the skeleton soldiers charged at Kent simultaneously. Kent clenched his fists so tight they made a sound. His face turned cold as he swung his fist, and the skeleton on the right immediately took a punch and fell backward. Then Kent charged up, his left hand violently ramming straight into the head of the thing on his left. Finally, he delivered a powerful punch-kick combo that the bone soldier in front of him couldn't even react to. He grabbed the hand like it was glued to the skull of the bone soldier, pressing it right in the face. One punch, and it was a perfect one-hit knockout. The wizard gaped in horror, letting those white bones slowly dissolve away. Kent slowly stood up, his voice calm, just as he said, if you lose your head, you die. Kent boredly scratched the back of his head, sizing him up as a worthy opponent. I thought you'd at least command the death spirit knights or zombies, but you're this weak? Yeah, no doubt, That one line stabbed straight into his chest. Damage pierced through armor with 200% critical rate. The wizard's voice was heavy. "You bastard. I played enough." The guy was stunned. The magic stone on his staff glowed brightly. His voice was hoarse, angry. The magic power quickly enveloped the skeleton, transforming into phantom knight armor. Kent was startled. That was a dry bone knight, magic reconstructed to perfection. Standing before him was a bone soldier wearing a full helmet, shield and sword side by side. He was a bit surprised, didn't expect to run into a dry bone knight here. Wait, Kent suddenly remembered the bone knight cavalry from before, couldn't help but feel excited. Because it was artificially created, maybe its structure was a bit different. This was getting more interesting. Suddenly, the wizard's hand unleashed even more magical energy. It surged violently, ready to kill him. The dry bone knight obeyed the command and dashed forward, its lone spirit fierce like a tiger. Kent grinned, cracking his knuckles. A knight created by artificing. Humph. No waiting around. The dry bone knight fiercely swung its sword. Kent's voice was indifferent, curious how it fought. In just a blink, he smoothly closed the distance, decisively landing a strike straight into its stomach. A powerful wind punch followed, and with just one hit, he blasted the dry bone knight flying far back against the cliff wall. A deafening explosion echoed, dust billowing everywhere. If you looked closely, you could see shards of armor and shield flying off with a shockwave. The white smoke gradually cleared, and in the hazy air, a dark silhouette was still visible. The dry bone knight, though battered and broken, seemed to hold the unyielding will of a dying knight. This really surprised Kent. It was tougher than expected, I admit that. The wizard's eye sockets glowed with a sharp blue light. His voice was deep. "Take this ultimate dark magic of mine." Magical energy circled the charging dry bone knight in waves. Kent stood dumbfounded, the extreme power, the knight's regeneration bursting with majestic force. At that moment, a bone soldier charged in a terrifying form. Kent exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" The bone soldier was ready to attack him. A dry bone knight created by artificing. Kent's hand clenched unusually tight, then he threw a punch straight to its face. The bone soldier was blasted backward. A huge explosion erupted, filling the air with dust. Kent watched seriously, while Stowe was shocked and panicked. The dust took a long time to settle. Kent stomped hard on a dry bone hand, then said, "No real damage, but it doesn't seem much different. Is that all?" Toss challenged, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, "I can't sense any mystery or magic from this savage. If he used an artifact, at least I'd feel some mana, but I sense nothing. So this really is pure strength." He defeated a Skotan knight with just physical power. How is that possible? Then he blurted out, "You're really something special." Kent was startled, looking that way. Toss's dry bone hand gripped his weapon and said, "Fine, I'll face you myself. Consider this an honor." Immediately, a dark power radiated, engulfing the space around. Kent panicked, looking around, now sinking into darkness, two glowing eyes appearing in it. "Are you scared?" "Yeah, scared of me, the savage. You'll pay for invading my sacred ground." But unexpectedly, Kent just showed a calm expression and said, "No, I'm only here because the orb called me. Aren't you the one who scattered that orb?" Los wiped sweat from his brow. "Yeah, actually. People came here attracted by the orb's dispersed magic, and I had the same experience." Then he angrily shouted, "Shut your mouth, man. I am the great and supreme wizard. You destroyed the Southern Kingdom and fought the hero." Tao's brand new Lee Kent heard that and remembered the girl. Remembered her name, Queen Elf Maria Hacia Cassia, whose name was longer than 2 lines. Is that the trend in this world? Tas continued to unleash dark magic, becoming the stepping stone for Taji's revival. Manji, lowly, unleashed, terrifying and disgusting power straight at Kent. It looked incredibly mystical and strong, but Kent calmly stared at it. His eyes began to swirl, magic controlling human emotions. It brought negative feelings, swallowing victims inside. Until they could do nothing, their minds shattered completely. A signature spell created by the twos. It was extremely powerful compared to the mana it consumed. A mediocre mage couldn't even control mystical power. He was completely helpless against true magic. He kept calculating, now what should I do next? This savage is different somehow. His soul didn't seem to carry any special artifact. Then Los snapped his fingers. "I'll take him with me and study him. Drag him away." Immediately, the bone soldier lying on the ground began to move. It was controlled to approach Kent, who swiftly dodged. The bone soldier's power grew stronger. Suddenly, Kent's eyes flashed. He unleashed a powerful kick, sending the bone soldier flying into the air, its skull shattered and flying off. Kent's expression was calm, while Cetos looked shocked, like his jaw dropped. A huge explosion erupted. He panicked in disbelief. "No, how? That mind control spell should have worked." Kent asked, "You just stand there watching, planning to use some bone soldiers to take me like this. So boring." His expression showed clear disappointment, even sighed. Those words stabbed straight into Toz's chest. Humans act based on their emotions, even if they're supernaturally powerful. Deep inside, they always have negative feelings. That's why they can't escape emotional control magic. However, Kent now wondered, can't you use magic like fireballs or magic missiles? Stos replied, I don't know how you're still standing, but how dare you compare my magic to those low-level spells? Then his eye sockets lit up, aura gathering, oh murky stream, no matter the form, a wave that swallows worlds and causes chaos to the invisible realm. As he spoke, Tos raised his staff, and a mysterious power appeared. Kent saw this and wasn't worried. His eyes sparkled, eager for that demonic power to flood the space. Then a bony hand reached out, about to swallow Kent. Before the demonic power could reach him, it gradually vanished into thin air. Tos opened his mouth, laughing loudly. Ha ha, victory is mine. Feeling extremely proud, but seconds later, an invisible gush of blood sprayed from his throat. Laughing turned into coughing, he collapsed to the ground. Tos grimaced, thinking, too much, I've used everything, except the mana needed to sustain my body. But with this move, that guy should be done for. At that moment, Kent said, startling him, impressive, then calmly appeared before him. He coldly asked, but is that all you've got? Tos was terrified. Distorted, twisted expression, Lich screams inside. Even this move doesn't work. I already used the strongest dark magic among mind control spells. Even if a great hero was here, a direct hit should have torn their mind apart. Who the hell are you? Kent looked down at his hand. That move was impressive, but I don't feel any different. If that's your strongest move, he said as he started pulling out his weapon. Kent swung his axe with a cold glare and said, now it's probably my turn. At that moment, Lich CTOS shouted. Stop. Kent asked, what's that? He continued, you came here knowing who I am. Exactly, that made things clear. The more Kent listened, the more confused he looked. What's wrong with this guy? LOS opened his mouth laughing with exhilaration and excitement. Ha ha ha, Empire, are you that scared of me? I have to admit your intelligence system is formidable, finding me so fast, but I'll be back. I'll destroy your sword and rule the world again. I heard there's a human training school in the Empire, a place that produces countless weirdos. That savage guy is definitely a product of that. A sword forged just to kill me, an assassin sent by the Empire. He laughed crazily, shouting louder. Anyway, I am Kiddo's Brainium. I will destroy the Manji and overthrow the Empire. Kent's face went blank, full of question marks. Crazy. At that moment, an invisible aura of power radiated. Kent's expression became more and more mysterious. Lich CTOS shouted, offer your body to me. Then, that power surged straight into Kent. His eyes went white, still full of question marks. He calculated inside. I've infiltrated the Manji's body, swallowed his soul. After doing that, if I can't become a Lich again, I'll be stuck in this body forever. I have no other choice. He. Lich CTOS was extremely pleased. This body belongs to me now. Cut to inside Kent's consciousness, Lich CTOS felt something was wrong. What is this? What the hell? Is this the inside world of that savage? I've never seen anything like this. Something's off. Just being here messes with my mind and shatters it. Could it be the Empire? But the image that appeared terrified him. Then Lich CTOS grabbed his head, screaming in pain. No, it's not the Empire. Even the Empire couldn't create this. Kent now seemed like a giant controlling him. Everything started to spiral out of control. He panicked. No, my mind is collapsing. Lich CTOS's last words outside. Kent scratched his head cluelessly, wondering what was going on. He did something to himself and suddenly collapsed. That Delana Vortex looked pretty strong, but that's all. Malich isn't that the highest evolution of a mage. I'm really curious what kind of magic he'll use. His hand clenched, then his face turned serious with admiration. Turns out there's nothing scary in this world. Anyway, I already cleared the dungeon. Now it's time to claim the reward. Saying that, Kent bent down to pick up the magic staff. It lit up when he chanted, does it help cast spells? If I have this, can I use magic? He was very curious. Suddenly, Kent popped the blue stone out of the staff. His face went blank again. Seconds later, he laughed happily and put it in his pocket, better to stash it away. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Since it used to belong to Lich, could this be a soul container? He looked down at the jar on the floor, lifting it up. Kent thought, I should ask JUSA. Then he looked around. All right, I think I've collected enough rewards. Something's off. His eyes suddenly widened. A big circle of symbols appeared on the wall in front of him. Kent reached out, wondering, what is this? Could there be a hidden room? His finger pressed a spot on it. Immediately, the hidden door started activating. He looked stunned as the wall began to collapse. Exactly. Once it fully fell, Kent stepped inside. Inside, many people were unconscious but still standing on their feet. There were many like that. This was Lich CTOS's secret ritual chamber. Kent's eyes widened, sweating buckets. So it's real. But then he started moving forward. He observed the people inside. Curious. Who are these people? Kent waved at one and said, hello. Then called out to another. Is anyone there? No response. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What should I do now? Then he decided to turn back. All right, I'll head back to the territory for now. When I report this, they'll probably send someone to handle it. Walking, Kent happily calculated. Very quickly, Kent returned to the territory. The doorbell rang. Kent stepped inside. Rosa was working and looked surprised, then stood up smiling to greet him. Ah, Lord Kent, you're home early today. Kent smiled and replied, just a few things to take care of. Rosa looked puzzled. What things? Kent gave a mysterious smile. It's about the orb I showed you yesterday. After hearing the story, Rosa sighed and said, oh, come on, don't joke. Kent insisted, I'm not joking. She just smiled it off, secretly doubting. A lich with only 5 like that in the whole world appearing in this remote place? At that moment, Kent placed the jar in front of Rosa, making her eyes go wide. His eyes lit up. I brought back a jar that looks like a lich's soul container. Can you examine it? Rosa's expression froze, her body almost turning to stone. Her face turned serious, thinking, is he really not joking? Rosa gaped in shock at the dark jar. What the hell is going on? Kent suddenly remembered something and said, oh, one more thing, there are still a few others inside. I planned to get them out, but their minds are completely broken, so I left them. It's better if the guild sends someone to check. Hearing that, Rosa shouted, sorry. She went silent, eyes wide, thinking deeply. Recently, there were several disappearances in the territory, but no info on finding them, if a lich caused it. Just thinking about it, Rosa freaked out, slammed the table and demanded, wait, hold on, I'll call people immediately. Right after, the captain arrived, barging in. What the hell happened? A lich, you say? Kent awkwardly raised his hand, politely greeting. Oh, hello. Kent waved dismissively. Everything's settled, no need to worry. He was helpless. Wait, what do you mean? After hearing the story, the captain screamed in horror. Kas Brani Ukes, right? He admitted. Yeah, I think that's him. You know him? He jumped in shock and yelled. Of course, I know. Kos Brandules Kessi, a mage who shook the world over a century ago, founder of mind control magic, causing endless chaos. He drove kings insane, made them invade each other, pushing 5 kingdoms to ruin. And now that guy appears here as a lich. Is this for real? Kent looked like a stunned deer, briefly recounting everything. Yes, but he's not scary. Just a sneaky weirdo doing strange stuff and then dying himself. He couldn't believe his ears. What are you talking about? 1,000 whys flooded his mind. Why would a mage like COS self-destruct? I want a clear explanation. Kent rubbed his chin, racking his brain for a good answer. Even if you ask, I have nothing more to say. He started zoning out from the shocking events. No beating around the bush, he turned away. Wait here, I'll report to the Lord. Minutes passed, he was just as stunned as Kent. What the hell is going on? A demon king right near my territory? Let me double check. Is it really a demon king or some other kind of monster? He honestly spilled the whole story, and according to the rescued folks, it seems legit. We even have solid proof. That ancient urn pouring water during Luke's turmoil, you mean the soul relic. A demon king of that caliber hiding near my territory without anyone knowing. The Empire might send an investigator anytime, and now Lord Kan's nowhere to be found. This is a real mess. No more second guessing. He slammed the table and jumped up. Get ready to send a report to the capital. He watched Luke's retreating back. Luke glanced out the window and replied, yes, he whispered. But maybe we're still lucky. He felt it was true and nodded along. Yeah, if Manji hadn't found him, we'd probably be the first victims. That eerie shadow lurking somewhere appeared. Maybe he's in the process of resurrecting into a demon king, so it's very likely. He wrapped it up. Everything's way too dangerous, that's for sure. Luke stared off into the distance outside the window to think more clearly. Anyway, this is still a big achievement for him. We gotta reward that Manji dude properly, as long as it's within the territory's means. It was barely dawn. The first rays of sunlight lit up the vast room. A frantic call echoed. Lord, Lord. Someone's feet shuffled in, slipping on sandals. Luke, dressed properly, invited. I'm awake. Let them in. The palace doors creaked open, and a maid rushed in with a terrified face. Lord, the sun god's investigator, Lady Aquas, has arrived at the territory. Luke's eyes widened in shock. What? In the guest room, a white-haired girl sat waiting. Luke dashed over, hair all messed up. What's going on? Why is she here? That elegant, composed lady was the sun god's investigator. In the quiet space, after a moment of panic, he straightened his clothes, and they sat facing each other. Even now, Luke was still a bit flustered. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Luke Van, lord of this territory and Kan. Thank you for visiting, though this is quite unexpected. She parted her lips and calmly introduced herself and her role. I'm Aquas, the sun god's investigator, tasked with judging heretics, the youngest ever appointed, the one who beheaded 7 demon-packed mages and single-handedly destroyed a terrifying demon-summoning ritual. Currently, the most powerful investigator of the sun god on the continent, even the Empire respects the sun god's church. She held authority far beyond a border lord. So why was someone like her here? Aquas started the conversation with a lead-in. Recently, this territory has been quite chaotic. Luke cut straight to the point. There was a small problem in the dungeon, but it's been handled. He pondered silently. So she's not here because of the Demon King? Then I'll ask directly. May I know the reason for your visit? She thought for a moment before revealing her purpose. I'm here to discuss a divine artifact. Luke's eyes widened bigger than a wagon wheel. Aquas's next words shifted the situation. However, before we get into details, I want to know more about what's happened here recently. Luke lowered his gaze, hesitant, but finally told everything. Aquas's face paled. Manji, you mean this guy defeated the Demon King? Luke confirmed and added some details. Yes, and it might be cause Brandiulus Kessi. The horrifying image of him appeared. Aquas muttered fearfully. What? That guy is here? To be sure, the ancient urn was right before her eyes, Kas's sole relic. Aquas turned pale. What the hell happened in this territory? She gripped the sun pendant at her neck to calm her nerves. Everything fell silent. That Demon King is still in this territory, right? Luke's answer was like a cold splash of water to Aquas's face. He's still in this land. Aquas frowned anxiously, trying to disprove it. That Manji defeated Kos, is that really possible? Luke confirmed boldly. It's true. He's pretty strong. Even Lord Ken was beaten by him. Aquas knew a big change was coming, a new power rising. Which tribe does that Manji belong to? Luke pressed his lips, his voice low and cautious. He said he's from the snow-ice plains. The terrifying image of Kent flashed in Aquas's suspicious mind. Snow-ice plains? You mean he's a savage from that wilderness? How could someone from there show up here? Could he be the reason I was sent here? Hearing this strange whisper, Luke paid attention. What's that? She demanded. That Manji guy. Can I meet him? Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Kent held a stone glowing with dark purple light, curious. What's this thing for? Looks like some kind of magic weapon for sorcery. All right. I'll ask a mage how to use it. Suddenly, he remembered something. Ah, Kent sat up, staring out the window, realizing the time had come. Right then, someone outside called the sun god's investigator to meet him. The place was the church. He anxiously reminded Kent, please show respect when you meet her. Kent smiled. Don't worry, I got it. Seeing his casual attitude, the guy was confused but quickly let it slide. Good, then let's go. The divine image, full of melancholy, was passed down through the years. In this world, gods truly exist. They grant power directly and can even incarnate. The place where their worshippers gather is called a church. What makes the church here different? After walking a bit, they stopped, and he signaled Kent. We're here. A small corner of a white building appeared in his sight. This was the sun god's church. Upon arrival, he left Kent to fend for himself. Inside, someone would guide him. Thank you, sir. Kent entered the church alone, and inside, he was even more surprised. The goddess statue was magnificently displayed. The seats were neatly arranged, silent to the point of holiness. Pastors came forward to greet him. Welcome, Lord Kent. Investigator Aquas was waiting. Please follow me. Kent was overwhelmed by the scene. Ah, all right. After a while, Aquas finally spoke. Nice to meet you. I'm Aquas, the sun god's investigator. Kent confidently showed his personality. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Manji Kent, thinking to himself. Is she really the investigator? Too young. But damn, she's strong. Aquas was startled by that sly smile. He's smiling. What does that mean? Seeing her silence, he spoke up. So, why did you want to see me? Aquas lowered her head, struggling. It's about the recent dungeon incident. The demon mage you said you defeated caused countless crimes across the continent. Eventually, he became a demon king, and only strong heroes have the skill and power to face him. Kent recalled the enemy he fought before. I've heard about that, but the cause I met was just a lone demon king struggling. Not strong enough, then self-destructed. Seems like you don't believe me, but I'm just telling what I saw. Finally, Aquas revealed her main purpose. So if you agree to let my god directly witness this conversation. Confused, he asked back. Witness. Aquas briefly explained. Yes, if you lie in front of him, your body will react. Kent gradually understood. A divine interrogation? She was extremely cautious talking to him. Though he wasn't an ordinary Manji savage, he was still man. No way he'd agree to this. After thinking, Aquas gave him a choice. Of course, if you're uncomfortable, you can refuse. Kent's eyes lit up, excited. I agreed right away. Why the hell would I say no to that? This is the perfect chance to experience divine power. She probed. Are you sure? I agreed. Absolutely. You can start now. Even Aquas was annoyed by this expression. What? He looked kinda eager. She kept asking again and again. Aren't you scared of this? What do you mean? She repeated. With a god watching over you. Kent innocently asked back, why should I care? I've got nothing to hide. I've never told a single lie. No more arguing. She closed her eyes and started. Ah, I get it. Then let's begin. O my serving god, you who observe from the highest realm, ruler of the blazing sun, please use your gaze to expose all lies in this place. The eerie glowing eyes appeared. A brilliant beam shot straight down from the sky onto the church roof. The light surprised Kent. What the hell is this? I could feel it, a presence beyond imagination, majestic, something no human language can describe. My feelings facing it were confused. A hazy light enveloped the place they sat. Luckily, what Aqua's feared didn't happen. Thank God, no reaction. So let's start. From now on, no lies are allowed within this beam of light. Kent happily went along. Got it. Aquas and Kent sat facing each other, chatting. Their talk started under the sun god's gaze. After hearing Kent's story, Aquas looked at him intently. She thought to herself, he explained the dungeon conquest exactly like he said before. And there was no negative reaction. Aquas kept pondering. In other words, everything he said was totally honest. She shifted the topic. Maybe the two have seriously weakened while preparing to resurrect. If Kaz could still use magic, this man wouldn't be here. He really was lucky. Lost in thought, Kent suddenly asked, have you cleared all your doubts? Hearing that, Aquas snapped out of it, wide-eyed, then quickly nodded. She placed her hand on her chest, speaking calmly. Yes, thank you, and sorry for my rudeness. Kent politely replied, no problem, I'm excited too. After that, Aquas cautiously asked, so can I finally ask you a personal question? Kent quickly said, of course. Aquas hesitated a bit but decided to ask, are you really from the frozen ice plains? Kent was a bit stunned, then calmly said two words, yes, I am. Aquas still didn't believe it. She asked again, you really come from there? At that moment, her face slightly changed. She looked at him worried, thinking, could the demon realm be the gray barbarians from the Empire's legends? This time, Kent didn't answer, but flipped the question. Then let me ask you something. Aquas was startled, looking at him. Kent crossed his arms and casually asked, why did you come to this land? The sudden question made her stammer. Aquas slightly lowered her face, avoiding his gaze. I have personal business here. Kent still coolly asked, is that personal business to confirm if I'm some kind of impurity? Hearing that, Aquas felt uneasy but calmly replied, I don't understand what you mean. Kent thought about seeing the divine eye. He propped his chin and said his thoughts. I'm not sure. But a god personally watching over this isn't common. It's way beyond just detecting lies. Aquas frowned slightly, closed her eyes, feeling awkward. She wanted to say it wasn't like that, but under the divine eye, all lies were forbidden. Finally, she admitted, you're right. Kent exclaimed, so you've been targeting me from the start? Aquas looked at him, firmly denying it wasn't so. She recalled when she first arrived, Aquas knelt with her hand on her chest in the church. She explained, there was a prophecy. When I came here, I thought you might be the one mentioned, but as you see, that's not the case. This time, Aquas bowed her head, placed her hand on her chest, sincerely saying, I'm sorry, I hid my true intentions. Kent looked at her and casually said, it's okay, I find it interesting in my own way. So let me ask one more thing. He curiously asked, what did the prophecy say? She looked up at Kent stunned. She gripped her necklace tightly, hesitating inside, thinking she normally shouldn't reveal this to someone she didn't trust. But finally, Aquas spoke. The prophecy said. Aquas hesitated, looking at him. Their conversation became more mysterious than ever. No one knew what Aquas revealed to Kent. Her words shocked him unexpectedly. The dialogue ended soon, and night fell quickly. Aquas stood by the window, lost in thought. In the silent space, suddenly came the sound of hurried footsteps. Aquas heard it and glanced back. He walked seriously towards her. He was the Lord. The Lord clasped his hands behind his back and said, You seem troubled. Aquas nodded in agreement. Yes, I met him, but that only made my thoughts more tangled. Hearing that, he curiously asked, So who is he exactly? Aquas decided to hide his identity, her sharp eyes looking out the window. She firmly said, He's definitely a barbarian from the frozen ice plains. Upon hearing that, he was shocked. Really? Aquas replied, Yes, we have no news from inside the frozen ice plains, but that's a confirmed fact. The Lord became silent, thinking to himself, hoping it was just a rumor. But the truth was undeniable. His voice hoarse, he said, If this spreads, the whole world will shake. The Lord thought of the frozen ice plains and the Emperor, pondering that many want to explore the frozen ice plains, especially the Emperor. He worried that if the Emperor acted personally, imagine the chaos. While thinking, Aqua spoke, "You don't need to worry about that." Those words made him widen his eyes in surprise. She calmly said, "We will handle it ourselves and keep the existence of that barbarian hidden from the public." Hearing that, he sighed in relief. Thank God. But then he frowned suspiciously, wondering if all the barbarians in the frozen ice plains were like him. Aquas immediately refuted, "Definitely not. If they were all like him, they would have left the frozen ice plains and conquered the world by now." Considering her words made sense, the Lord said, "True." Then he thought about other barbarians. He pondered that even if it's not him, there are many barbarians in this world. They're strong, but also dumb. That's the natural limit of the Manji. He then wondered about Kentel. But what if those physically superior creatures also had intelligence? Quickly, he told her about this. Remembering, he said, "I heard this Manji king is different. Heard that he has both power and intelligence." Aquas closed her eyes and sighed. She asked, "You mean the king of all man, right?" Aquas said she only met him once, but he was totally different from the usual barbarians. Hearing this, he bowed his head, muttering, "Is that so? If those two meet, it'd be interesting." Aquas had a different thought. "I don't think so." Again, he looked at her surprised. Aquas was silent, her mind full of thoughts. The relationship between man and those ancient god servants isn't good. That's why their growing strength isn't something to take lightly. The Lord put that aside and asked, "By the way, what exactly did the prophecy say that made you want to meet privately?" She calmly replied, "I need to confirm one thing." The Lord curiously asked, "Confirm what?" Aquas turned to look outside, voicing her thoughts, to see if he was pure human or just something disguised as one. The Lord standing behind exclaimed, "Oh my God, so what exactly did the prophecy say?" Aquas asked cautiously. The prophecy had said, her eyes sharpened, her face grew serious. It seemed these prophecies couldn't be taken lightly. After hearing this, the Lich Lord's expression turned surprised. He stammered, "How could that be?" Morning sunlight streamed through the window. A steaming cup of tea sat on the table. The Lich Lord asked, "Are you still well?" Kent replied casually, "But sir, I'm living pretty well in the Lich domain." He wondered aloud, "Then why did you call me to the Lich Hall again?" His tone turned serious. "As the Lich Lord, I have something to discuss." Kent crossed his arms nonchalantly. "I'm not too bothered." The Lich Lord then said, "Not to offend, but I prepared a reward for your efforts in saving the Lich domain." Saying that, he pulled out an item. Seeing the item, Kent's eyes widened, surprise clear on his face. The Lich Lord placed the large bag on the table. He spoke seriously. "We will present the reward granted by the Lich Lord." Looking at the tightly tied bag, Kent thought to himself, "A beast pouch, a leather bag." He said gently, "Not just any leather bag. Check it yourself." Suddenly, Kent's eyes grew astonished. He thought, this is a magical artifact in pouch form. Seeing him open it, the Lich Lord explained, "You can store as many items as you want, as long as there's space inside the bag." Kent looked deep inside the bag. It was vast. He guessed the internal space was about the size of a room. He pondered that a magical artifact is an object created by magic. Kent was stunned, staring at the bag, thinking this was the first time he'd seen a magical artifact in real life. Seeing his surprise, the Lich Lord added, "Even if the item is bigger than the bag's mouth, you can still stuff in as much as you want." Hearing this, Kent picked up a huge axe. He thought, in that case, let's try an item. Looking at the axe, way too big for the bag, Kent thought it didn't seem to fit outside. But when he brought the axe to the bag's opening, it automatically sucked the axe inside. He gasped in surprise. The Lich Lord continued instructing, "To retrieve something, just reach inside and imagine the item." Kent listened and did as told. It really pulled the item out. His eyes sparkled excitedly as he exclaimed, "This is amazing." Contrary to his excitement, the Lich Lord calmly said, "This is a gift from me in return for saving the Lich domain. I hope you like it." Kent quickly replied, "Like it? I love it already. I'll definitely use it well." Hearing this, the Lich Lord smiled slowly. "Seeing you happy makes me happy too." But before he could enjoy it long, he worried again, thinking, "All right, I'll consider this matter closed for now." But again, the prophecy, right? In his heart, he wondered what exactly was happening in this distant land. In another world, mutants from the demon realm were flooding out. Facing Esechia, his face serious, he said, "Looks like something is going on in the world." The Lich Lord was sweating bullets. He thought silently, maybe it's related to this prophecy. He recalled Aquas standing by the window saying the prophecy predicted a demon would descend, a great demon. It would spread and infect the whole world. The Lich domain and Can Lich were networks connecting countless villages. That's why the villages stayed in contact. Then one day, contact with one of them was suddenly cut off. At first, no one thought much, but after many days with no news, a nearby village sent people to check. They never returned. Hearing this, the Lich Lord sent guards, but they also never came back. Only then did the Lich Lord realize something was happening. Rosa raised a finger and asked, Do we have any requests today? There's an urgent request today. Kent crossed his arms and asked, about what? Rosa immediately replied, to confirm the situation of a village that lost contact. Seeing him still dazed, she conveyed the info. A few days ago, a village stopped responding. You just need to check the situation. A simple mission to start, but the pay is generous. Hearing the good pay, Kent propped his chin, smiling brightly. I like jobs like this. I'll take the mission. Seeing his eager face, she thought just as she predicted. He quickly went to carry out the mission. Footsteps drew closer to him. H looked tired, leaning against a tree. She took heavy steps forward. Suddenly, a voice rang out. H, startled, looking toward the voice. Her voice panicked as she exclaimed. Kent appeared before H. He smirked. H scanned him up and down suspiciously. Your clothes. Kent waved his hand. I just got a new outfit. The old one I wore before was all worn out. H's eyes and mouth formed an O, impressed. The design looks pretty unique. Kent wasn't shy to brag. I designed it myself. H replied, impressive. Suddenly, H remembered. She asked, did you also take this mission? Kent crossed his arms. He nodded proudly. Yeah, I couldn't miss such an interesting mission. Hearing his confident words, H thought he really was special. Seeing him go alone, H wondered, but why are you going alone? Aren't the other team members coming with you? Hearing her question, Kent suddenly remembered his two teammates. He said, Alexandra and Kasan aren't joining. H calmly analyzed. They must have gotten the mission details already. Maybe they refused to join. Hearing that, Kent just replied, I see. Then he turned to look around. He saw 3 people in the distance. Kent's voice deepened. Fewer people than I thought. He stood, chin in hand, pondering. The mission was simple, but the pay was high. He thought many would sign up, yet there were less than 10 people total. He sighed inwardly. This really is a dangerous mission. Kent didn't understand, so he asked her. But why? The mission itself seems simple. H hesitated and analyzed. It sounds simple, but the pay is way too high. She worried. There's a rumor that the guards who went never returned, so in the end, this isn't a simple mission for sure. Kent was also confused. He looked around and said, still, the number of participants is too low. I thought at least 10 people would join. H hesitated beside him and said, actually. She whispered another rumor spreading around. Kent's voice perked up. What rumor? Suddenly, H forced a smile. It turned out Aquas had arrived. Her expression was heavy, her eyes gloomy and unhappy. Seeing her, Kent thought. Aquas was the sun god's Heresy inspector. She'd also joined this mission. In her heart, she worried not many mercenaries dared to cooperate with the sun god's Heresy inspector. H whispered fearfully, she's not planning to split my head open, right? Hearing H, Kent turned to reassure, no way, she's a good person. Hearing that, H suddenly exclaimed, wait, you know Miss A? Kent naturally admitted, of course. Then he turned and walked toward Aquas, saying, she's my friend. Hearing that, she froze, her eyes wide, screaming inside. The Heresy inspector is friends with a maniac. Seeing him get closer to Aquas, H hurriedly called after Kent. Approaching Aquas, Kent raised his hand toward her, cheerfully saying, nice to see you again. Contrary to his mood, Aquas replied coldly, I don't remember us being friends. Hearing that, Kent laughed out loud. He joked, you heard that? Then from now on, we're friends. Aquas gave up on him. She glanced aside and said, speaking of which, Aquas bluntly asked, your teammates serve a different god, right? Seeing Kent look confused, she continued, I mean Miss Kausia. Speaking of which, Kent just blanked out and asked a dumb question. So Lisha is like her too? Aquas looked confused and replied, yeah, but wait, you said she's Lisha, the priestess serving Colossia? Kent asked softly, is there a problem? She went silent for a few seconds, then whispered, no, as far as I know, Lisha, a follower of Lady Kausia, is currently in a period of spiritual retreat. Saying this, her tone grew heavy. Only those with high status can act at this moment. Kent's voice dropped hesitantly. Don't tell me it's Licha. Aquas sighed heavily, quickly hiding it. Nothing at all. I can't know all the details of every cult, so maybe I'm mistaken or it's far away. Suddenly panicked, she shouted, making both of them turn to look at her as she stepped forward. A commanding voice rang out, you're here? Kent turned to look, and it was Licha John. In his heart, he thought, Captain Kent of the Royal Guard greeted him cheerfully. We meet again here. Unlike him, H looked more pensive. Ju and 2 other guards were with him. He took the lead speaking. I welcome everyone who accepted this summons. He was the captain of the kingdom's royal guard, John. John said once everyone was present, they would depart. The firm steps of the royal guard began to move out. Aquas just coldly observed them. Kent also watched. In his mind, he thought, all of us gathering like this feels like we're about to raid a dungeon. The game's about to get real. Kent no longer smiled like before. Now, his heart sank. Kent quietly asked, does this action day mean Licha has already arrived? The The sudden question startled Aquas. She didn't answer immediately but stared at him. Kent glanced at Aquas too. After a moment, Aquas's gaze darkened. Her voice whispered, "I'm not sure either." She hesitated a few seconds, then continued, "The gods don't reveal the exact timing. Maybe it's just that we lost contact with the village," Aquas said fearfully. "But that also means Licha still might be around." Kent wasn't too worried. He smirked. In his head, he recalled what she said that day. "The gods have decreed that evil will fall." I remember that line clearly. The appearance of a great demon. Thanks to that phrase, Kent seemed more confident. He smiled, thinking, a great demon. The guard's footsteps stopped, and Jen's voice rang out. "We've arrived." Both Kent and H looked ahead in surprise. In front of them was a small village with houses packed closely. John introduced. His face was serious as he guarded the village entrance. John turned to ask Aquas, "How does it feel?" She replied, "I don't sense any aura." Hearing this, John's face tensed. His voice hoarse, he said, "Then maybe they've fled." John shouted. Everyone spread out and looked for clues. The Royal Guard members obediently followed. "Yes, sir," Kent excitedly said. "Got it." He scanned the area and silently assessed. This village only fits about 100 people, but even so, no way everyone vanished without a trace. Suddenly, John's eyes sharpened. He silently questioned. There must be some clue. His voice urged, "Start searching." Everyone scattered to look around. Suddenly, one of them found a dining table with food still fresh. Seeing him confused, he mumbled, "This is," then waved and called out, "Jay, Captain, there's food here." John calmly analyzed. Maybe they left it behind. While fleeing, he immediately denied. "No, I don't mean that," he shouted. "It was just cooked. The food is still warm." Hearing this, Jay's eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed, "What?" He immediately went to check the warm food. Jen suspiciously asked, "What's going on here?" In his heart, he thought, "We lost contact with this village a few days ago, and many people have been sent here since then." A flicker of confusion passed through him, but no one returned. Putting that aside, Jen asked, "Any traces?" The reply was firm. No signs they left the village or hid elsewhere. Hearing this, Jay's eyes deepened with thought. He ordered, "Keep searching for now." The one who heard the order replied shortly and clearly. Jen looked at the prepared food, thinking there were many daily life traces but not a single person in sight. His heart was tangled. How is this possible? He clenched his fist and walked behind him. John's voice asked, "How about the other side?" Hearing the voice, he turned, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, "Same here." He was puzzled. Clearly people live here, but no one's around, no footprints either. John turned to ask Aquas, "Do you know anything, Aquas?" Aquas is helpless too. "I don't know." Then he turned to Ken and asked, "Do you know anything?" The answer was the same. "I haven't found any significant clues and can't sense any aura." Jen lowered his head, frustrated. "This is driving me crazy." Seeing this, Kent suggested maybe asking someone who might know. He looked at him with wide eyes. "What?" Kent looked around casually. "Aren't we still sensing something here? There's someone else here." Kent's words made John's face turn pale. He hesitated. "Wait, what did you say?" He thought, "Someone else?" In other words, someone who wasn't here when we arrived. Now thinking back, John looked at a strange woman in front of him. Many questions formed in his mind. Who is she? How long has she been here? Asatia had been here for who knows how long. She smiled innocently, her voice clear. "Interesting. I disguised myself so perfectly, and you still found me." Kent crossed his arms and coldly replied, "When a stranger suddenly appears, of course we pay attention." Asatia laughed wildly. Her voice twisted. "No, that's not what I meant. Usually, others wouldn't notice." Asatia glanced at Aquas, smirking mockingly. "Even the sun god's Heresy inspector didn't detect me." Then she turned to Kent and said, "Looks like you haven't awakened any special abilities yet." Asatia sneered coldly. "Who are you?" She continued with cryptic words. This was an unexpected gain. His eye twitched. Suddenly he shouted, "Everyone back off. Everyone, back off immediately." "Yes, got it." John looked at Aquas, who stood still. He worriedly called, Aha." She froze instantly. Aquas suspiciously said, "I don't sense anything, no aura at all." Hearing that, both John and H looked at her with concern. H thought in shock, even the highest-ranking Heresy inspector can't detect her presence. At this moment, she thought of two possibilities. If so, there are only two options. Either she's not a demon, or she's a demon so powerful she can't be detected. Asatia rested her hand on her chin, complaining, "What a pity. I wanted to watch you longer before dragging him down the abyss." Saying that, her face began to sag. Asetia's voice turned eerie. "I've made up my mind." She looked straight at Kent, the interesting guy, her fingers transforming into sharp claws. Seeing this, Kent's mouth dropped in surprise. Thick horns appeared on Asetia's head, sharp teeth bared like she wanted to devour Kent alive. she happily said, "You will become my slave. Come with me to hell." With a snap of her fingers, a power orb appeared, making everyone wide-eyed in shock. She flew into the air, leaving H and Aqua stunned. Someone shouted a warning. "Everyone run, hurry up, hurry." Hands slammed on the barrier with screams of terror. No, but all efforts were in vain. Two members of the guard team got trapped. They screamed to open it, the sound of despair echoing. "Open it." Acacia smiled with her sharp, bewitching teeth, silently pleased. "This whole village is my territory. No one can escape." She glanced at them, her voice sharp and bloody. "Because you are all my prey." Suddenly, screams rang out. "A demon? No way. How could a demon be here?" Kent wondered. "A demon?" She trembled in response. "Yes. It's a named demon." H clasped her hands in a respectful plea. "Lord Colosia, please save me." Suddenly, a hand stroked her head, a warm, deep voice sounded. "Calm down," he comforted. "I'm right here with you." Hai turned her head to look at Kent. She immediately regained her calm demeanor, her eyes shy and hard to read. He continued curiously. "But what does it mean to be a named demon?" Making H flinch. She hesitated. "The thing is, not all so-called demons in this world are strong. They're called demons just for convenience, but most are just fragments of evil thoughts and magic power. However, there are entities that can be called true demons. They are born from darkness, without a mother, naming themselves by their own will. They are real demons. Even the weakest named one can shake an entire kingdom." Kent listened and said, "Then that one is definitely one of them." Hai trembled and said, "Yes, exactly like that." She hesitated to make her guess. "And judging by those horns, it's Asatia, a demon who appeared hundreds of years ago." He wondered why something like that would show up in such a remote land. He touched the outer barrier and asked, "So we can't break this?" She answered Kent, "No, this place has become a demon's domain. If we can't defeat the demon, there's no way to break the seal." He poked the barrier with his finger, sneering. "Is that so?" Kent created a thick smoke and smiled mischievously. Suddenly he paused, thinking, maybe I'll just watch a bit longer." Kent quickly swiped to make the smoke disappear and laughed weirdly. H asked anxiously, "Kent, what are you doing there?" He gave a thumbs up to reassure, "Nothing at all." She just nodded. "Got it. Just demon jokes, huh?" Aqua's teeth grinding and her voice echoed. Asetia smiled wickedly and taunted, "Is that so? Isn't it interesting? Doesn't it make you want to investigate more?" She recalled warm bread rolls, chopping boards, and a pot of hot food, pondering. A village disappeared, but there were signs someone just lived here. That was just the demon's trick. Aquas gritted her teeth angrily. "Maybe it just sees the villagers as toys," she whispered. "What a sick game." The demon Asetia just flashed a sinister smile, showing her sharp teeth. H just looked at Kent bored, who's chilling like at a movie theater eating popcorn. A named demon? Summoning such a demon requires a huge sacrifice. The population of a village isn't enough, and letting an entire territory be corrupted without anyone noticing should be impossible, so she blurted out a question as soon as she finished thinking. "How did it come down to this world?" She put her hands behind her head, leaning back and said, "You really think I'd tell you?" Aquas frowned angrily. "Filthy scum, polluting this land." Asetia burst out laughing loudly. She crazily retorted, "Filthy, not pure? Hey, you gods' dogs." She sneered sarcastically. Asetia asked, "Do you think your gods will save you?" Making Aquas furious with veins popping on her high forehead. "Listen carefully. Cracks are appearing in this world. This world no longer belongs only to you." She spoke from above. "Long, long ago, gods and humans fought demons. The victory belonged to gods and humans. The defeated demons were expelled from this world." She smiled crazily again, continuing. "From the hell of suffering, I have waited for this day a long time." Asatia slowly stepped down to the ground. She solemnly introduced herself. "I am Asetia, the demon of gravity. I will wash away the shame of the past and stain this world with evil thoughts." Asetia smiled mysteriously while whispering. She angrily retorted, "Disgusting creature, this world belongs only to gods and us, so go back where you came from." As soon as the demon finished, Aquas raised her hand. A golden light appeared, summoning the power of the god. She said, the dazzling light shone on Aqua's body, making the earth and sky tremble. She put on armor and a glowing golden staff. He looked up at Aquas and the demon, thinking deeply about her strange expression. "Just as I thought, the demon won't attack while she's transforming." The golden staff glowed along with iron boots. A shining golden armor appeared, wrapping Aqua's body in powerful golden light, all making the demon smile in admiration. "Interesting." She raised her hand, summoning power. "Good." Asetia now had a hammer, making her even more disdainful. "Then come here, God's dog, so arrogant." She angrily charged at her. Asetia's eyes squinted. They clashed. Two sources of power exploded, making the ground shake. Aqua strained her eyebrows and veins popped on her forehead. The ground felt like it was bombed, rocks flying everywhere. H held her head, screaming from the terrible power. She smirked and jumped high to dodge a deadly strike from Aqua's. Asetia spun her weapon, wind blowing her hair wildly. Asetia mocked, "A battle should have dignity. You, gods hunting dogs, don't know that?" Annoyed, her eyelashes tightened, leg veins bulged. Aqua's growled and took a run up, then used inner power to fly with spiritual energy surrounding her. Yet, Asetia stood still, calmly. Soon her image began to fade. This shocked Aqua's. Before she could blink, the demon's voice sounded behind her. "You're here?" She immediately turned, quickly raising her shield to block the strike. Suddenly, Asetia smiled mysteriously, then powerfully unleashed her strength, crushing her. Soon, Aqua's was completely overwhelmed. Her legs kept retreating. Seeing this, Asetia was delighted as she cried out miserably. Her shield seemed about to break from the demon. Bible chapter 2, verse 12. The light of glory will never be defiled. Immediately, Aqua's unleashed immense power, turning the tide. Asetia was thrown back 2 meters. Her body was surrounded by light, then she asked, "You can read the Bible at that age?" Then she praised her, truly impressive, but kept reading without caring. Came in chapter 5, verse 59. A great light appeared from the sky, burning all evil. Finishing, she quickly ran forward instantly. Asetia focused intensely. Aqua's raised her weapon to strike, but the demon narrowly escaped. Then she laughed joyfully. Asetia counterattacked, quickly gaining the upper hand, striking Aqua's hard, sweat pouring down her forehead while Asetia enjoyed it. Soon they charged again, 2 swords clashing with opposite expressions. Both huge powers radiated, causing a massive explosion shaking heaven and earth. It even reached H-Dai, who screamed loudly. And others were no exception as the dark power spread. "Please save me." The battle between Aquas and Asetia continued. Suddenly another light appeared between the 2 powers. Kent stayed calm, unlike everyone else, commenting, "Impressive." Seeing him appear, "Hi," Diane asked. Can't you help Aqua?" Hearing that, he casually replied, "I can." Then without waiting for her to finish, "You just cut in." "But why should I help?" She immediately froze. Kent continued, "Why should I interfere and ruin that battle?" "What?" Then he glanced toward the battle and added, "Of course, I want to fight demons someday." Then he shared, "But right now, I just want to watch this fight." Suddenly, she was utterly shocked. This wasn't what she expected. The battle kept raging with no sign of stopping. Then the 2 separated. Asetia landed safely. Aqua did the same, and only then did she start feeling uneasy. Sure, she was the god's hound, but in pure strength, she still had the upper hand. Suddenly, Aqua lunged unexpectedly. Luckily, she blocked it just in time. This time, Asetia lost the advantage. Still, the clash between them was brutal. In this world, magical beings can't stand against divine power. Soon after, she forcefully broke free and knocked her away. If this kept up, the fight would drag on. She smiled mysteriously again. "In that case, I'll have to tip the scales." Just thinking that, Asetia quickly charged in. This speed shocked her to no end. Aqua silently guessed her landing direction. That way, that's where everyone was standing. Dangerous. A huge flash of light exploded. She just unleashed an attack when Asetia arrived in time to shield. He was terrified by the situation. Asetia stabbed the spike in her hand straight into Aqua's shield. Everyone was terrified by the scene. Aqua was sweating buckets from worry, but then she counterattacked, cursing, "You filthy beast." Hearing that, she laughed gleefully and charged at her again. "Do you really think a demon plays fair?" That line enraged Aqua. Bible chapter 1, verse 1. Golden rays spread through the Bible's space. Chapter 1, verse 1. That light enveloped the entire figure standing at the center. Let the radiant holy domain of gold be unleashed. They diffused, illuminating the darkness. Aqua glanced back tensely. "Everyone, get in here fast." The Hot's High group moved toward the golden light. "Thank you, Lady Az." A sly smile curved her lips. Wings spread wide in the sky, looking down at the group below. She spoke venomously. "You plan to waste the sacred Bible like this?" Ace's entire eyeballs were covered in white light. She stomped hard on the ground and charged, growling. "Shut up." Asetia laughed excitedly, staring at Aqua. "Yeah, that's the reaction I want." She didn't reply but kept gritting her teeth and advancing. Then Asetia started moving too. Aqua's arms gripped her weapon tightly. A powerful arc formed in the air, marking her strike stance. Asetia, unfazed, flipped in midair, catching Aqua's shocked gaze. "Death is just death." Her face pressed close to hers, she said, "No one cares about your noble sacrifice." Aqua's brows furrowed as she braced for the opponent's blow. Asetia's feet hit the ground calmly. "If this keeps going, you'll lose and disgrace your god's honor." She spread her wings and flew up again, staring at Aqua. "But if you beat me and survive, your fame and your god's influence will rise." Asetia's tone was tempting. "It's simple. Just break the sacred shield protecting them." "How about it?" Aqua's forehead twitched violently. "You trying to trick me?" In response, Asechi's sly smile grew wider. You really want to die here? Aqua clenched her fists, eyes locked on her, cutting in. Nothing more to hear. The smirk deepened, and right after she finished, a powerful purple light shot forward. Fine, then die like a hero. Aqua tensed her body, using both hands to block the attack. The purple color representing darkness spread all around Asacia. Her bright eyes furrowed tightly. Something made Aqua freeze in shock. It was an inexplicable speed closing in right in front of her. Horror poured from Aqua's eyes. What? Then a loud explosion. She quickly flipped backward. Aqua lowered her center of gravity to keep balance. The terror in her eyes hadn't faded. Her body dashed at lightning speed. Strong purple blood energy streams swirled toward Aqua. They surrounded her. Layers of purple enveloped her. Aes whispered softly, Holy Domain's radiant light repels darkness, but before she could finish, the purple light surged like a tornado. A hand clamped over Aqua's mouth, silencing her completely. Enough, her bright red pupils filled with rage. I don't want to hear another verse. Power surged in her hand. Asacia pressed her down to the ground. Aqua struggled to break free but failed. The ground cracked beneath them. Asacia pinned her, raising her weapon high. Aqua's grip on her golden shield loosened helplessly, but a second later, she fiercely broke free and raised her shield to block. Gold and purple clashed fiercely. Aqua gritted her teeth, struggling to hold the shield. Opposite her, Asadia's calm and triumphant smile lingered as a loud crack sounded. The golden shield shattered into pieces. Asacia slowly strutted in victory. Aqua's whole body opposite was tightly bound by glowing Elena chains. Her painful screams echoed as the golden light shielding the others began to crack. Finally, it shattered completely. The crowd was engulfed in fear. No, at this rate, we're all gonna die. A hand rose, and she laughed joyfully. I'll enjoy you all like dessert. Suddenly, remembering something, Asacia spun her head around. But first, her mouth pressed against Aqua's neck from behind. I want to know what the god's hound tastes like. Sharp teeth opened, ready to bite, when a voice cut in. Stop. Followed by a large hand placed on Asacia's shoulder. Kent calmly stepped forward, stopping her. That's enough. Asacia's eyes widened at his sudden move. What? She looked at the tall figure before her, amazed. When did he get here? The three remained motionless amid the wreckage. The hand on her shoulder twitched slightly. Asacia thought, I can't sense any aura. Don't let her recover. Kent swung hard, throwing Asacia away amid her screams. Her body arced beautifully before slamming into the ground. He smiled, reaching out to Aqua. You okay? She stared blankly, then remembered. Right. That's the one who defeated the Holy Sword Ken. A superhuman warrior looked at her face, keeping a gentle smile. Her thoughts continued. But even so, before she could finish thinking, a pair of pupils flashed bright red. You? A voice drew the attention of both. On the other side, Asacia slowly rose from the shattered ground. A savage arrogance and fury etched across her face. You dare interrupt my meal? Kent responded calmly. She's my friend, so I can't let her die. He clenched his sharp teeth and spoke. At first, I wanted to keep you as a toy. Before finishing, his fierce tone cut in. But I'm not interested in being your plaything. A sly smile curved her lips. Is that so? Her hands with long, sharp nails summoned weapons. Asacia stood tall and declared, Then you must die. A calm voice spoke, making Kent tilt his head to look. Step back. Aqua's covered his wounded hand. Lichao staggered to his feet. You can't beat the demon. But the opponent turned to face her calmly and said, You know I'm pretty strong. Ah frowned and replied, No, this isn't about strength. Her whole body trembled, but she forced herself to stand straight and continued. Only divine power can banish demons from this world. No other force can do it. Her face was filled with determination as she thought, This is a law set since gods and demons coexisted, especially since this place is the demon's domain. There's no room for luck. Her steady voice rose, So only gods can confront demons. Kent listened, looking thoughtful, stroking his chin, but then paused slightly, glanced sideways, his tone indifferent without a hint of change. She looked like she wasn't strong enough to fight. Aqua's was trembling all over, but her voice remained firm. I have to do this, I serve the gods. A sudden sharp pain made her squint one eye. And I fight against the devil. Aquas's words made Kent's eyes widen in admiration. Is this the will of God's servant? His large hand covered her head. Impressive. After saying that, he slowly stepped forward. But leave it to me. Kent's move made Aqua's open her eyes wide in confusion. He grinned, eyes fixed ahead. I've always wanted to fight a demon. The voice filled with Asacia's cunning rose again. You really don't get it? I told you. You can't beat me. He answered her with a confident look. Want to try? His long tongue licked his sharp teeth. Asacia sneered wickedly. I want to see your face twisted in pain. Then she suddenly appeared right in front of him with a teleportation spell, but Kent's tall figure stood firm. Aqua's screamed in panic. No, while Asacia smirked even wider. His hand clenched tightly. She raised her weapon, ready to strike. But a powerful punch landed right on Asadia's face. Her headless body was blasted away. Blood splattered everywhere. Aquas watched in shock, unable to understand. Huh. Kent's move was totally unexpected by Aquas. Punching a demon's head to pieces with bare hands, he just stared blankly at his hand while she kept wondering, how could that even happen? On the other side, Asachia's headless body was still flying through the air. Kent's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Streams of purple Elena light began to gather in one spot. Asachia's intact body stood at the center of the glow. Kent excitedly shouted, "Even if the head is smashed, it can still regenerate." She glared at him angrily. "Who the hell are you?" That question made Kent hesitate a bit. "Me? I'm just a guy scratching my head, honestly. Just a regular savage." That answer completely pissed off Asachia. "Don't be ridiculous." But then she fell into confusion, wondering what this weird feeling was. No mystical aura at all, not a user of aura or magic. Then her eyes with vertical pupils flashed. A purple Elena vortex suddenly appeared behind Kent. Asachia's lips curled into a sly smile. It was time to verify for herself. He sensed the vortex turn his head, just as her body suddenly appeared right above his head. "Die." He blinked, tilting his head slightly, then muttered to himself. Though the human shape was a bit annoying, he'd have to deal with it. A powerful fist pierced through her body, her mouth open in pain, disbelief on her face. Asachia's brow furrowed tightly. Her body was punched away again by Kent. Bright purple light radiated from Asachia. The hole in her chest closed as if it never existed. Purple liquid sprayed from her mouth. Asachia propped herself up on the dusty ground. She bowed her head in denial. "Impossible." Asachia's eyes were full of shock, purple streaks still clinging to her lips. Just a simple punch, not enhanced by aura or magic. She kept smiling bitterly to herself. Just a pure punch, while Kent's eyes shone with excitement facing her. Instant regeneration? Asachia's bright red pupils glared hatefully at him. Kent's innocent gaze met hers, his face turning serious, sincerely asking, "What exactly is the principle behind this?" His foot slammed down, cracking the ground beneath. His tall body dashed forward at an extreme speed. Doubt started to show on Asachia's face. Her hand spread again to summon a weapon. But before she was ready, his fist was already close. Her red pupils glanced fearfully aside. Kent's fist was ready to strike. Assachia's face twisted on impact. With that punch, her body was blasted back again, headless. Her hand relaxed slightly among the wreckage. Her headless body lay flat on the ground, dark blood energy swirling around her. That scene made Kent's eyes widen, watching intently. Then Asachia stood fully upright again, lips letting out a soft laugh. Looks like if the head shatters, a brand new one appears. Kent's eyes gleamed with excitement as he thought silently. Right, if she's a demon, she's gotta have some skills like that. He muttered to himself. So the core weakness is the head? While Asatia's whole body trembled, her mind was filled with rage. How ridiculous. You plan to use pure strength to fight me? The purple almost took over Asatia's entire eyes. Or do you mean you don't have to use your full power? Against me? She stood tall and spoke. You. Kent innocently pointed at himself. Asatia's voice rang out again. Listen carefully. I am Asachia, the gravity demon. She smiled, but a drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. You dare think you can keep fighting me with just raw power? Kent was silent for a moment after hearing that, then honestly replied, Not really. You don't look all that special. That answer made Asachia dumbfounded. What? The sound of shattering rang in her ears. The demon's pride shattered to pieces. A furious scream echoed while Kent was clueless. Then Asachia's body lunged forward. At extreme speed, the distance between them closed rapidly. Asachia swung the hammer in her hand. Her weapon came crashing right in front of him, but Kent stood still, then reached out one hand to stop the hammer. A calm voice rose amid Asachia's horrified eyes. All right, you do have some skill. No matter how hard she tried, the hammer couldn't move forward. Finally, Kent's large hand grabbed the weapon and shattered it instantly. His fist aimed at Asachia's head. Her body was blasted away again, headless. Blood splattered in the air along with Asatia's thoughts. This is impossible. Her body radiated purple light. The head regenerated. I am the gravity demon. Asachia clenched her teeth, calculating. If I go all out, I can channel the weight of an entire fortress into this hammer. That thought ran through her head. Yet you didn't just block it with your bare hands, you shattered it. Some low-life savage who hasn't even grasped the mysterious power yet. Kent's gaze suddenly got snagged by something and then snapped back. Devils aren't exactly known for their literary skills, never have been. Asachia's body trembled uncontrollably, no doubt about it. Countless streams of purple blood gushed out after Elena's scream echoed. No way. The furious purple streak lunged at Kent. Die. That savage grabbed his hand tighter, throwing a punch to block the opponent's attack. A powerful golden beam shattered the purple light, charging straight at the stunned Asachia. A plume of smoke exploded with a loud bang, followed by her pitiful scream. A gust of air blew through, forcing Aquas to raise his hand to block it, while he wondered in shock what the hell he was witnessing. The scheming image of Asya flashed in his mind. Asetia, an insanely powerful demon who single-handedly destroyed an entire kingdom. From hundreds of years ago, a demon of that caliber, Kent's mighty punch still didn't stop. It kept smashing straight through Asadia's head. Meanwhile, Aquas stood dumbfounded, eyes wide in disbelief, wondering if he was really getting beaten to hell by just plain punches. On the other side, Asetia lay silently on the ground, her face battered, with Kent's big foot pressing down on her. He looked down thoughtfully, then muttered, "She really isn't dead. That means you can't kill this demon with just brute physical strength." Asetia's lips curled into a cunning smile. She thought to herself with delight, "This is the first time I've felt such pressure." She recalled the feeling when his punch landed on her face, overwhelmingly strong. Under his boot, she grinned with scheming excitement. "What the hell are you?" Kent coldly glanced at her and answered modestly, "Just a regular savage." Asetia sneered, then growled, "Don't talk nonsense." "Still, I feel a bit better now." Saying that, she raised her sharp claws, "But I want to try something." With that, her claws slashed fiercely, making Kent flinch and turn around. He still stood there clueless, not understanding what was going on, while Asetia, who had been watching him, suddenly turned pale. No way, both of them stood frozen, eyes wide as meteorites rained down toward the ground. But it didn't stop there. From the core of the magic circle, a huge purple orb slowly emerged. Suddenly, the orb exploded, revealing a fiery-bodied female demon with massive Elena wings. She growled, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Asetia's voice turned cold. "I will unleash all my power on you." With that, a barrage of sharp spears rained down from the sky. Kent looked up at her with a challenging glare. The full power of a demon, huh? Even as watching from outside, clenched her teeth in fear. Too dangerous. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands tightly, and prayed. "You can't fight that demon with pure strength alone. Divine power." Asetia smirked wickedly, holy wrath, piercing, and destruction. Instantly, a volley of spears aimed straight at Kent. Unexpectedly, he stood still, expression unchanged. He used his elbows to knock away the spears aimed at him. Spear after spear was flung aside by him. Asetia couldn't believe her eyes, mouth agape in shock. What the hell? Before she could react, Kent dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of her, making her flinch. Stumbling back, Asetia was still stunned. Before she could grasp the situation, Aquas shouted from outside. Kamen, Chapter 3, Line 5, 8 light that burns all evil. As soon as he finished, the large golden axe in his hand flashed with blinding light. Kent's eyes lit up as he looked at the axe. "What is this?" "The power of a god." Aquas hurriedly informed him, "I've gathered enough divine energy. Hurry and strike that demon." Then Kent raised his hand and said in a slow, deadly tone, "I want to observe a bit more, but it seems I can't." "That's fine, demon." As he spoke, his fists flew toward her. Asetia stared in shock at the axe blade about to slice through her. What? In the moment she was still dazed, divine energy seeped into every corner of her body. Asetia's eyes gradually went blank, her thoughts echoing, "Did I lose to him?" She was completely defeated, lying pitifully on the ground. Suddenly, Kent gently stepped beside her, sat down, and expressed his gratitude to Asetia. "Thank you, that was an interesting fight." She bared her teeth in a bitter smile. "It's a shame to be summoned back to hell like this." She glanced at Kent, "But it wasn't entirely useless, because I confirm that someone like you exists on this earth." Suddenly, Asetia seemed to remember something and asked, "What's your name?" He replied calmly, "I'm Kent." Aquas panicked, trying to stop him. "No, don't say it." But it seems it's too late. Kent stood there clueless. Asetia burst into a loud laugh. "All you creatures of hell, engrave the name Manji Kent into your memories." At her command, an ancient castle appeared under a blood-red sky. Aquas trembled and collapsed to the ground. In that blood-red sky, a pair of terrifying eyes appeared. She kept chanting loudly, "Swallow my memories and feel them." The one known as Kent. He stood still, listening to her words but still confused. The blood-red eyes from the sky began to descend toward where Kent stood. Asetia laughed triumphantly. "Now it belongs to us." The red eyes formed a huge smiling mouth. They tried to invade his body but suddenly froze. Kent's whole body stiffened as if a shield blocked the giant hand reaching out to grab them, scaring them back. They quickly fled far from Kent. He slowly opened his eyes, then the scene before him left him speechless. Kent touched his chest, confused. "What is this? It feels like something just pierced into my body." Asetia stared at him wide-eyed. "What's going on?" Surely the darkness ran from him into my body. Suddenly, she appeared in his sight, making him itch all over, so he raised his foot and stomped, causing her to vanish completely. Aquas watched the scene with his mouth wide open in surprise. Not just her, even H didn't expect this. Kent clenched his fists and stretched with a refreshing yawn. He smirked happily. Mission accomplished. Huh. In the kingdom of Gihenti, the territory of 3 Can, a boy messenger hurriedly ran through the streets announcing, "Urgent news, urgent news. News from the village that lost contact earlier." The first people to get the paper wore stunned expressions. Then a big, strong hand slammed the paper onto the table. After Asacia appeared, the Lord was angry, confused, and scared all at once. What the hell is going on? Why is such a disaster falling on this small land? He helplessly slumped into his chair, a demon with a title recorded in ancient texts. Before him, a knight stepped forward to report. Rumors spread like wildfire throughout the territory. The Lord gritted his teeth, thinking the only lucky thing in this disaster was that the sun god's Heresy inspector successfully drove it away. The Lord lowered his eyes and spoke in an increasingly quiet voice. "We must carefully consider what to do next." Ken sat cross-armed, speaking casually. The whole territory seemed unstable. Aquas, who had just collapsed onto the bed, agreed. "Makes sense. This isn't a small matter. The Lord must be having a headache over this." Until the next morning, sunlight streamed through the room's crack. Kent and Aquas sat facing each other discussing. "Don't tell me you're planning to leave right now. Not even resting a bit first." She clenched her hands, eyes slightly downcast, said sadly, "No, I can't afford to delay. This must be reported to the sanctuary as soon as possible." He knew he couldn't stop Aquas, so he helplessly warned, "If that's what you want, I won't stop you." After finishing his advice, suddenly Aquas softly called out, "Kent." Surprised, he turned back. At that moment, Aquas solemnly bowed. "Thank you for saving my life. Without you, I would have been a toy for that demon." Kent waited until she finished speaking before replying. "No need to thank me." He smiled and continued talking. The way you emphasized it shocked her. "I'm just Licha, saving my friend." Right after she said that, Kent Lichai blinked, pointed at himself, and asked, "Oh, so we're Licha friends now, right?" Though she didn't say it out loud, the emotions she felt were clearly written all over her face. Aquas thought to herself in disbelief, a savage and a servant of the gods becoming friends. After a moment of silence, she finally asked, "I'm a heresy inspector for the sun god, yet you still want to be friends with me?" Kent asked confusedly, making her once again feel a mix of shock and a little happiness. "Is there any reason I shouldn't?" Aquas clenched her fists tightly, standing there stunned. No, but your clueless expression made Kent laugh. "So there's no problem with that, right?" Aquas gave a small smile and replied, "You're right." After the romantic vibe died down, Kent suddenly put on a goofy face and approached her, asking, "By the way, I want to ask something." Aquas softened her voice and responded, "What do you want to know?" Kent propped his chin up, looking thoughtful. "Is it true that you can't say your name to demons?" She spoke mysteriously. "That's because of the mark." Kent asked in shock. "The mark?" Seeing his confusion, Aquas explained in detail. She told him that demons use names to carve a dark mark onto a person's soul and use that mark to summon evil spirits. Anyone marked is like a scent, emitting a fragrance that lures evil forces. At this point, her eyes dropped as she recalled ancient times. The old tradition said that anyone marked must undergo a baptism ritual to be saved, or else dark forces would hunt and destroy them. Kent blinked, pointing at himself. "So I'm marked too?" She worriedly clenched her fists tighter. "No, you're not marked, Kent, but your name might be known by entities from the underworld." And that was indeed the case. The nagging problem in Aquas's heart was still unresolved. She spoke to reassure him. "Still, don't worry too much. Without the mark, they can't track your location. They only know the identity but have no way to trace you." Hearing this, Aquas felt much more at ease. "Unless you meet face to face, there won't be any problem." Once enlightened, Kent looked at her with admiration. "So that's why I couldn't kill it with just physical strength." Aquas pondered and stepped forward. "That's the nature of demons." She recounted an ancient story. Long ago, the supreme gods created humans stupid, weak, and driven only by instinct, but the gods didn't intervene in the human world. However, outside entities showed interest in the human realm. They crossed spatial realms and brutally slaughtered humans. Eventually, the gods couldn't tolerate it anymore, descended into the human world, sided with humans, called those entities demons, and drove them away. From then on, humans built temples to honor the gods who saved them and continued to flourish under divine guidance. But over time, for unknown reasons, demons gradually reappeared and interfered with the human world. At this point, her tone suddenly turned serious. So the gods chose loyal ones, granted them power, and continued fighting demons. Demons are creatures that can only be destroyed by divine power. After hearing the story, Kent couldn't help but be amazed. "So that's why we don't belong to this world and can't be killed by normal means." Aquas continued, explaining. "Exactly. From the start, we weren't creatures of this world." He then wore an awestruck face. "I get it now. If those things show up often, it's a nightmare." Hearing this, Aquas objected. No, demons don't just appear easily with their title. She shared her recent suspicions. It seems like the demon realm, which should be sealed, is influencing this world. The cycle of hell's birth is becoming abnormal, and more dark entities are gradually revealing themselves in the human world. Aquas's eyes grew more determined. Starting from a year ago, Kent suddenly remembered something and felt a chill. A year ago, I recall that time wasn't I on my last mission in the snowfield. Suddenly, Aquas cut the story short. That's enough talking. Thanks, Kent. She bowed slightly to express her gratitude. I have to get going. If you ever visit, we'll definitely welcome you. Kent smiled back. I hope so too. The carriage rolled away. Sitting inside, Aquas looked out the window, her mind full of unspoken thoughts. She squinted, thinking. Though her body wasn't fully healed, she couldn't stay idle any longer. She had to report this to the Sanctus immediately. Then her thoughts suddenly clouded. But in her mind, Kent's image kept flashing. Why? Why hadn't the sun god ever prophesied anything about that man-person? In a long corridor, a troubled figure walked. Ken sighed deeply, his eyes full of crow's feet, then spoke. Meeting His Majesty always leaves me exhausted. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It seemed the man had a rough day, making him open his eyes wide. Ken turned around and saw a long-haired figure in a noble red outfit. Ken was confused. He thought, the Archmage of the Magic Tower, where all mages and mystics gather. The tower's master was powerful. Finally, he decided to ask, so what brings you here? Lich stood on the balcony and replied, you know, just a routine check-in. What about you? Ken glanced away evasively and answered, Lich, I'm here to report on the Demon Realm reconnaissance mission, right? The silent forest where everything is quiet. He put his hand on his chin, asking sharply. Kane replied, exactly. Lich pressed on. How is it? He broke into a sweat. His hoarse voice spoke up. It's beyond what we understand about this world. A truly terrifying place. Just like its name, the Silent Forest. Not a single sound. Even the mystical energy sensing spell was unstable. And no matter how loud I shouted, not a single vibration. Ken recalled the scene and continued. Then we realized the soldiers disappeared one by one in a place so silent it was creepy, extremely uncomfortable. He snapped. What exactly does His Majesty want by conquering the demon realm? Maybe to rule the whole world. Who knows what crazy ideas run through a powerful man's mind? The other replied, smiling slyly. But I have to say, the demon realm is an interesting place. Lich folded his arms. I find it somewhat fascinating too. Ken replied seriously, but I don't want anything to do with that place. I prefer a normal life. Suddenly, Lich snapped his fingers, trapping Ken in a matrix. They both stepped into a detailed matrix glowing with the blue hues of the galaxy. Ken looked at the formation, thinking it was teleportation magic. He asked the other, what is this? Why all of a sudden? The other just smiled, reassuring Ken, no need to be so formal. Lich stepped closer and asked, you met someone very special, didn't you? Remembering what Lich meant, Ken jumped and stammered, no way. Lich smiled gently, and Ken seemed to understand, cursing under his breath. The observing eye, when did you put that on me? Lich kept smiling and replied, since our last meeting. One of this old man's few remaining pleasures. Unlike Lich, Ken was furious and cleared his throat. Go to hell. He asked irritably, if you've seen everything, why ask more? I want to hear your thoughts. Lich answered slowly. About the one I thought only existed in ancient legends. About the man from that snowy land. Unlike the furious Lich, Ken cleared his throat. Go die. He asked irritably, if you've seen everything, then why ask? I want to hear your thoughts. Lich slowly replied, about the person I thought only existed in ancient legends, about that savage from the snowy wasteland. Ken hesitated. I'm still not sure. Think it through. The man's deep, hoarse voice rose. A manji strong enough to defeat the Sword Saint and wipe out Lich toes like swatting mosquitoes appeared from the edge of some snowy region. Isn't that already suspicious as hell? Wait, you said he defeated Kaz. What's Lich confused about? Doesn't he know? Then he put his hand on his chin, thinking. Well, it makes sense the truth hasn't leaked out yet. Lich recounted slowly, but rumors had already started spreading in the Magic Tower. The great mages who once shook the entire continent. I heard he tried to resurrect on the outskirts but failed, so I went there to pay my respects. Half of his face returned to that pale skull-like head. Lich spoke in a low tone. One of the few friends I had was gone. Kinda sad, honestly. Ken was surprised to see a different expression on the other guy's face. I didn't expect you to feel sadness too, Lich replied. Of course, friends are essential for someone like me who lives forever. But Lich pondered. It seems no one found any relics in that Lich's lair. Ken panicked. Weren't all the relics collected when Koz died? Mostly, yeah, but the most valuable treasure wasn't. Still, Lich remained optimistic, wondering where it could be now. But setting that aside, I want to hear your opinion. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he spoke. Lich asked, do you really believe that Manji Guy defeated Koz? Ken thought for a moment, then hesitated. I think it's possible. He reminded him, oh right, you haven't told the Emperor yet, have you? Hearing that, Ken clenched his fist tight. He firmly resisted. Why the hell should I? That guy is throwing precious manpower into the demon realm like it's nothing. If that crazy Emperor finds out about Manji's existence, Ken thought about the bloodshed on the battlefield, there's going to be a clash for sure. A Manji doing his own thing and an Emperor wanting to control the whole world. If that happens, the kingdom will definitely get dragged in. Lich walked away while speaking. Really? Sounds interesting. You're implying that Manji could single-handedly take on the entire empire? He asked, making Ken hesitate. I'm not sure. But I felt something very similar to the first time I saw you. Lich seemed to realize something and said, don't tell me it's hero rank. Ken frowned and replied, I'm not qualified to judge, but he's worth it. Even more than that. Before the other could finish, he panicked and blurted out, don't tell me you're planning to a bustling marketplace in the Bakan territory of the Gente Kingdom. A girl with long hair was looking around. She accidentally tripped over a stone on the path, and just as she was about to fall face first, a quick hand caught her. A man with a warm voice said, whoa, you gotta be more careful. Ken caught the girl, kindly asking, are you okay? The girl was stunned for a moment, and he felt uneasy inside. Ken thought to himself, she's probably gonna run away scared. She politely bowed and thanked him. After walking a bit, he turned his head and stared, his eyes wide with surprise. He wondered, what's going on? What's this feeling? Kent looked up at a girl on the street, confused, his mind racing as if suddenly understanding something. He widened his eyes, wondering why no one was avoiding him. Golden honey light slowly filtered into the room through the door crack, shining down on a shimmering cup of tea on the table. The Lord sitting in the chair looked worriedly at the person before him and asked, are you feeling all right? I heard you almost got marked by another demon. Ken sat with arms crossed, calmly replying, no problem at all. Honestly, I don't even really know what a mark is. The Lord lowered his eyes, deep in thought. I see. I know you're strong, but even so, the Lord couldn't help but blurt out. Looks like everything around you has changed. Ken asked back, you mean the people? He calmly gathered more info. The people in the territory, he answered grimly, probably because of the rumors. The Lord began recounting. The surviving guards and mercenaries spread wild rumors. They said after Aqua was defeated, everyone fell except one person who stood firm, and when he woke up, Kent's thing glowed with a divine aura. Witnesses believed Aqua had granted him divine power, so they started calling him the one who fought alongside Aqua against the demons. Kent froze, as if understanding, and said, so that's how it is. Meanwhile, the Lord bowed his head, wanting to apologize. Sorry about that, but by the time I tried to correct it, the rumors had spread too far. Like he didn't care about life, Kent thoughtfully propped his chin with his hand. It's fine. Maybe that's why people aren't afraid of me anymore. Seeing him still bowing in agreement, probably so. Now they see you as the one who fights demons. Kent pressed his lips, deep in thought. He looked up at the sky and started repeating the Lord's words. You fight demons? The random words slipped out, so you've got a reputation now. Cut to the reception desk, Rosa began announcing with a professional smile. Congratulations, Kent, you've been promoted. You're now rank C. Kent questioned skeptically. Rank C? Looking at her with dumbfounded eyes. So I jumped 3 ranks at once? Rosa smiled and explained, well, you did something worthy of that rank. He quickly regained his confidence and smiled proudly. Good. At the same time, Rosa held a paper professionally and continued explaining, your mercenary badge will also be reissued. Since it's a personalized badge, it might take some time. Ken asked, confused, even the badge has to be custom-made for me? She quickly replied, yes, from rank C and above, you're considered an official mercenary recognized by the guild, so naturally, you get proper treatment. And from rank C up, you have access to almost all areas. Rosa quickly stood up, raising her hand to explain. You won't face any obstacles accessing most major cities and temples. Feeling something off, she covered her mouth and chuckled awkwardly. Ah, except the imperial capital, the empire is really strict. Rosa wiped sweat, smiling along with him. Right, only those recognized by the nobility can enter the empire. She covered her mouth and began seriously explaining. Honestly, no one knows much about the imperial capital, just scary rumors. Honestly, there's even less info than about the demon realm, making Kent sweat just listening. That bad? Rosa suddenly covered her mouth, coughing dryly, then switched topics with a professional smile. Anyway, now that you're rank C, you can accept most available missions, even enter rank A dungeons if you go with a team. He grinned like he found treasure. What? A rank A dungeon means, I'll get to do all kinds of missions, quickly replaced by a smirk. Elsewhere, Alexandra was shocked and speechless, not expecting this to happen. He wiped sweat and quickly put Manka down, asking if everything was settled. Kent calmly replied, the demon was defeated and the Heresy inspector said it's all good, so I think it's fine. That statement stunned Alexandro and the other two. Well, that's good. Kassan suddenly spoke up. Still, the sun god's heresy inspector was amazing, defeating a demon like that while High freaked out, staring at him. No, Elena thought silently. That day I wasn't unconscious, so I realized how strong he was. He completely dominated a demon with a title. She seriously pondered like a lost soul. So Aqua just walked in and poked a dish that was already prepared. Kassan suddenly spoke, startling her. Now that you're rank C, what's your next plan? Meanwhile, Kent remained calm with arms crossed. Nothing changes. I'll continue doing the missions assigned as a rank C mercenary. Kassan's eyes sparkled, staring at him, fighting demons and still being humble like that. Damn, that's pretty badass. H clenched his teeth in frustration, trying not to get fired up. This guy's not even human. He also blinked, confused, and asked, so what's everyone planning to do next? Kassan quickly stepped up, stammering. We're just low-level pawns, not much we can do. He lowered his eyes and honestly said in a gloomy voice, I plan to live a dull life day by day and die like a parasite. Then Kassan suddenly stood up with fiery spirit. But now I want to live fully, just like you. Kent Alexandro sighed and bowed his head. Only now you're thinking about that? What a bottomless pit of stupidity. Then Kent sat dumbfounded between them, staring at the two locking eyes. So, what's the plan next? H cleared his throat. She looked at him calmly and replied, as always, I just follow Lady Kalosia's orders. He propped his hand and remembered, I think I heard something from Aqua's. Right, Kent continued. Those serving Kalosia are currently on break. Only the high-ranking ones are still active. This sudden info stunned H. What? She panicked and denied the truth. Ah, no, must be a mistake. I'm just a regular priest, really. He replied nonchalantly. Is that so? If you say so, I'll believe it. As soon as the words ended, H laughed fearfully and hopelessly. He obviously knows, right? Could he be waiting for me to confess? H's thoughts spiraled out of control. Maybe he's just messing with me. She was terrified to the core. Cut to the sky over Elena, late night at the May Mercenary Guild. Rose Sa thought excitedly, I did it. The receptionist with the scruffy beard was heading home. Suddenly, a pair of leather shoes stepped in, making the girl who had been smiling all day turn around cautiously. The man spoke, I have a request. As soon as he finished, Rosa Xa thought despairingly, overtime again. She sighed heavily and reluctantly spoke, all right, what kind of request? Aeon looked at her confused. What the hell? Her eyes seemed unfocused. He cleared his throat and clearly stated his request. I need an escort. 2 people, me and a young woman. His pale fingers started typing. 2 people. Destination is. Rosa's eyes widened in shock when she heard the far end of the kingdom of Daniel. She looked up into those blue eyes. The capital city. Rosa was both vague and serious in her guess. An escort mission all the way to the kingdom of Daniel from such a remote place. She began recalling the man's appearance when he came in, wearing that cloak, definitely hiding his identity. Polite words, shabby clothes, very suspicious. Rosa cautiously spoke, all right, I'll take it for now. Do you have any ID? Aeon stroked his beard, thinking for a moment. Need something to verify your identity? He handed Rosa a shiny silver badge. Use this. She blinked, observing closely. This was a deep thumbprint pressed into intricate patterns. The badge of the main mercenary guild. This wasn't something easy to get. She trusted her instincts. Sure enough, his identity wasn't ordinary. Rosa returned the badge to Aaron. Verification complete. She casually followed procedure. Then I'll proceed with the commission fee. He reached into his cloak and placed a shiny gold coin on the wooden table. I'll pay with this. He spoke clearly and sincerely. Rosa calculated silently and said with that amount, she could provide 1 person. Hearing this, Aaron suddenly deflated. What? He gaped and stammered. Only 1 person. Aaron actually felt bad about spending that pure gold coin. After all, it was an escort request. Rosa had already calculated carefully. The mercenary would accompany the entire journey, which was very risky. Plus, the kingdom of Daniel was quite far. She had to ask for his understanding. Depending on the situation, it could take nearly a month, so naturally the fee was higher than usual. Aaron looked embarrassed. Well, that's true, but he stubbornly asked again. Is there no other way? At least 2 people. Rosa offered an alternative, but in that case, the mercenary would be of a lower rank. Are you okay with that? She reminded Aaron. If you want a reliable escort, it's best to choose a mercenary rank D or above. He hesitated. Then Aaron quickly regained composure. Please pick someone with those skills for me. Rosa patiently explained. In that case, this money only covers 1 person, he slowly asked. Still no other way. She frowned a bit. Honestly, why act so desperate? Rosa didn't dare guarantee anything. Honestly, in a remote place like this, finding someone willing to escort is already hard. I'll try, but finding 2 people is very difficult. Aaron suddenly replied curtly. I see, got it. I'll leave it to you then. After he left, she examined the dazzling golden coin again. Small but very pure gold, but the surface was heavily worn as if purposely hiding its origin. Rose XA had a bad feeling and clenched it tightly in her palm. This is going to be trouble. Night fell. Aaron's footsteps were steady then stopped. He knocked on the wooden door a few times to announce himself. Elena flinched at the sound. Who's there? Aaron took off his hat outside and spoke. A loyal subordinate of yours. Recognizing a familiar face, she opened the door relieved. Elena hadn't even sat down when Aaron entered. She anxiously asked about the hall at Rose's place. How's it going? Aaron avoided looking directly at Elena. They've accepted the request for now. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. They said how many people they can provide. Suddenly, he choked up. Aaron had no choice but to admit it was only one person. He felt guilty. Sorry, we don't have enough money. Elena just lowered her eyes resignedly, not blaming him. Aaron started blaming himself. If only I wasn't stupid enough to get tricked, she immediately interrupted. No, it couldn't be helped. Even if it were me, it probably wouldn't be different. They empathized so much their eyes started to water. They burst out crying like kids. Suddenly, a shout came from inside. Silence. They both choked back tears. She quickly returned to the main topic. By the way, Aaron, how long do you think it will take? Aaron looked gloomy. I don't know. We're trying to find someone trustworthy, so it might take time. Elena tried to calm herself. I see. Then we just have to wait. She smiled faintly. It's late. Rest a bit. You've done well. Aaron nodded obediently. Yes. Next, Elena didn't feel much better. Not again? Aaron put on a tired face. I'm really ashamed, he said. Then he realized it was really hard to find someone truly reliable. She braced herself. This is going to be trouble. Elena turned sharply to look behind. Food supplies are running low too. No choice. We have to endure hunger for a while. Aaron kept apologizing. It's all my incompetence. That made her awkward. It's not your fault, Aaron. Aaron's face darkened. Still, telling the Lord here about our situation? Elena cut him off. We can't do that. He was a bit surprised. Noticing her trembling hands, Elena raised her head and declared, we can't trust anyone. Even hiring a bodyguard is risky. We can't take any more risks. Her expression was unusually serious. Aaron, remember why we had to abandon the kingdom and run? We don't even know who's friend or foe. Elena tried to boost Aaron's spirit. Even though we've been hiding for a while, there's still no news from there. Even though both of us escaped, he understood and frowned slightly. I'm sorry. I've become too weak. She hesitated and stayed hidden. By the way, are you sure the kingdom of Daniel is really safe? Aaron firmly assured, that place will protect you. The king swore when the princess was born, his green eyes suddenly shining brightly. They might even help us get revenge. Aaron's hope in Elena was huge. So, you absolutely have to live. Elena Mavroy, our princess, if even you fall, our kingdom will truly perish. She's scared to face the Lich, her faith fragile. But the Lich, the mercenary himself, can we really trust him? He gripped Elena's hands tightly. Don't worry, we paid gold just so the Lich would earn our trust. They will definitely introduce someone trustworthy. She hesitated. I hope so. Elena soon drifted into a daze. Who exactly will this Lich be to escort me? She imagined a guy who looked like Kent. A Lich, the mercenary himself. I hope this Lich is a handsome guy with knightly style. Kent leisurely leaned back, hands behind his head. Nothing to do. Hoai Neum suddenly remembered. How are those idiots doing now? Those Lich are the only ones not avoiding the Lich themselves. Surely they're still living their dumb lives as usual. Kent thought for a moment then was surprised. Oh right, the mission's over? He still had fresh memories. Since waking up in the snowy region, the mission window was always with him. At first, he thought it was just a dream, but the freezing cold that cut through flesh and the monsters made him realize everything was real. Yeah, the first mission was just to survive for a week. This time he came far away to get a new mission, an escort request. She smiled brightly in response. Bingo. Kent crossed his arms and waited. What's the mission about? Rosa pushed a mission description sheet toward him, exactly as titled. Protect the client until they reach the destination. Kent skimmed the few short lines. That's it? She replied. Yes. But it'll take at least a few days to travel. Preparing for the trip is totally the mercenary's job. He doesn't refuse heavy work. Looks like it'll take a lot of effort. Dosa checked the reward for this mission. It's a benefit, and the pay is generous. However, Kent's eyes popped open in surprise when he heard this, but she put on a serious face. Something smells fishy. Honestly, this mission reeks bad, so you can refuse. He stood up to argue. You don't know anything. Raj Kent smirked arrogantly. Rosa was puzzled. Yeah? He glanced again at the mission sheet. Anyway, it's an escort mission. A woman, an elderly person to the Daniel capital, grade D. Kent rubbed his chin, thinking for a long time. The Daniel kingdom felt familiar somehow. The image of Milena suddenly appeared in his memory. Milena, from the Akasa clan. Kent clearly remembered their meeting in the snowy forest, the merchant clan woman he met in the snowy plateau. She said she'd welcome him if he ever visited. He was especially impressed by the glowing pendant in her hand. Kent put the mission sheet back on the table. It's a coincidence, I accept the mission. At that moment, a flickering blue light displayed the familiar system board. He froze, pupils involuntarily shrinking. The chair suddenly tipped back. Kent stepped back half a step before the dazzling light. The words on the system board finally appeared. Mission number 78. Escort the target and move to the Daniel Kingdom. His face almost drained pale from fear. No, why is this showing up here again? She saw Kent's strange expression and worriedly called his name. Back to the situation at AON. He strode quickly like the wind. Elena heard the urgent knocking and felt uneasy. But she decided to open the door. Aaron stood there, panting hard. Elena's eyes widened in surprise. Aaron, she cautiously glanced around. What's going on? Don't say it's the pursuer, he said in a heavy tone. The mission has been accepted. Elena was stunned and asked again. Yes. Aaron suddenly felt honored. In this territory, the only Grade C mercenary has accepted our mission. She felt a spark of hope light up inside. Grade C mercenary? Is that for real? He happily confirmed. Yes, we arranged to meet tomorrow, so miss, just rest comfortably today. Elena was very excited. Yes, at Kent's place, he was frozen, staring at the glaring blue system board, showing a few words. Mission number 78. Escort the target and move to the Daniel Kingdom. Kent still had a tough question why it appeared now again. After being silent for so long, he bowed his head to think for a moment, then suddenly realized something. He gave himself a big question mark. Could it be this isn't just a mission for the snowy plateau? Kent's eyes briefly hardened, or is something else going on? At the guild, thunder roared. Rosa shuffled a thick stack of papers. Elena suddenly felt a bit tense. She and Aaron sat opposite the bearded man. The atmosphere was dead silent. Elena was lost in thought. What kind of person could that be? She was so curious, she imagined a type. Because it's a mercenary, maybe a bit sharp or full of scars, somehow looking really cool. Kent's powerful footsteps stomped in the rain puddle. He pushed open the guild door with a creak. Dosa, though familiar, politely greeted him. The heads of the group towered over Kent. Elena turned around to satisfy her curiosity. Finally, he, with his tall, burly figure, strode inside. His intimidating presence made her freeze for a second upon seeing him. Both master and servant were shocked, looking at Kent. He took heavy steps toward them. Elena's eyes rolled back in horror. Could it be Kent exhales smoke? Nice to meet you. Her tears almost spilled in terror. The mercenary. Elena finally dropped her hands and fainted. Aeon hurriedly caught her. He shouted at the bearded man. Isn't this Miss Elena? Who the hell are you? Kent's dull gray pupils flashed with a deadly glint. It's been a long time since someone was this cautious of me. In this territory, after defeating the demon, the people no longer avoided me. He ignored them and turned to the bearded man. Rog, are these people my employers? She replied briefly. Yes. Rosa still held the stack of papers neatly. Let me introduce. She calmly announced that this person would be responsible for escorting them. Kent whispered the last 3 words to Aaron. Hard to accept. What? You're madly opposing. A barbarian? What nonsense is that? Immediately, I demand a different mercenary. Rosa calmly laughed. So you mean now? Her face suddenly darkened. Are you doubting the mercenary guild's decision? Aaron immediately denied. No, that's not what I meant. Rosa spoke sternly. If you doubt the guild's verdict, she'll just wipe the slate clean and this deal is as if it never happened. We'll refund the deposit. He stammered, speechless. That's not what I meant. Kent also broke out in sweat, feeling like he just turned into a bomb. Elena just woke up and agreed to the deal. I accept. She pushed herself up. Aaron tried to persuade Miss Elena, but he was really surprised by this result. Elena extended her hand to Kent. Please help me. She seemed to have overcome her momentary fear. My name is Elena. Soft footsteps moved forward. Behind her were Aaron and Elena. Kent seemed to realize something and stopped. He turned back suspiciously and said to them, Isn't that too far? Kent looked at the too far ahead and spoke. I think we should get a bit closer. Aaron and Elena awkwardly refused. No, we're fine. They thought for a moment since there were no signs of anyone around, and he agreed. Why? I don't quite get it, but if you're comfortable, that's fine. Then Kent continued walking. Watching their backs ahead, Aaron and Elena silently followed. They still kept their guard on him. Elena felt awkward thinking, how did this end up like this? Last night at the Mercenary Guild, Kent happily shook her hand and introduced himself. Looking forward to working with you? I'm Kent. Elena bit her lip looking at the huge hand in front of her. Is it really noisy here? Kent's eyes were full of excitement looking at her. Just trust and leave it to me. As long as I'm escorting, I got your back. Elena forced a smile and replied, Yes, sir. Inside, she was quietly breaking down. Is this really the best choice? Ken's voice suddenly snapped her back to reality. First, we're staying here overnight tonight. He looked at her, startled, and asked, "You okay?" Elena blinked and asked Kent back, "Yes, sir." He had to explain again. "As you can see, it's late, so it's hard to see the path. We started traveling at night because you insisted." Hearing that, she nodded obediently. "All right, let's do that." Seeing Elena's reaction, Ken thought, "She's way more scared of the wild than I thought. This trip's gonna drag on for sure." After a moment, he grabbed the small pouch at his waist. "For now, I'll set up a place to sleep." A huge object was pulled out from that tiny pouch, transforming into a tent. Aaron gasped. "A treasure." Elena was stunned too, thinking, "How does a savage even get a treasure of this level?" Kent calmly looked at them both. "This? I earn it by grinding quests." Hearing that, Aaron and Elena freaked out. He kept going, "But there's only one tent, so you two will have to share." "What do you think?" she suddenly whispered. "Me? I'm fine," Kent quickly reassured. "I'm used to sleeping outside anyway," he thought to himself, compared to digging into ice to crash on the snow plateau. "This is paradise. I'll handle the watch too." Once on the snow plateau, I stayed up for a whole month straight because monsters were chasing me. Kent was pretty satisfied, thinking, "This is way too easy." He reassured them, "You guys just sleep easy. I'll take care of everything else." Elena looked worried and said, "No need. You don't have to carry all the weight alone. We'll take turns on watch." Kent didn't refuse. "I'm good with whatever." They both chimed in, "We're fine too." Seeing their determination, he gave in. "Well, guess I have no choice." Kent felt a pang of regret inside. "I was hoping to earn her trust this way. Too bad." Aaron and Elena are so suspicious. Who knows what they'll do while we're asleep? Dawn broke, greeting a new day. Inside Kent's tent, a scene full of frustration unfolded. Elena's eyes were bloodshot, wide open, not a wink of sleep. She was probably gonna die. She glanced over at the corner, where old man Aaron was too. When Elena lifted the flap outside, her stomach rumbled loudly. "So hungry," a gentle voice spoke up. "Hungry? Makes sense. You haven't had a proper meal yet. Just wait a bit." Elena startled and looked over. "Yes, sir." Kent looked at her. "I'll cook for you." The sizzle sound filled the air. Kent chopped spices happily and cooked. Seeing this made Elena's eyes widen in surprise. She watched him cook like a pro and thought, "A savage who can cook?" Aaron and Elena were drooling from hunger. Aaron asked him eagerly, "Have you ever learned to cook before?" Kent glanced over calmly and said, "Just a hobby." He recalled when he first got here. People on the snow plateau never cooked. They just filled their bellies with meat and blood from monsters they hunted. "I cooked with the leftovers from those monsters. The ingredients on the snow plateau are all poisonous and dangerous, so I almost died a few times. But after countless tries and errors, I managed to cook perfect meals. I studied cooking in a place where even making fire was tough, the snow plateau. There's nowhere I can't cook." Kent thought proudly, "This is way too easy." After a while, he held out a plate of noodles. "Here, all done." The tempting, fragrant plate in front of them hypnotized the two. Elena suddenly snapped out of it, looking down, disappointed. "No thanks, I'm good. I don't really like greasy food." Elena pulled out a piece of dried meat from her bag. "I've got this already." Aaron cleared his throat. "Same here." Kent blinked at them. "Really, you prefer dried meat?" He bent down, took a bite of noodles, and said, "Too bad. Guess I'll eat alone then." Seeing Kent enjoy his food, Elena held her dried meat, craving to eat some. But how could she trust a savage's cooking? On the third night of the journey, Elena curled up cold. She shivered, clearly uncomfortable. Aaron looked worried as she got worse. "Princess, are you okay?" Aaron thought anxiously. 3 days in, we've been trekking this harsh journey without proper food." He bowed his head, heart aching. "Someone raised with love and pampering like her probably can't handle this. I should have cared more." Elena gently turned to comfort him. "Aaron, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry." Aaron softly replied, "It's okay." She smiled and asked, "How about you, Aaron? You've been watching for me too. You must be tired." Aaron patted her hand, saying, "I'm fine." He smiled reassuringly. "Old folks don't really need much sleep anyway." Elena nodded sincerely. "Thank you." After Elena fell asleep, Aaron thought quietly, "She's really pitiful." He sat seriously, guarding her. Aaron vowed silently, "I'll protect her, even if it costs my life." A few hours later, outside the tent by the fire roasting some delicious-smelling food, Kent stood by the grill flipping a piece of beef. Nearby, Aaron and Elena sat nibbling on dried meat, drooling. They kept staring at Kent's cooking spot. After a while, Elena's stomach growled, snapping Aaron back. She shyly stood up. Elena lowered her head hesitantly. "I'm going to step out for a bit," Kent curiously asked. "Bathroom break?" Elena snapped. "Rude." He realized and apologized. "Sorry." Elena still looked a bit scared and turned away. "It's okay." She was confused, thinking, "What? A savage just apologized to me. Then she looked down and said, well then, and hurried off. Elena quickly went into the forest behind. Aaron watched her with some worry. Princess. Kent suddenly spoke up. I know you don't trust me, he continued, but I'm your bodyguard. Kent flipped the meat and added, I hope you'll trust me a little. I'm human too. I get hurt. Hearing that, Aaron was stunned for a moment, then muttered, is that so? Kent turned to Aaron, handing him a plate of freshly grilled meat. Here, venison. Want some? Aaron hesitated, looking at the meat, his eyes lighting up with surprise. Meanwhile, Elena was quietly crying by a clear stream. The sparkling water shimmered under the sun. Elena looked at the beautiful scene, nibbling dried meat and sobbing softly. She sighed. So hungry, Elena whispered. My feet hurt. She quickly wiped her tears, thinking she couldn't break down. Elena told herself to endure. Aaron must be having it worse than me. When Elena returned, she suddenly froze in fear. Nearby, Aaron and Kent were casually enjoying their food. The vibe between them was pretty chill. Just then, Aaron suddenly stopped eating. Elena softly called Aaron. He looked up startled, dropping the meat in his mouth. Aaron jumped up fast. Princess, this is just a misunderstanding. Kent looked surprised at Aaron's reaction, then glanced up. Kent looked at Elena and wondered about the princess. Elena clenched her fists in anger. What the hell is not a misunderstanding? She remembered Aaron's words. Be careful with that savage and protect each other. That's our promise. Aaron stammered, trying to explain. It's not like that. Actually, he whispered. He doesn't seem dangerous enough to be this suspicious. Elena gasped. You're saying that now? Kent quickly interrupted. I hope you all calm down. Elena finally got scared and turned to him. Kent bluntly questioned why Lich refused to eat the food I cooked. Was that really the reason? Even splitting up to keep watch, probably because Lich didn't trust me, right? Hearing this, Aaron and Elena both turned pale. Big mistake. Elena awkwardly replied, it's not like that. Seeing their scared expressions, Kent fell silent, pondering. How should I handle this? He thought to himself. This world has some serious prejudice against the Manji. Of course, I'm a Manji from the Snowy Highlands, so I don't know all the details. Maybe Manji outside the Snowy Highlands have done a lot of nasty stuff. He thought deeply. If I say I'm not Manji now, no one would believe me anyway. Then Kent came up with a new plan, smirking. Here's the deal. He quickly spoke up. You guys are misunderstanding something. Elena and Aaron looked at Kent, confused. He smiled lightly but seriously. I'm not Manji. Kent explained softly, more precisely. I was born Manji, he continued. But I wasn't raised like one. Elena and Aaron froze instantly. Both wore puzzled, blank expressions. Kent quickly made up a story. Just a week after I was born, my tribe was wiped out. Then an adventurer found me and raised me under his care. He felt a bit uneasy, thinking to himself, of course I just made that up. But whatever. Sometimes lies, depending on the situation, can be effective medicine, Kent said softly. So even though I'm Manji, I grew up civilized. He added, of course, I know it's hard to believe, but Kent sincerely asked, I hope you understand that I'm just like you too, no different at all. He thought silently, it's all a mess. Kent looked at their awkward faces and thought, but hey, isn't that pity in their eyes shining through? Elena hesitated and said, so that's what happened. She felt a bit regretful, remembering how she refused his kindness and food out of fear of the Manji name. But still, Elena felt guilty, thinking this guy actually cares and respects us. Maybe all his life, just for being Manji, he's had to endure countless prejudices and discrimination. Then she bowed her head and said, sorry, Kent. Honestly, I couldn't believe you until just now. Kent quickly replied, it's okay, I totally get it. He smiled quietly, relieved. Success. Elena felt regretful, thinking she never expected to doubt someone like this. She really felt ashamed. Kent raised his hand gently and said, so from now on, I hope for your support. Elena was a bit surprised and asked, yes? Kent smiled warmly at her. Elena looked at him blankly for a moment, then smiled back. Yeah, there's someone nearby watching you guys through a magic screen. What? That guy is the master of the magic tower. Lich disguised himself. He was a bit curious, suddenly seeming friendlier. Lich muttered, I'm observing with my discerning eye, but unfortunately can't hear their voices. He propped his chin and said, but that guy really is as strange as you said. Lich pondered, what the hell is in that snowy highland that a Manji like that can exist? He asked himself in disbelief. Weird. How does he even look like a socialized person? Is that how normal Manji outside the snowy highlands are? Lich kept watching Kent's group, thinking to himself, wait a bit longer, then I'll step closer and check them out. At the same time, Kent suddenly turned alert and looked back at where Lich was standing. Lich was startled and panicked seeing this. Did our eyes just meet? Elena noticed Kent's wary look and asked, Kent, what's wrong? Kent whispered, someone's here. Elena was shocked and scared. Yes. Kent quietly told her, wait here a moment, I'll quickly head into the forest ahead. I'll be back soon. Kent pushed off with his foot and in a flash dashed into the woods. The wind howled as something ran fast through the trees. Kent swiftly charged to where Lich stood. Lich's eyes widened in horror. What? No way. Lich hurriedly tried to stop Kent with magic, but in that instant, a huge explosion erupted where they stood. After the blast settled, Lich looked terrified at the scene before him. Impossible. He panicked, thinking, I clearly set up a barrier in that moment. Lich couldn't believe it. The shield could withstand even a divine crossbow shot. He feared and asked himself, is it useless again? Meanwhile, Kent had grabbed Lich. He warned sternly, better not do anything stupid. Kent glared down at Lich, quietly saying, if I sense even the slightest weird move, I'll snap your neck right then. Lich nervously said, I truly admire you. Kent looked puzzled, silently staring at him. He asked again, me? Lich replied, yes. A few minutes later, Kent grabbed Lich by the collar and asked, what's your name? Lich hastily made one up, Patrick. Elena and Aaron looked at Kent, shaking Lich in front of them, speechless. Meanwhile, Lich was silently crying in shame. Is that guy really in this state too? After a while, Elena anxiously asked, Kent, who is this guy? Kent quietly answered, the one tailing us, but suddenly said he admires me. Elena doubted. What does that mean? Suddenly, Lich spoke up. Exactly that. He put on a serious face and said, I've always wanted to become a strong fake adventurer. Lich admired and praised. To me, Kent, you helped the Heresy Inspector defeat the demon. He respectfully continued, you're my goal and idol. Lich feared, thinking, I'll just make up a big story for now. Anyway, my original plan was to get close to him, so that's half the battle won. Kent suddenly asked, so that's why you follow me? Lich scratched his head, embarrassed. Yes, I unconsciously did it because I admired you so much. Kent was a bit thoughtful, then said, but even so, I can't just let you go. He carefully thought, there's still no solid proof this guy is harmless. Then Kent suddenly remembered something and excitedly said, this will work. Lich turned pale, scared, wondering, what? One of the world's top mages, head of the magic tower, trapped in a demon's body, and yet disguised as a human. To watch Kent, of course, he prepared a fake identity named Patrick. Lich looked pale and confused, staring at the rope in front of him. Kent grabbed the end of the rope and pulled it tight. He smiled brightly and said to him, all right, this is enough. Aaron and Elena watched helplessly. Well then, let's get going. They were still shocked and speechless. Just like that, Kent dragged him along and set off. Elena glanced at Lich, a bit wary. He sighed thoughtfully. This is the first time I've been in this situation. But Lich looked up at Kent with scheming eyes. Now I can be right beside him to observe. Now I understand what that guy meant. A speed beyond perception and raw power that can shatter magic. He's both fast and strong. Here, inside a hominous body, I can still easily handle a superhuman level. Then he looked up, eyes full of killing intent. Watching Kent's back, Lich made a guess. Could he really be at hero level? Suddenly, a voice spoke beside him. Sir Kent, I have something to say. Elena spoke up. She looked at him cautiously. Kent turned his head, a bit surprised, finally decided to speak up. Elena was shocked by his question. Yes. Could it be you already know something? Kent replied, deliberately setting off at night to avoid attention, taking detours and avoiding main roads, crossing his arms and looking casual at her. It's too obvious you're hiding something. Elena froze, only able to hesitate. Is that so? In the end, Kent reassured her. It's okay. I get it. It's probably hard to trust someone you just met like me. Elena lowered her head and struggled to say, the reason I've kept silent until now. She grabbed Lich's sleeve tightly. I'm really sorry. If you don't mind, I'll tell you everything right now. Elena didn't dare look at Lich, nervously saying, if after hearing the story, you feel you can't continue this mission, just say it. Kent suddenly cut her off. Wait a sec. He glanced to the side, frowning. Uninvited guests. Elena was shocked. Yes. She looked toward Kent, cautiously guessing if armored feet were stepping out from inside, followed by some armored-faced guys approaching. Kent turned to Aaron and Elena. Looks like they came looking for you. Hearing this, she paled, fearfully whispering, no way. Elena blurted out a name, Rukento. The whole group bowed politely, and the leader spoke respectfully. Captain of the Green Six Knights, Rukento. I greet the princess of the kingdom. Elena Mavrozi Luten thought to herself. The kingdom of Rukento was closing in on them. He suggested, Princess, since we didn't know where you were, we searched everywhere for a long time. Now please come with me. His Majesty has been very worried about you. She widened her eyes in fear. Rukento turned to Kent. You look like a mercenary, and the one you're escorting is the princess of the kingdom. Remember our name. Kent crossed his arms, eyes wide, asking him, then why is the princess here? Rukento explained. The princess ran away from home not long ago. He glanced at Aaron, who even had a loyal servant with him. Anyway, mercenary, from now on this is our business. Elena suddenly interrupted. No. Rukento questioned her suspiciously. Princess. Elena's face darkened. Who the hell are you? He frowned in confusion. What do you mean by that? Elena clenched her fists, coldly saying, You. She stared straight at her opponent, voice icy. Who exactly are you? He stammered. I am Rukento of the Green Six Knights of the Kingdom. Before he could finish, Elena angrily shouted. Don't be ridiculous. I know Rukento, but you're not him. You broke into the palace without us noticing and are pretending to be friends. My family remembers a different appearance, not this exact look. Elena was filled with frustration as she yelled, What the hell are you? Where are my parents and everyone else? Lich heard this and got a bit interested. He used magic to probe. The red magic passed through Rukento and came back. After checking, Lich was surprised to think he was human. Elena still looked downcast. You. She bit her lip and voiced her thoughts. You probably want to devour me alive to take over our entire kingdom, right? Elena looked up, glaring fiercely and shouted, But I'll never let you succeed. Just wait. Aaron looked at her with sorrow and continued, I will avenge all those who disappeared. Rukento fell silent for a moment. He sighed reluctantly. Instead of replying to her, he turned to Kent. Did you hear that? The princess is delusional. Elena immediately argued back. What? I'm delusional. Don't talk nonsense. He calmly explained, Please think logically. Saying everyone except the princess has gone crazy. Do you really think that's possible? Elena hesitated to respond. That. He cut her off. The princess needs treatment as soon as possible. Rukento reached out. Come on, he said without stopping. Princess, please stop and come with us. Elena looked at Rukento approaching, scared, closing her eyes and silently begging, No, this can't end here. Please someone save me. Kent calmly asked, What the hell is going on? He suddenly stepped in front of Elena. Rukento glared and ordered Kent, step aside. Kent smirked. No way. Elena stared in shock at the back blocking her. He bowed slightly, unyielding. If you don't move, I'll have to use force. Then Rukento immediately charged at him. As they closed in, Kent grabbed his head with one hand and with a single force threw Rukento to the ground. The knights watching were shocked, shouting, Captain, stop. They yelled at him. What are you doing? Kent quickly explained that they attacked first and his job was to deal with enemies approaching his client. Rukento struggled to stand. The princess is ill. Do you really believe all her delusions? Contrary to his wishes, Kent replied coolly, You're saying weird stuff. Isn't it natural for a mercenary to trust their client? Elena's eyes widened in astonishment. Surprised, Kent believed her. Rukento scowled angrily. You are all crazy. Kent smirked slightly. That's not so sure. Then he called out behind him. Elena, though confused, responded hesitantly. Yes. Kent glanced at Elena. They appeared without any warning. She asked, confused. What do you mean? Without hesitation, he exposed Rukento. Simply put, these guys appeared out of nowhere. Hearing this, Elena turned pale, shocked, thinking what? Seeing the situation, Lich also grew suspicious. Indeed, Kent continued voicing his doubts. How did you suddenly show up here? Rukento's group darkened their faces, silent. He raised his head, firmly asking, Does that matter? We came to find the princess, so stop nitpicking. Seeing Rukento's stubbornness, Kent said, Looks like you don't intend to answer. Then I'll escort her to the kingdom of Daniel. Seeing Kent take her side, Elena bit her lip, thinking no one believed her. She recalled everyone's expressions, no one ever trusted her words, and the situation looked bleak. Rukento grabbed the sword at his waist and signaled the soldiers. Talking more was useless. Kent stepped forward, reminding everyone, step back a little. Elena worriedly said, Sir Kent, please be careful. They're the strongest knights in our kingdom. Rukento's troops didn't hesitate and coldly drew their swords. Kent smirked, clearly enjoying it. Interesting. Lich evaluated with his blood-red eyes. Rank 2, all of them can control mystical energy. And that guy looking at Rukento, is he rank 1? He ordered to deal with that mangy guy. Just kill him. Immediately, the soldiers moved in unison. They all targeted Kent. When 5 closed in, Kent calmly stood still. Then, with one punch, the guy on the right was blasted away in pain. The one on the left met the same fate from Kent's physical damage. He raised his fist, ready to strike again. 3 soldiers were knocked down by Kent's rapid punches. In the end, the entire circle was easily wiped out by Kent. He looked up, a bit annoyed. Getting ganged up on is really a pain. Rukento didn't give up. He sent more troops, ordering them not to stop, to attack all at once. The soldiers obeyed. Another wave surrounded Kent. He grabbed 2 heads at once and threw them away. Then he used their bodies to knock back others. Another attack ended with a crushing victory. Finally, Kent charged at this monster. He shouted with rage, Die. Seeing the sword close to Kent, Elena yelled worriedly, No. But the scene froze her in place. Kent used his solid jaw to block Rukento's sword strike. The dude's eyes went wide in shock when Rukento saw his sword snapped in half, stuck in Kent's teeth. He got knocked back, thinking, blocked with teeth. Seriously? Kent clenched his fist and said, "Want to keep going? Right in front of you." All the soldiers were knocked out cold. Rikento struggled to stand, barely managing to say, "Everyone, retreat." At that, the guys who were down vanished like they were cursed. A voice called out to Kent, "Sir Kent." Elena stepped forward, worried, asking him, "Are you okay?" Kent replied right away, "I'm not hurt, no need to worry." "Elena, I'll fulfill my promise, but I want the full story first." She clenched her fists and nodded at Kent. "Of course, sir, I'll tell you everything." "Yeah,